music only means one thing. We are live from the Fastport Studios in New Orleans. This is Road Gang Radio with my friend, your friend, everyone's friend, Jimmy Mack.
I got a big smile on my face because Phone Master Dre is over here in the Crescent City. I never thought, I got a chance to work with him every once in a while. Drove over to Ocean Springs. He makes the drive from Ocean Springs here to the city of New Orleans these days. But Phone Master Dre, I just got to say, having a full week of you and I working together has been standing out, outstanding, grandstanding, and all the standing as Madison is in the house as well. Good
with a
morning
T.
With a T. Hey, by the way, go to RadioNemo.com and hit that 365 play button. Subscribe over there as well. Get that newsletter when we get that newsletter back going. We got a lot of stuff going on, folks. Yeah, we got time to write a little bit. Somebody out there is writing some kind of resistance letter, but we'll get to all the other writing in just a little bit here. Go to the Tube of You and hit subscribe. Why am I telling you that? You're already listening on the Tube of You. I got to tell you, our good friends Forrod are out there. Chowder is out there. The Paranormal Pie Man, I know who you are, in fact, is out there. Bruce Almighty, Fred Flintstone, everybody's out there joining in the chat, joining in the conversation. Our good friend Junker is lean and mean and on the scene, sending messages under both his actual name and the Junker name. What's going on, Phone Master Dre?
I want to hear from everyone today, but listen, I just got to call out one man. I haven't heard from him in a while. Bruce Almighty, where you at? Stop being a stranger. Give me a call. 615-292-6366. Go back, Jimmy.
615-292. Hey ho, it spells Nemo. Go to iHeartRadio and find us at one word, Radio Nemo. RadioNemo.com, of course, is the place to be. Hey, by the way, guys, Manager of Technical Service for Travel Centers of America, Kevin Lindsay, is going to be here at 7:30 in the center, 8:30 in the east for Maintenance Matters. Rest and recharge is the topic of conversation. Is show favorite Dr. Ben Kligler, Executive Director for the Patient-Centered Care and Cultural Transformation for the Veterans Health Administration, U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, will be here for Highway to Health. In between that, our good friend Susan Patton, I think she's talking to Courtney George, who I talked to yesterday in the Reels. They're going to be doing trucking tributes as Rees Across America continues their association with us here at Radio Nemo. Scott Shea, friend of the show, actually, he's got some great content out there from us. If you guys haven't caught up on everything out there, if you haven't been, keeping up with the fact that if you miss something, we're going to post something. A couple of weeks ago, he appeared on one of the final shows on our previous platform, talking about Wolfman Jack with Dave. He is going to be here talking, about Chad Allen, the unsung hero of both the Guess Who and Bachman Turner Overdrive. It's a terrific article. Scott once again joins us. Super vet Dr. Carol Osborne is going to be here. We've had her on a number of occasions. If you love them pets riding along with you in that truck, you're going to want to listen to Super vet Dr. Carol Osborne. By the way, she does not call herself Super vet. I am the one who gave her that term. She did not give herself her own name. She did not call herself Super vet. That is the nomenclature that I have, in fact, given to her. It's a great show, and don't forget, at 9 o'clock, the show shifts. We go from talking about making a living to talking about making a life, as our good friend Lindsay Lawler joins us on Road Gang Radio. That's right, yesterday was Nemo Nation, and Tuesday through Friday here, at Radio Nemo, we have Road Gang Radio. I mean, after all, we're not too far from the original place where the original Road Gang with Charlie Douglas and Dave Nemo got started. Big show from Dave yesterday, by the way. And we had Tyson Fisher on. And he did a terrific job, if you ask me, kind of setting up the story he's got going on for today. Oh, you're going to love this. Oh, it's right up your alley. The federal government has canceled California's vehicle emission standards. Kaput. No more, known as the electric vehicle mandate. However, Governor Newsom is determined to push for zero emissions in his state. On the same day that President Trump signed resolutions to overturn California's vehicle emission rules, Newsom signed an executive order to strengthen the state's efforts to move away from fossil fuels. This order applies to all vehicles, including passenger cars and heavy-duty trucks. All right, so here's the word from Newsom. I'm not saying this, guys. Do not call me and yell at me. I did not say this. We will not let this illegal action by Trump and the Republicans in the pockets of polluters stand in the way of common sense policy to clean our air, protect the health of our kids, and compete on the global stage. That's what Newsom said in the statement. I'm signing an executive order to keep California on track with our world-leading transition to cleaner cars. That being said, some other fun things happened in California, by the way. On June 15th, multiple 911 callers reported a wrong way on the highway as a truck jumped the median and then went north on a southbound lane on the I-5 in Siskiyou County. The CHIPS Yerba Division reported that. We got phone calls coming in here. Who do I got on the phone, Dre?
Oh, you know it's Chowder.
Chowder, good morning. Welcome to Road Gang Radio, my friend. What's the word?
The word is good morning, all you resistors, transistors, and diodes. Let's keep the energy going. That's what it is today. But, hey, Jimmy Mac, now Chowder's memory's not very good or very smart. You know that, right?
I know.
Didn't I heard you say something the other day about Guinness books and being in the Guinness book stuff.
We talk about it all the time. What you got going on with Guinness?
Well, I don't know if I told you this story or not. I think Dre's probably heard it, but Chowder never knew who Tim Guinness was. I only knew Tim Guinness as Tim that used to be my grandparents and some friends of ours in the skipper race every July and stuff around Castine, Maine. I never knew or correlated that when we always got a brand new copy of the Guinness book, World Record book, and a case of Guinness beer around Christmas time, that it was coming from Tim Guinness, and that he lives in South Blue Hill. He has a home there by my grandparents and my mom's house still, and that he was the same guy we always used to sail with, and that he was the guy that always stole all the trail mix when I was looking for a bag of trail mix while we were sailing. That Tim Guinness is the same guy that owns the Guinness beer and Guinness World Record.
Did I lose him? Did we lose the feed?
I've never made it into the Guinness World Records or anything, but I'm pretty close to the Guinness situation.
So that's really kind of groovy, by the way. Have you ever actually gotten a chance to get back in touch with the man who stole your trail mix?
No, I haven't seen him in probably 20 years, but it was kind of cool. The other kind of cool, groovy thing, as you would say, from a small town of Blue Hill, I'm sure you're familiar with the Peter, Paul, and Mary sing-along group, right?
I know a little bit of them. I used to watch them on the Donahue show right before Christmas. That was my kind of bag. You know, Christmas comes but once a year.
Here's another funny one for you. I never knew that Noel Stuckey, who lives in South Blue Hill, and I dated his daughter, Kate Stuckey, when I was in high school because she was a year ahead of me, was the famous Paul Stuckey, because he always went by Noel, and he still to this day goes by Noel in Blue Hill. But when he was singing out of college in Boston, when I think it was Boston University he went to, or Boston College, when Peter and Mary lost their other singer because he graduated, they had a falling out in school, Peter was the one they asked to join the band to become Peter, Paul, and Mary. And that's my only two real famous connections I have to anybody famous.
By the way, really quickly, and then Foamaster Dre's got something to say. Now, I want to get you in here, Dre, because what's interesting is that, you know, they did the old Jimmy Mac alliteration trick because, you know, Noel, Paul, and Mary. I'm sorry, Peter, Noel, and Mary doesn't really work very well. But Peter, Paul, and Mary, quality stuff. I'm not being funny. I mean, dead spot on. Dead spot on. Alliteration always carries the day. Alliteration with a change at the end. PPM. What you got, Dre?
I was just going to say, not the Stookies, man. Not the
Stookies. I got to tell you, man.
I love that.
The Stookies?
Stookie. Just
Yep.
Stookie.
Stookie. It's great. It's a great name. It's a great name. Go ahead, Chowder.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say, because every time I went down there to pick up Kate, you know, we go out or whatever, like, hey, that's a nice garage Dad's building over there. She's like, oh, no, that's his workplace. Like, well, where's he doing? She's like, didn't you know he's the Paul of Peter, Paul, and Mary? It's like, nope, never caught on to that one. My bad. Yeah,
wait, Noel is Paul? Noel is Paul? I knew Noel when Noel was Noel.
Never knew it. I mean, how many times I sat by him watching her in the band, you know, or sat by him when I was playing baseball and I was on the bench getting ready to go in, and he'd sit there and hang around us. Never knew it. But small worlds and big places sometimes. But that's all I really want to call in with, and the fact that Dre said call in because he wanted to hear from everybody, so I thought I'd call in.
I love it. I love it. Thank you, Chowder. Go have a good one. Love talking to you, brother. And thanks for taking the ride. And like I said, I know there was a little bit of sense of, what are we going to do? How are we going to make this up? But here you are, larger than life and twice as wonderful.
I'm trying to lose weight. Leave me alone. But have a good day.
You too, brother.
It's all in that head.
Hey.
Who do we got?
Oh, man. I wanted to quote the movie, but I'm just going to let him slide in here. Bruce Almighty.
Bruce Almighty.
Smite me, almighty smiter.
Hey, Bruce Almighty, what's happening?
Hey, good morning.
What's going on, man?
Drake called me out, and I said, "Man, I better do it. I better do it."
You got to get in there. You got to get on top of it. You got to be a part of the action. Paul Starkey says good morning to you, by the way, and everybody kind of says hi. What's going on? What are you doing, Bruce? Where are you headed? Where are you going?
I'm going. Let's see. I'm staying in Texas, going to Oklahoma, back to Texas, then going home in Texas.
I like it. I like what you stand for. What are you hauling?
Short day. Everything. You go to Walmart, you'll find it.
I understand, man. I understand completely. So we were talking about roller coasters yesterday, and I have to bring it up again because Dave is obsessed with it, and my good friend Diver Driver, he actually jumped in with it as well, too, on the Book of Face. Are you a roller coaster fan?
Man, I haven't been on one in a few years. I mean, we've got amusement park there in Amarillo, and it's all right. But I mean, the last one I probably went. The main one I went to was in Arlington, Texas.
That's a nice
Shockwave.
one. That's a nice one over there. But I'll tell you this, Bruce, and I had a theory that Dave and I were talking about. I'm wondering if the number of professional truck drivers spend so much time getting rumbled, bumbled, and stumbled in their trucks and getting those ears kind of vibrated. I wonder if roller coasters really have kind of an adverse effect on truck drivers who have been on the road for too long. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I haven't been on one in so long, but I did hear those stories yesterday, and I was like, man, that kind of stings. Can't really enjoy the ride if you have that going on with you.
I really can't do many of them either because I have an injury to my left ear. There's something that happened to my left ear many years ago, and I got to tell you, I get off of roller coasters now, and I'll go with Claire occasionally. I can get through one or two, but if I do a day of like doing coasters, by the end, man, I'm literally feel like I've been on a boat on the North Atlantic after a while. If you dig where I'm coming from, so
I'd probably rather be on the boat.
Yeah, me too. And the other thing, I'd rather be in a haunted house. That's my bag. That's my thing. I want to go into some dark place and have people jump out and scream at me. That's my idea of a good time. I got 3 more calls. Bruce Almighty, you've been called out, but you rose to the occasion. You rose to the occasion.
Everything is sounding great.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. Thanks for taking the ride with us. Who do I got next, Phone Master Dre?
Love you, Bruce. Man.
We love some Bruce.
Do we want to jump to Bruce, or do we want to get a little pledge out of the way? And a little Java. Should we get the diver driver first?
Wait, I got a diver driver?
You got a diver driver.
Oh, no, bring him on. Right now. Right now.
In Opelousas, Louisiana.
What's going on, Opelousas?
Hey, what's up? Hail, the gang's all here.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? Somehow, some way, we have managed to shuffle off a radio coil and find ourselves right in the middle of the place that you and I love to call home and can't wait to run away from at the same time. How you been?
Yeah. Oh, man, better than I deserve. Better than I deserve, man. Got out of the OTR refrigerated lifestyle, and now I'm in a Southeast regional home 2 days a week for a big store that has a spark in its logo.
I very much. I got to tell you, brother, in many ways, you and I are doing the same thing. I went from an over-the-road situation of always traveling, bringing that Comrex everywhere, and now I am in New Orleans 5 days a week, and I have 2 days off at the same time every week. I didn't even know what to do with my weekend. Let me ask you a question. When you made that transition and you got those 2 days off, were you and the lady like, what do we do? I mean, was it like, what do we do?
Yeah, it's still like that. It's it's a growing period because I was 7 years OTR and now coming home every, 2 nights a week, and it's like, wait a minute. She's just like, this is my house now. I got my routines. I'm like, well,
Oh God.
So it's a growing process,
Oh my God, I got it. It's the same thing for me, man. It's like because Claire will suddenly be like, wait, why are you home so much? Who are you? Can you please go back out on the road? I really loved that guy, the one that I didn't see as much. It is so good to hear your voice, man. And I got to tell you, I love you fighting the good fight out there. I'm just going to say that and leave it right at that, and you know where I'm coming from, don't you? You're out there fighting the good fight, man. Stay in the arena, brother. I'm rooting for you. We love you. Do me a favor. Would you say, now here's your pledge and national anthem courtesy of Phone Master Dre?
Now here's your pledge and national anthem. Take it away, Phone Master Dre.
Outstanding. Well done.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
It's Tuesday. 2 Samuel chapter 9, verse 7. We're still in that passage because I saw some more in there I want to share with you this morning. In 2 Samuel chapter 9, verse 7. And David said to him, do not fear. Now watch this. For I will show you kindness for the sake of your father Jonathan. And I will restore to you all the land, watch this, of Saul your father. And you shall eat at the table. Watch this. Eat at my table always. Did you see what he just said? He said, I want you. We talked a little bit about it yesterday, but I want you to listen to what he said. He telling him, and David said, he says, he's talking to, now listen to me. He's talking to the young man. He's talking to him and he's saying, even though life has dealt you a bad hand, I still want to bless you. Now watch this. And David said to him, do not fear, for I will show you kindness for the sake of your father Jonathan. You remember Jonathan and David were tight. And I will restore to you all the land of Saul your father. Now watch what he's doing. And you shall eat at my table always. You know what he just did? He just told this young man that life has dealt a bad hand. Now watch this, because I'm going to share it with you real quick. He says, even though life has done you wrong, I'm going to treat you right. I'm going to treat you in such a way that it'll look like, even though you done went through a lot, he said, it'll look like you connected to me. And guess what? And when people see that you are eating at the table with me, the king, the man in charge, they will give you back your honor because I see it so. So what you have to do, sometimes you as a Christian, you have to speak up on the behalf of other saints that are going through life, being challenged by life. You have to speak up on their behalf because you're in a position. Now listen to me, I just got it. You're in a position to do so. So, see, God didn't put you in that driver's seat so that you could just drive up and down the road and make money. God put you in that driver's seat because God said there's somebody out there that he needs you to speak up for, to help them in their crippled position. Because you remember what he says in 2 Samuel chapter 9, verse 3, and it says, and the king said, is there not still someone of the house of Saul that I may show the kindness of God to him? Then I said to the king, there is a son of of Jonathan, and he is crippled in his feet. That is your calling today, to help somebody make it through this day. God bless you, brothers and sisters. I know it was a little long, but it was challenging to try and get it all together in such a short time. But I love you, and ain't nothing you can do about it.
Amen, Chaplain.
About it. Nemo comes down to the Crescent City with all those hippie friends and all those sick people that rally around him. You know who I'm talking about. Hashtag RGR. Hashtag Road Gang Radio. The resistance continues here. Dre, you told me you got a surprise on the phone for me. Who it be?
Oh, man, first-time caller, long-time listener, 4-Odd.
Oh my God, I've never spoken to 4-Odd ever before. Hey man, first time talking to you on Road Gang Radio. Hey man, welcome to the resistance, man. Hey, by the way, were you able to download that thing or did it not download? I was having real problems with it trying to get that thing to you. Did you see it?
Yeah.
Pretty good, huh?
I think so.
When are you getting your biscuits and gravy? When are you getting your biscuits and gravy? We want to know. We want to know. When are you?
I don't know. I passed up biscuits and gravy this morning.
Oh, well, what am I?
For a sausage and biscuit. But,
let me ask you a question. When you do make that phone call, when you do call up and say Dave Nemo forever, when you do the yabba dabba, do your part.
yeah.
What do you want for breakfast? What are you going to have? What am I going to get you?
Tell us.
I don't know. I like steak and eggs, but
Oh my God! My mom made me that for dinner 2 nights ago. I'm not kidding. On Saturday night, she made me steak and eggs. Oh my God, unbelievable! What you got, Dre? Tell 4-Odd.
4-Odd, real quick, man. Whenever you do steak and eggs, are you the man do the steak, then scrambled eggs in it, or are you the man to do the steak, put it on the board, and then?
I can't hear you, dude.
Oh, you can't hear me at all? Oh,
No.
yeah, it's because I'm muted in your headset.
Yeah.
So what I was asking 4-Odd was, how do you prepare your steak and eggs?
What do you do?
rare and over hard. I can eat a bloody steak, but I can't eat a runaway egg.
By the way, that's a T-shirt. That's the back of a T-shirt. I can eat a bloody steak, but I can't eat a runaway egg.
Brought to you by Road Gang Radio.
Brought to you by Road Gang Radio, hashtag RGR.
TM.
Hey, by the way, what are you doing? Where are you going? What's happening?
I'm just left Indianapolis on my way to Olathe, Kansas. Going to attend Tuesday night church tonight before I make a delivery at Aldi's in the morning. Just trucking it up.
Trucking it up and
started listening to the Great Man series. That's a pretty awesome series. I hadn't started that one yet, but I'm on the second, on target, the second book already.
Oh my God! And by the way, when you get caught up a little bit more, we can start talking. We'll actually get my dad and Dave down here. Maybe get Kentucky Flatbetter, who's a big Mark Graney fan. We'll all start shooting the Von Breezes. You know what I'm saying? It's a great,
pretty awesome, pretty awesome book so far.
Yeah, and by the way, you can actually shift gears if you want to, and you can also. What I would recommend on audiobook is there is an audio drama that Mark Graney wrote first for Armored before it was a book. And it's so good, dude. It is so good on Audible. It's an audio drama. Awesome stuff, dude. Awesome stuff. It's good to hear your voice, man.
Right on.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the Resistance.
You're welcome. Thank you, everybody. I'm here to stay. Talking about the roller coaster wreck, roller coaster in the car wreck, you know?
Yeah.
I was driving, my brother was riding in the front seat with me in an 89 Oldsmobile. Topped the hill, and a drunk kid just run right up on her hood. And I bent the windshield post on the driver's side with my head.
Nice.
And ever since then, if I can, anything that goes in a circle, wrapping a pallet, it don't matter. My equilibrium gets so messed up, I'll just might as well be drunk.
I call it the wub-wubs. I really call it the wub-wubs. It's about the third roller coaster I ride at any place. I start getting what I call the wub-wubs. And Claire will be like, wub-wub? I'm like, wub-wub, I got to sit down. Wub, 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 wub. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. My friend, we got phone calls coming in. I love you. It's great to hear your voice.
Yep.
Get in the game. Who do I got in the game next, Phone Master?
Oh, man, listen. He left a funky bunch at home, but he's got good vibrations. We got Mark in the house.
Mark, good vibrations. By the way, speaking of good vibrations, we really miss Brian Wilson. We'll talk to Scott Shea about that this morning as well, too. What's going on, Mark?
Nothing much, sir. Just sitting at home relaxing after spending that 10 hours at the shop yesterday.
Yeah, how did you get home? I mean, what the hell happened? I mean, because you had only an hour and 20 minutes left, and you were waiting on tires. How did it play out?
About 15 minutes after I sent you that text, they were done with everything, and I was slightly off on my calculation. It was I had just under 2 hours left at that time.
Oh, you made it.
So I ended the week with 68 hours and I forget 68 something.
Whoo, man! You shut it down though. You got your 34, and so we're on 34 now, right? I mean, we're doing our shutdown
Yes,
right
sir.
now.
We're on my 34, and with my 34, I'm not even going to be able to start on time because, well, I didn't get done till almost 7 o'clock last night. So I'll be starting an hour late tomorrow.
As they say in my raised faith, Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now until the hour of our tires get fixed. They really say it that way.
Yep.
Let me ask you this: are you a steak and eggs guy?
Yes.
How do you like your steak? How do you like your eggs?
Over medium on the eggs and medium, sometimes medium well, but usually medium on my steak.
I have a medium well tip. If you do medium well or any higher, it's important to butterfly the steak. That's really crucial, and then aggressively season the hell out of it. That way you don't lose the juicy Lucy. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You want to make sure you have that. All right, Mark, I got to get to another phone call. Radio.
I know, sir.
Radio Coil, love you, brother. I'm glad you got back on the road. I'm glad you got home.
Yep.
Take that 34. Hey, guys, Kevin.
Have a great one, everybody.
You too, brother. You too. I'm calling people brother. Why not just call him my pal,
brother.
my friend? Brother.
A cup of coffee.
You come on down to the Crescent City with your hippie friends and all those sick people that rally around you. If you wonder where I got that from, by the way, that is Skandar Akbar. I am quoting Skandar Akbar from Mid-South Wrestling. That was one of those wrestling matches, Dre. And by the way, the downtown Municipal Auditorium is less than 2 minutes drive from here.
You said that so perfect.
And what's really cool about the downtown Municipal Auditorium, what I love about it is when the wrestling match was really big, you know what the big deal was? We're going to open up both sides of the downtown Municipal Auditorium. If they opened up both sides, you knew something big was going down.
Both sides.
Like a Boston street fight with Kevin Sullivan and Abdullah the Butcher. I'm just saying, guys, it's a pro wrestling day here for no reason. I've come here to chew bubble gum and kick ass, and folks, I am all out of bubble gum. Do we have to get out of here, by the way?
We're getting there. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I want to make sure you had that look on your face, that longing look like I'm sad this is all over. It's not over quite just yet.
No, yeah.
Got about 30 seconds, by the way. By the way, what movie is that from? Anybody know? I'm here to chew bubble gum and kick ass, and I'm all out of bubble gum.
Is that Hot Rod?
It's Roddy Piper. I'm quoting Roddy Piper from the movie They Live with Keith David.
Nice.
Yeah, who's also in The Thing. Speaking of The Thing, I'm wearing my Thing t-shirt this morning. McCready Exterminating. No job too small, no thing too big. Hey guys, Kevin Lindsay's coming up on the other side. He's a groovy dude. He's the manager of technical service for Travel Centers of America. Don't forget, we're going to rest and recharge. That's the topic of transportation on Highway to Health. As executive director for the Patient-Centered Care and Cultural Transformation Veterans Health Administration of the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, Dr. Ben Kligler is going to be joining us. Dre, break us away. Dre's mom stopped in this morning, by the way. We sent her on down to Cafe Du Monde in City Park.
Yep. Love you, Madre.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
I'm a long-haul trucker. I don't have time for nonsense. So when I fuel up, I need to get in and get going with a fuel card that takes me there. Founded in 1978 by a trucker for truckers, Multi-Service Fuel Card is run by real, honest people who are there to help us road warriors keep our freight moving. And with nationwide acceptance, fuel discounts, and dedicated customer service, no matter where I'm going with Multi-Service Fuel Card, I never roll alone. Learn more at neverrollalone.com.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025, while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Man, who played that spot? Because we're going into maintenance matters. Huh?
What is wrong with you?
Oh, listen, this is my time. All right, we're going into maintenance matters with Kevin Lindsay and Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio. Whoever played that needs to be fired.
Thank you, Dre. And he doesn't need to be fired. Just need to be taken to the woodshed and smacked around a little bit.
Beat me.
You know what? Never mind. You enjoy that stuff too much. By the way, speaking of Lindsay's, I said, hey, I got a Lindsay on the line, right? And Dre goes, wait a minute. Wait, no, it's Kevin. I went, no, dude, it's Kevin Lindsay. He's like, oh, my God, you're just messing with my chi. Of course, Lindsay Lawler joins us at 9 o'clock. A quick shout-out to our friends over at OOIDA who joined the fray yesterday. Immediately after Road Gang Radio shuffles off its radio coil, Trucking with OOIDA begins its adventure with Ashley and Scott taking you a little further on down the road. Kevin Lindsay, of course, you guys know he's the manager of technical service for Travel Centers of America. You and I are going to be taking this ride together on a regular basis, although don't be surprised if Hey-Ho Nemo starts dropping in from time to time, Kevin. How are you, man? Good morning. Welcome to Road Gang Radio.
Good morning.
Welcome back.
How you doing?
I don't have any complaints. I mean, we've had, some calls about, some shop issues over the course of the morning. We had one of our friends actually just literally was one step ahead of the sheriff. He beat the clock by about an hour and a half to get home to start his 34. If that time in the shop had gone any longer, he would still be at the shop. Or somebody would have had to pick him up and bring him home. So what's on your mind this morning, Kevin? What do we got cooking? What's happening? What are you thinking about talking about?
Well, I mean, I know, I'm not 100% positive what's with the new format. I know there's a little different stuff going on, but we had the Castrol guys supposed to be on with me this morning.
Yeah, I mean, we've.
But I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. But,
well,
yeah.
Well, hold on one second, Dre. Can you do me a favor? Let's see if the Castrol guys actually are in. Reach out to Dave. Reach out to Mr. Nemo himself and see if we can maybe work that out. By the way, but talk about that partnership a little bit, Kevin. Though, talk about why that's such an important partnership for you guys.
Well, it is. With BP kind of owning both of our companies, we've kind of got together, done some pretty good pricing on stuff and everything. Made some, I guess you could call family deals kind of things. But it's always it's kind of odd to me, and talking with the guys from Castrol and everything, I've been like, I didn't even realize you guys were in the heavy duty truck market for oils and stuff, and they're like, yeah, we have been for years. And I'm like, really? And you don't hear a lot of it, but quite honestly, Castrol is a great oil. Personally, that's what I use on my personal vehicles. So it's, I've always looked at it like that. So I think it's a good thing for the industry. So.
Let me ask you this too, because you open the door in your own personal vehicles. How much? And I was talking yesterday with our friends at Pittsburgh Power about this too. How much of your own personal choices that you make on your own vehicles and in your own daily lifestyle, how much of that does that infuse and inform what you do on your daily job? I mean, like I said, there's a thing that's really weird because my mom will ask me to do stuff that involves like writing or doing stuff for them for politics and stuff, and I'm like, I find myself actually engaged in programming my mom's life often. Like I help my mom write a speech, and I'm like, wait a minute, am I applying radio techniques to this? So how much of your personal life in regards to your maintenance of your own vehicles informs what you do for your customers and clients?
Well, there's kind of an old saying, right? The only house in the neighborhood that needs painting is the painter's house. And the same is true for a lot of mechanics or technicians. Your own vehicles are the last ones you get around to working on a lot of times.
Oh my God!
But
Oh my God! I
mean,
understand.
It's
I understand.
It's a true statement. But the reality of it is, nowadays, because I haven't, physically turned wrenches, on a daily basis. It's been several years. So I do tinker around a lot more than I used to with different things and everything. And I mean, I keep, I pay attention to things, from learning over the years, what different types of oil I want to use, lubricants and all kinds of different things like that. But I do apply a lot of that, from what I see, even diagnostic wise, that's one thing I noticed, because in the trucking industry, we've traditionally been behind the automotive industry on electronics and things like that to an extent. But, the last 25 years, we've kind of surpassed them for a while, in my opinion. But it's just not, a lot of it's not the same. It's a little bit different techniques and getting to things and stuff, but it's getting closer and closer to the same due to all the emissions regulations and things like that. So it is something that's very common anymore.
I'll tell you this,
especially when we get over to the electronic side.
Yeah, I'll tell you this is interesting too, because in order for people to really understand it, so people would ask me the question, why is it that transportation is actually behind the automotive industry? And I said, well, it is, but in regards to R&D, it's not. The problem is the fact that when you actually own a trucking company, you want to hold on to your fleet as long as possible. It's such an interesting dilemma, because in order to maintain your cost, you want to make sure that you hold on to your trucks right up until the point where servicing them becomes more expensive than getting an entirely new fleet. So it's this really crazy balancing game, whereas when you're at home with your own car, you're like, I don't care if it costs me too much money. I want to drive around in that new piece of beauty. You know what I'm saying? There's so many other things that go into consideration that don't just mean them. Now, there's a lot of people who are successful who actually care about the bottom line with their personal finances as well. But in regards to if you want to run your business, you've got to hit that kind of perfect balance point. Trey, we got somebody on the phone, do we not, my friend? We got somebody going on here.
Oh, man, we got Byron and Eric hanging out with us today. Good morning, Eric Arnold.
Hey, good morning to you guys.
Good morning.
Welcome to our new format.
Good morning, guys.
Literally the Wild West. Good morning to you. How you doing?
Old Alec.
Doing great.
We're doing good. Doing good, thank you.
Hanging in there. So there you go, Kevin. You said, I thought the guys from Castro were supposed to be on with us this morning. Well, guess what? They're on with you this morning, so I'll let you guys take it away.
Way to go, Trey.
Woo! Staying on top of stuff here.
We're here.
We're here. Well, where are you guys talking to us from, by the way?
Well, this is Byron, and I am based in Pennsylvania.
And Eric, where are you?
Yeah, this is Eric. So I'm on the West Coast. It is bright and early on the West Coast here, just in Oregon, just outside of Portland.
Oh, man, by the way, I'm in New Orleans now setting up this new studio, but I actually usually do the show from Santa Clarita, California, so I have nothing but compassion for you right now. You're a wonderful human being. Thank you for joining us at 5:38 in the AM.
Yeah.
Holy Mary. That is bright and early. Jane Jazraoui does the same thing for Education Station, and she said, can I just please have an 8 o'clock Central Time start? That would actually be merciful for me. Please let me do that. So we tried to work that out. Maybe we'll work that out for you next time if you're going to be over in Portland. Kevin and I were just talking about really quickly about the way our personal lives end up informing what we do professionally when it comes to maintenance for both trucks and automotive care. And before we kind of jump into the topics of today, I was kind of curious how much of your own understanding of the ins and outs of what it takes to kind of operate these vehicles ends up bleeding its way into your personal life. We can start with you, Eric.
Sure. And this drives my wife nuts, but I think about the car as an asset, and I kind of treat it as if it's earning money for me, even though it's really providing basic transportation and shuttling the kids around. But it does, and she pretty much has resigned to letting me manage all of the maintenance, all of the service of the vehicles, just because she says I'm too picky.
And Byron, yourself?
Yeah, as someone that was a former mechanic in a future life, I am very much involved in the vehicle maintenance. So I'll just say, like, there's 3 vehicles to maintain in our household fleet, and I'm heavily involved with its oil changes, brake changes, basic maintenance, you name it. I'll kind of do it as long as I have the equipment to kind of cover it here in the house. The wife might limit some of the tool purchases to take on larger items, which is probably a good thing, I think. So, yes.
It's funny, too, because often we find ourselves at work, and I've had this experience with other things in my life where the stuff that we have at work is so great. I'm like, I want to upgrade. And my wife goes, yeah, you can upgrade when the company pays for it. And I'm like, never mind. I don't want to upgrade anymore. I don't want to upgrade.
Yeah.
Kevin and I were talking about the importance of this partnership, by the way, and I kind of wanted to give you both an opportunity, like I said, before we kind of pivot into other things here, to talk about why, Castrol, with the BP connection, but why Castrol and Travel Centers of America are such kind of a good connection. I guess we can start with you on that, Byron.
Yeah, so I mean, probably a good choice to start here. I mean, that is the Travel Centers of America is the account that I manage here at Castrol. So I live and breathe TA day in and day out, 24/7. It feels like sometimes. But why I really think it's important is, we're probably all kind of under the BP Lubricants kind of umbrella. We're owned by the same kind of parent company. But what I think is really good is speaking for the Castrol side, is it's kind of given us an outlet to kind of be out there in those truck service centers, the truck stops across the country. So it's provided a good source point for us. But the other thing I would say is I think for TA is we really try and manage our partnership and relationship very closely together. So, it's a number of things that we'll kind of work on and really trying to be integrated, as not just a vendor for Travel Centers of America, but a true business partner. And what can we do to help them kind of advance what they're doing? And how can we get involved with what they're doing to really kind of help grow their business and not just kind of our business here at Castrol?
Yeah, it's really kind of crucial, by the way, because one of the things that we talk about on this show a lot on a number of segments is you're only as good as your partnerships. And people often forget that as well. The idea is you're only as good as your partnerships and you're only as good as your partners. So it behooves you to not only be invested in your own success, but to actually figure out ways to look at what their strategies are and to either emulate them or to amplify them through your own kind of approaches as well. Eric, can you kind of talk about the connective tissue between Castrol and TA Travel Centers of America, and just kind of tease that out for us from your perspective over there at the crack of doom in Oregon?
Sure. And I speak typically from the technical perspective, right? Byron manages the relationship, the business part of it, and I support the technical part of it. And I think that the fit really comes in the shop, in the truck shop. I was fortunate enough to work with their techs last year at the Top Tech competition, which unfortunately I'm going to miss this year due to a scheduling conflict, but my buddy Drew will fill in.
Well, he's going to miss it because it's happening at 4 o'clock in the morning his time. That's the problem. No, I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
But I will say this though, I was just blown away at the competence of these techs and their desire to not only do it or fix it or service it, but to know why. And to push it, and that just impressed me, and that really fits the mold with how we try to go to market with our products, with technical advancements, with solutions, and it seemed to be a really good fit right away, what I picked up on that.
I'm going to pivot to Kevin here. Kevin, I was at WyoTech many years ago and talking to a number of your guys over there. And one of the things that concerned him so much, which is why he was part of this kind of symposium conversation, and this kind of goes back to what Eric was talking about. It's not just the ability, given what you guys do, it's not the ability to so much get under a hood or to even diagnose what's wrong, but the ability to explain to the customer why you're making the choices you're making, to actually understand the product products from a way that you're able to explain them that makes all the difference, right? I mean, and we have the great example of you, formerly, our good friend Mr. Mustafa and Homer and all those guys, but it really is about the ability to actually bring the customer into the experience by helping them better understand. How do you guys do what Eric is talking about? The idea of not just being able to fix it, but be able to understand why it's working the way it works. Did I make any sense, or was that just a long unpacking?
Well, it was a fairly long unpacking, Jimmy, but no, I understand what you're saying, and honestly, it really starts with the technicians, right? I mean, that's why I do what I do, because we have a lot of good technicians across the network that are passionate about what they do, and I think that actually helps with a lot of customers, especially the drivers, because they're the ones, whether it's a big fleet or whether it's owner operators. They deal with those technicians on a day-to-day basis. And, we have different groups of drivers, different parts of the country and all this stuff. But they find, I mean, you think about it, it kind of goes back to your own personal vehicle. You have a place that you trust, and a mechanic that you trust, that you take your personal automobile to. And once you've built that, you don't want to change that. And I think that's one of the things that we have, with certain, owner operator groups and even certain fleets, just drivers for those fleets, because, as human beings, we're kind of creatures of habit, right? So it's kind of natural. Myself, I'm a very, very big rut person. Things get out of my normal, I get a little flustered, So, and I think that's true too, and I think that plays a factor in everything.
Let me pivot to Eric here for a second, because you talked about the idea of those lubricants, okay? And it actually ties into what Kevin's talking about. So you talk about the idea of understanding what it is you guys do, but also having to understand what it is Travel Centers of America do. And this is a process question, when you are looking at your own flow, and you dig where I'm coming from there, and you're looking at their flow, how do you kind of work between knowledge of one company while at the same time having a comprehensive knowledge of the other, and figure out where the gaps are and where you can actually act as a conduit or a bridge between both organizations to make sure that they understand how to work together? Because in some ways that's what you do, right? You facilitate a partnership.
Yeah, and from my perspective, and Byron's, is probably pretty similar, but I like to look at, observe and ask the questions to understand what it is, that their business does. What are they trying to accomplish, and where do they succeed, or where are their best, I guess, modes of operation, if that makes sense. And then how we can help them get to where they want to go. How can we help them accomplish or achieve their goals? And that's how I look at it, and see how we can fit in, and that gives a little bit more, I guess it makes it a little bit easier to move forward.
And Eric, I finally pivot back to you now, because at the end of the day, it really becomes, and this is where you kind of straddle the idea with Eric, the idea that Eric keeps saying Eric, Byron. With Byron, it comes with you, it becomes a matter of, how do I message this? How do I make sure the communication stays good? How do I make sure that, like you said, that you can, how do you make sure that you are representing cash flow while at the same time investing your attention towards the very people with whom you are providing?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. And what I would tell you is, I think that's always an ongoing challenge. And I would say, I think that's probably for, any, and I'll just say in general for us with Cash, or whether it's Eric or any of our other national account sales managers with any customer we have. So I think in regards to TA is, we look at, okay, here's the message for now, and we might agree upon that message and what best fits their business needs, and ultimately the customer's needs as well. So there's drivers coming in, the fleet's coming in, And then I think we look at that, and I know we do look at that on a pretty consistent basis. And that really is, hey, is the message still landing? Are we still providing what it is that's relevant to the industry and relevant to the customer? Because that may change from time to time, and I think, anybody that's been around this industry for, even a very short period of time, it's constantly changing. So there are a number, I think, of challenges that are kind of always there. But then some of those things kind of change a little bit as well. And you look at just kind of where freight numbers are at and everything else. And I think from our perspective with what we do and with what TA does, it seems to be the first place that people go when they look to save money and cost is maintenance, which is unfortunate because maintenance then, you skimp a little bit here, it can add up to a lot of big unplanned costs later on down the road. So I think those are some of the things I think of looking at right now. Maintenance seems to be one of the things that people cut back on. So we're really trying to continue that message of, don't cut out on some of these things. And, how can we best get that message out there? And how can we best help the customer and TA work together to kind of protect that investment of what these fleets and these owner operators have as their equipment, because that's their livelihood day in and day out.
Well, and the other thing is, and this goes back to Kevin, and I almost want you to become almost like an evangelist here, Kevin. But the idea is that when we talk to fleet owners, they have three big tools in regards to recruiting. Can I, in fact, pay these people enough to give them a good living? Can I give them enough time off of work to provide them with a great lifestyle? And can I put them inside of the kind of equipment that actually doesn't wear them down and break their heart and make them end up spending more time on the side of the road than they have to? If you can, in fact, attract somebody with the money, the time, and the equipment. Do you find that what we're talking about here is in fact the case, that the equipment, getting people in the right kind of technologies to do the job, often is the thing that falls by the wayside? I mean, are people always kind of asking if there are ways to get it a little bit cheaper? I know everybody does it for almost everything, but is that an ongoing, do you feel like you have to kind of drag people across the finish line when it comes to, if you don't take care of this maintenance, you're not going to have any employees in the end because the stuff they're going to be driving ain't going to work?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And, and that's the thing about, preventative maintenance. It's all in the whole title of what it is, preventative maintenance, and a lot of times I think it gets overlooked. Well, that's, it's just a PM. It's just an oil change. No, it's not. There's a lot more to it than that, right? So, when you're, it's really one of those things, a PM is the purpose truly is to help eradicate downtime, right? And because that's the big killer in any trucking company, whether it's a one truck company or a 10,000 truck company, is downtime, right? So that's always the struggle. Is to try to find those things, and there's so many different things, nowadays, and a good maintenance program really can drive those numbers down. Yeah, maybe never true. You can really never truly eradicate. I know I used a big word there, but you can't really totally get rid of the downtime. Things are going to happen. It's a machine, right? So things are going to break. And things are going to happen.
Actually, but you know what the worst thing?
Try to keep them to a minimum.
Kevin, the worst thing you can do for a truck is turn it on. I mean, that's the worst thing you can do to a truck is actually turn the thing over.
Hey, you'll never have downtime if you don't go down the road.
Yeah, exactly. And I kind of wanted to bring this up too because I'm a pivot to Eric here. One of the other things too is that this at its basic core, Castrol is, in fact, one of the greatest preventative maintenances of all time. I mean, people don't realize that, but it's like this is where, in regards to your expenditures, you should really be spending not the percentage of your overall budget, but you should be really investing in the best quality stuff in regards to preventative care, correct? That it's the one place that you really can't maneuver on. You want to make sure that it's kind of like eating the best foods. This is really what it kind of comes down to. It's the same pitch. You want to have the stuff that's the highest in nutrients, the richest in nutrients. That's a fair analogy, correct?
It is, and it's often not looked at this way because it's oil would be considered consumable or what have you, sort of like tires, brakes. But oil is a component, and you want to make sure you use the right components in your engine. And the oil should be looked at no differently. Same with filters. Using higher quality products will give you that experience. Cheaping out, you're gonna make up for it down the road, probably with a more expensive repair.
I'll tell you this too, Byron. My brother used to run a weatherization company that he sold for a nice little piece of change. He used to tell people would come to him and say, "I'm going to give you I got a lower quote from this guy," and his response was, "Yeah, that's the first price they're going to quote you." I said, "The price I'm quoting you is the last price I'm going to quote you." He said, "Why not get ahead of this and put an end to it immediately, as opposed to keeping on with more and more maintenance." Guys, we're going to run out of time here. This went by fast, despite all the rumbling, bumbling, and stumbling that was going on.
It did, yes.
On our part, by the way. Nobody here is guilty. It's me and Dre that take complete responsibility for this muscular mess that is Road Gang Radio. Really quickly, what do you guys got going on for the week? Anything you want to tell people about that's coming up? We'll start with Byron, go to Eric, and then end with Kevin.
Well, I think for me, it's just supporting TA. There's always kind of an ongoing project, ongoing things that we're kind of working with, and really just to try and help them continue to kind of grow their business and support the customer. So that's the mission for the rest of the week for sure.
And yourself, Eric, what's going on?
Yes, it's continuing to move into summer and continue to get things ready, because the pace of everything improving. The world doesn't stand still, so trying to continue sharpening my pencil and making things work a little bit better.
What are you talking about? I mean, Kevin and I can tell you nothing ever goes wrong in the summertime. There is no wear and tear in a truck in the summertime. You guys are
nothing happens.
I don't know what you're talking about. Kevin, you get the last word before I shuffle off this radio coil for this half hour.
Well, I don't know what to say, but I'm on vacation, sitting in a hotel room, about to go spend some time with some family the rest of today and tomorrow. So,
why are you people even here, man? What's going on? Get out of here! Everybody leave.
Yeah, that's
I call this dedication. Yeah, exactly.
No, I call this commitment. As in, you're going to be committed to an insane asylum. Get back to your family. Love you, Kevin Lindsay.
Yeah,
love you. Thank you, Byron. Thank you, Eric. Guys, thank you so
All
much
right,
for
thanks,
being
guys.
part of a new platform. Thank you, guys. Get going. Oh, my
All
God.
right, take care, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Bye-bye.
Big thanks to our friends over at Travel Centers of America, Kevin Lindsay in particular, the manager of technical service, for making himself available during his vacation. What is that about, Dre? Why are people making themselves available during their vacation? That's commitment.
I don't know. That's commitment.
That is commitment. We're going to come back. How long is the trucking tributes, by the way?
Oh, let's just say the whole half hour. So you can come in, say hi, then leave.
And we're going to do that, by the way. We'll be back after these messages. #RGOI, join the resistance. And trust me, guys, I ain't perfect. God ain't finished with me yet. Although after that, he might be. Great job by Kevin, Byron, and Eric. All right, guys. Talk at you on the other side.
Wait a minute. Are you running all of your rig's accessories?
All of them. You like that?
No, why would I? Your engine's turned off.
That means I ain't violating no idling laws. You like that?
No, why would I? That means you're running off your battery.
I'm running on an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, why wait. Did you say an Odyssey battery?
Odyssey battery. Rugged, maintenance-free, thin plate pure lead technology, and massive deep cycling capability. Plenty of reserve power to run onboard accessories. Engine on or off. Twice the power, 3 times the life of conventional batteries. That's an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, I don't like that. I love that. Wait a minute. The crickets stopped.
Odyssey hasn't.
Get yourself an Odyssey battery. Performance you can count on.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
No, that's my turn. I do that, all right? This is Nemo. Nemo Nation was yesterday. This
See?
is Road Gang Radio. See, I'm already thrown off.
Stay on target, Red Leader. Stay on target, by the way.
Jimmy.
Hey, guys, welcome back. A big shout out to D. Taylor listening out there. Steve has joined the conversation. Camptown Ladies sing this song, Doodah Man, Doodah Man. And speaking of do's, yabba dabba, do your bit like Fred Flintstone did. Speaking of doing your bit, moving the mission forward is one of our favorite things to say here because our partners over at Wreaths Across America have been, contributing to this show for quite some time with trucking tributes. They got a special one today. I believe it is with a lady I talked to yesterday at length who might be moving to Jackson, is moving to Jackson. But Dre, what do you say we turn this over to our friends from Wreaths as I take a bit of a breather, walk on down, grab some coffee. I'll be listening on my RadioNemo.com. Dre, take us away.
Welcome to Trucking Tributes. I'm your host for Trucking Tributes, Susan Patton, and today on Trucking Tributes, I'm super stoked because I am joined by our Director of Transportation at Wreaths Across America, Courtney George, and we will be, for the next half hour or so, discussing all things trucking. And by golly, I think we were like in the first quarter when we last chatted, Courtney, and now, who knew? We're already looking down the barrel of, the end of July, June into July, and geez, not much longer before we're actually talking about Wreaths Across America Day. Welcome to Trucking Tributes, Courtney.
Good morning. It's great to be here, Susan. Have fun with you a little bit.
Oh, always enjoy speaking with you, Courtney, and finding out what is the latest and greatest information in the trucking industry and what's going on. And we have so much to talk about, as always, because the secret is out, Courtney George. We need trucks.
Secret is out. We do need trucks.
We do. We need a lot of trucks, in fact. So let's talk about that.
So this year we're looking at going up by 1 to 200,000 reads. So what that is going to equivocate down to is about 38 more deliveries. Now we are excited that we have a new hub that we have set up in Denver. So that gives us a little more flexibility and room for this upcoming year. That's something that's really new and nice. We're working on the potential for, one down in the Florida area. We're just working with their capacity, because we never know. Florida is a growing market. So we want to make sure that we're there and we can, get everyone in, get as many people helped out as possible. And that's one thing for us as we continue to grow is that we are going to continue to add those hubs. Those markets are going to shift. And that's a great thing for us because as they shift, we can deliver more reads in a more timely manner and get them out across the country where we don't have as many issues of weather, as many issues. Weather is normally the number one issue for us. And Maine is great, but, we realize every carrier can't come there. So we have an option for you. You just got to tell us what we need to make it happen, really.
And you guys are so good at that, Courtney. The transportation division, every Trucking Tributes, I think, without fail, I try to tip my hat to you folks because the amount of logistics and coordination is just phenomenal. And you really have done a yeoman's task in making sure that you make it workable for our carriers and our professional drivers. And as Courtney said, last year we were at 3.1 million wreaths, over 4,900 locations. And this year we're looking down at probably 5,000 locations participating throughout the country this year in 2025. So, boy, if there's ever been a year to say, hey, this is my year as a professional driver or carrier, it really should be, because we are going to need that transportation, that trucking capacity. And Wreaths Across America, for those who may be unfamiliar, and we know that there are new listeners coming in all the time to Trucking Tributes that may not be familiar with how we operate. This is probably as much as a grassroots operation as you could ever have, because it's patriotic Americans who step up every year and say, hey, we want to volunteer. We want to start a location in our community. And it doesn't have to be a national cemetery, veteran cemetery. It could be a local cemetery. It can be a memorial site, anywhere essentially where our U.S. military have been laid to rest or are memorialized is a location that can participate with the Wreaths Across America mission to remember, honor, and teach. And by golly, that's what's happening every year. We are growing and expanding, and that means that fresh wreath, that fresh balsam fir wreath made in Maine has to get everywhere throughout the country. We always joke on Trucking Tribute saying it's trucks, it's planes, it's automobiles, it's whatever can carry it, LNG tankers even, so we really need that carrying capacity. So Courtney, how does it work for people? I mean, we're always saying it's never too soon to reach out to you guys in the trucking division. Explain how it works and how you go about putting it all together.
So all you have to do is email in to trucking@wreathsacrossamerica.org. Tell us you're interested. We'll set up a call with you. Myself or Anna, we will set up the call with you, kind of go through some high points, send over some information, get you registered as a person. We make it really easy. I mean, we'll take it over the phone. We'll have you, if you're a tech person that wants to fill it out, then that's fine. We'll let you fill it out. Whatever is best and easiest for you is what we're going to do. And I actually, it's shocking. I've already got the open load list.
Wow, really? Are you?
Yes.
Oh my goodness, that's exciting. I feel like I'm breaking news here on Trucking Tributes.
This is breaking news. We have never had it this early than we've had it this year. We spent a lot of time in the off season reaching out to our carriers, to our partners, confirming their information, getting everything in, asking them about loads and sizes and things of that nature. We wanted to make sure we were doing it right. Last year, I really felt like we had some areas of opportunity on our end, making sure that we had the right contact people in the system and all of that, which is great. We've gotten that through the help of, we added somebody to our team this year, Anna LeBlanc, who has about 20 plus years or more of trucking and logistics experience. We really wanted to, bring our game up, be able to make it better, make it easier, make it for the people who call in or the carriers who call in that we answer questions in a, quick and timely manner. That's one thing that I always, wanted to improve on, is to be able to talk to people more. They're calling in because they have a question.
Yep, sure, absolutely. And we're about answering those questions. And as Courtney just said, making it as easy as possible for those who participate with us. And, it's amazing because more and more of our professional drivers are making more and more drops because the mission is growing. And it's just something, it's really kind of funny, Courtney, because on Trucking Tributes, these professional drivers seem to think that I have a little pull, and they keep saying, now you make make sure that you tell Courtney and Moral and Karen that I want to do this run again. I said, hey, it's out of my control, ladies and gentlemen. But
You call trucking or call me.
Absolutely.
And I will work on that for you. If you talk to anybody else that's not in the trucking department, I can't make that promise for you. I will not be able to do that.
That's right. So you gotta get connected with the trucking division at Wreaths Across America to make all this happen. And so cool that we are adding another cross dock in Denver. So in case you missed that news, you do not have to transport yourself all the way to the state of Maine if that is not a convenience for you. We have cross docks throughout the country, and as Courtney just alluded to, one being added in Denver, perhaps a new hub coming up in Florida as well. So there are cross-dock locations, and we have amazing partnerships for intermodal loads and all sorts of things. Courtney, can you address that a little bit about some of our partnerships that we work with some of these companies and make it happen?
Our partnerships are unparalleled to anyone else. I mean, they make it happen. They tell us what date they need to pick up which, and it's kind of like a version of Swan Lake that happens on the rail. They know exactly where it's going, where it's got to be, whether it's the Northwest, whether it's, the extreme Northwest, so Washington State, California, those that are going out to the 3 cross docks that we've got in Phoenix. We really have a great ability and program there. And then to be able to bring it in a little bit, we were looking for some more. Denver was a great market for us because it allows us to push up into, I don't know if you would call it the middle Northwest, but, all of the Dakotas, Wyoming, stuff like that. It makes it a little more palatable to get to. And we just realized that people, trucking's changing, and as trucking changes, we change to meet the needs of the drivers.
That is such a valid point. Everything changes. Some folks resist change a little bit, but change is absolutely inevitable. And it's usually for the better. We all get stubborn in our old ways of dealing with things and think, well, this is the way it's got to be. But almost invariably, every time that change happens, there's usually a better benefit because of it, and things that open up and free up and so forth because of that. And, and our drivers are still making these incredible lifelong friendships with our volunteers, or boots on the ground, as we refer to them. And, I just finished an interview with a gentleman who he said he joked about not only being so beautifully well fed at the driver's lounge in Columbia Falls, because that particular driver had to come to Maine to pick up his load and get his run, but he was talking about along the stops. He had multiple stops, and he laughed and joked with me. He said, I must have gotten a half a dozen or so fruit baskets from all these volunteers. And it is true. And it's, as long as I've been doing trucking tributes, our drivers are telling us that the volunteers treat these professional drivers like they are kings and queens, because they know they're bringing that precious cargo of those veterans' wreaths to them so that they can be placed on the headstones of our fallen. And really, hats off to our location coordinators and volunteers across the country who have started to mimic that annual escort feel by giving their professional drivers escorts in. We laugh and say, our professional drivers actually say they like seeing all those blue lights surrounding them. And that's
the one time of the year that they love that.
Exactly right. Exactly right. Courtney, what I love about the transportation division at Wreaths Across America is the other component as well, in terms of making partnerships happen, because you've always said to me, there's only a couple of trucks that I can't load. One's a tanker and one is a flatbed, but we've got the relationships. It's like that song I love from the 60s or 70s. I've got a brand new pair of roller skates and you've got a brand new key. So let's get together and try them on to see, right? So that's what we do. I mean, you're matching people up. Explain how all that goes down.
Well, I think it's a lot of, there's not a problem. And this is what I love about the trucking and logistics industry in the world. There's no problem that's too hard to solve. we just all have to work together. And sometimes it takes sitting down, and it takes a phone call or two, and me bouncing my head or thoughts off of one person who says, what about this? And I'm like, oh, wait, we could do it this way. Or, there's so many options. And what I will say is this: I appreciate so much. I mean, we had a fleet of motorcycle trailers that were up to deliver this past year. They kept being like, Miss Courtney, do you know where I'm going? No, I don't know where you're going. I don't know where you're going till you're going to get loaded. When am I going to get loaded? Sometime today. And they had never done it, but we knew that we were running into small pockets and areas that we needed to be able to deliver to, and finding another truck at that hour was kind of difficult. And so, those men and women who came up with their motorcycle trailers that could get into different ones. I'm going to say Jerry Hayes had about 3 stops down. We stopped him in Hampton Roads, Virginia, got him reloaded. He kept on delivering down into Georgia. I mean, how many people that did that? It was unbelievable.
That just gave me goosebumps. I'm often saying, livestock trailers, you name it, if we can put a wreath box on it securely, then it can carry for it. And as we know, some of these cemeteries, some of these locations are too small to be able to handle a full-size tractor trailer. And some of the loads are a little bit smaller too in some instances, depending upon the size of the volunteer force and what they've been able to do in terms of getting sponsored wreaths. And we really don't know right up until the last minute, pretty much, because our volunteers are just going and going and going. And, they really don't want to stop getting those wreath sponsorships because, as we've discussed so many times, Courtney, there's that famous story that our chairman of the board, Wayne Hansen, has always shared with us. And it's basically the concept of, well, what about my son? What about my daughter? What about my husband? And with new locations that are just starting out, they may not meet their goal initially that first year. So there may be headstones that are left uncovered. And because of that, our volunteers have so much heart. It is amazing to me the amount of heart that our volunteers have that want to go right up to the last minute of getting veterans wreaths sponsored. So your trucking division may not know, just as you said, it's not a matter of, keeping secrets. It's a matter of last minute wreath sponsorships that are coming in and so forth. So that's just, it's just amazing what our trucking division does, Courtney.
They do. And I've got to give a shout out to our finance department pulling those numbers. I mean, what a lot of people don't get, and go, well, you shipped the wreaths. And I'm like, yeah, but I shipped extra wreaths because the last thing I want is someone to have wanted to sponsor a wreath for their loved one and it not make a truck.
And everyone, I will attest to this, everyone at Wreaths Across America I've already told you that our volunteers are outstanding, as is the staff, because I can't think of a person on staff that doesn't have that same exact mentality, Courtney, is that we know how important this mission is to families, and we know the impact that these veterans wreaths have, and that they're so meaningful that all of us have that mentality of, if there's a will, which there is, then we will find a way to make it happen because we know of the impact. We know what it means to our Gold Star families and so forth to be able to have those veterans wreaths in a timely fashion and in good shape. And it's, let's face it, it's a live commodity. It's got to arrive there fresh and looking beautiful as they do when they are placed on the headstones of our fallen throughout this country. And it really is something. Courtney, talk about some of the different trucking shows and so forth where people can connect with you.
Absolutely. So we've got a couple that are coming up this month. We have Saturday, I will be leaving for the TCA, and that is their safety and security. Next month, we are traveling all the way down to Biloxi, Mississippi. This is a new show, which I'm kind of excited about. And the reason I say that is, the Gulf Coast area is one of the areas that we have really spent a lot of time trying to, target. I'm pulling it up because I don't remember the names, of course, for this show.
And as you are pulling it up, I'll let our listeners know you are listening to Trucking Tributes. I'm your host, Susan Patton. I'm speaking with Wreaths Across America's Director of Transportation, Courtney George. And the secret is out, folks. We need trucks. No, it's not too soon to get involved. In fact, the sooner you get involved, the better off we all are in the trucking division, for our carriers and our professional drivers to know where we're headed. And Courtney already has teased us in this edition of Trucking Tributes, because she says she already knows where some open loads are going to be this year. And that may be the earliest in the season that we've ever known that and had that information, because God bless you all, you are getting engaged and you are reaching out now to verify your loads, verify your runs. And maybe this year for the first time, getting involved for the first time. And don't wait, and don't let any, lingering questions in the back of your mind delay that decision. Reach out to Courtney in the trucking division and find out. We've got those answers for you. And as she says, we're going to make it as easy as possible for you to participate.
Absolutely. That's exciting. This one, it's the Gulf Coast Big Rig Truck Show. It's July 25th and 26th down there in Biloxi. We've just got some great opportunities. The TCA Refrigerated Conference. We are excited that SERVA, which is North American Van Lines and Allied Van Lines, is allowing us to participate and be a vendor at their national, kind of like their national convention, which is really a pretty big thing, for them to give us the time and, me the floor. And that gets me really in the heart of, the people who are making these decisions, that are helping set up the cross docks, that are helping, do all of this. I will always continue to give a shout out to our friends at Interstate Van Lines that help me when I say, who do you know in Colorado? Who do you know here? That never say no to me, that find a way and, were willing to take a chance on me when I just first started. And, they're amazing. So we're thrilled.
Is amazing.
Their commitment to our country as a moving and storage company, their commitment to Wreaths Across America is like none other. And I mean, just their commitment to the truck drivers, the way that they bring them in, the way that their team sweeps gets the parking lot, unloaded for them, so we can back every single driver and perfectly get there. They have food and a shower and everything, and they are making food, and they have people there 24 hours that are not there because, I'm getting paid to be here. They're there because they want to be there.
That is so true, so true. And that is the sentiment with so many of our drivers and carrier companies. And, Courtney, that reminds me, too, that it brings up a great point for carrier companies that are thinking about getting involved. We know that so many of our companies really do have a very strong force of professional drivers who are military veterans. And they bring such a great discipline and training skills and so forth to the company. But this, we have discovered over the years, have we not, Courtney, that this involvement with Wreaths Across America is really great for companies as a way to show appreciation to their employees.
It really does. And that's what I'll say, I think, is one of the most exciting things, is watching a company get involved and watching the program take off. And I say that because, Susan, wow. I mean, just absolutely wow. The gratitude that you see in one driver's heart how they took the story back, how their bosses are calling, how it's everyone, working together. It is one driver that says, I'm going to go over here. I'm going to be an owner op, but I'm only going to do this if you let me haul my load. The thoughts of Michelle and Brian Ritter. There are just so many thoughts of people that when they switch jobs want to switch to a carrier that is, involved, like a Walmart or a Tyson's. I get the greatest kick out of how many people loved. We sent out thank yous this year, and they were little die-cast trucks, and how many people loved those.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it is, it's true, that story, because I have had professional driver after professional driver tell me of opportunities that they have taken to another company and have actually said, I'll hire on with you, absolutely. But are you participating with Wreaths Across America? Because that's something that's near and dear to my heart, and maybe I won't hire on with you if you're not participating. Gosh, we've even had law enforcement officials do that.
Yes, absolutely.
That have changed jobs because one agency has stopped participating or what have you, and they want participation in Wreaths Across America to be part of what it is that they do every year. And it really is an incredible retention mechanism. It's a great way to show your employees how much you care about them and to be able to let them show how much they care about their country. And what a wonderful face that is for your company being represented in this organization when volunteers throughout the country see your brand on that truck coming into that cemetery or going down the highway, knowing full well that they are hauling veterans wreaths to, honor our fallen and pay that tribute. Courtney, what are we not talking about from the trucking perspective that you think is super important for you and your team and the trucking logistics operation at Wreaths Across America?
If you have a question or you want to get involved, I just need you to call me. The best time to get in all this set up is now. And I can't stress that enough, because if you call me, and I love everyone that calls me in December and is like, oh, I can help. And I'm like, the last truck is leaving here tomorrow. Like, I needed this help before then, and I want it now so that I can curate the experience. As many people know, I was a director of driver recruiting and experience. So I can create that first mile experience, knowing what's going to happen on the back end for those drivers. We want everyone to be able to enjoy this. And so getting that experience is so important to me. So let's get you set up. Let's get you involved.
Call now, reach out now. And let's be mindful, folks, that the truth is that, National Wreaths Across America Day in 2025 falls on December 13th. So, we really have to have our ducks in a row and know who's going where and who's taking what. Well before that, everything really ramps up well before Thanksgiving at our Drivers Lounge in Columbia Falls. If you are lucky enough to come up to Maine, we have lots in store for you in Maine. Our drivers tell us that that's one of the really fun experiences for them, being able to see the actual tip land and perhaps even place a dog tag for yourself or a loved one on the tip land, to be able to see all that, to take a tour of the museum. And the Drivers Lounge, of course, up in Maine offers every amenity that you would want or need as a professional driver. We've got showers, we've got laundry facilities, we've got 3 hots a day, coffee as much as you want or need, not to mention the fact that is mentioned every time I do a trucking tribute show, Courtney, is the camaraderie. One gentleman laughed the other day and said, I think Wreaths Across America represents the only time and the only place in this country where you can get well over 100 drivers together all at once and nobody's complaining about anything.
That is probably the one right statement and one right time. It is, I've been in trucking 20 years, and this is the only time people are not complaining.
Yeah, yeah, because we do our best. When we hear that, gosh, you guys treat us like kings and queens, that just resonates deep in our heart and soul because that's the goal and objective. We want you to have a good time. We want you to have a memorable experience. We want you to meet the Gold Star families and the other volunteers and to be able to develop those lifelong friendships. So, Courtney, George, thank you so much. I know time is getting so busy for you guys in the trucking sector already. And as you mentioned, you've got some great trucking shows coming up in the next couple of months that people can see you and come chat with you about opportunities. And we just can't thank you enough. We also want to thank the folks at Radio Nemo for having us on this morning as well, as they partner with us to get us extra ears and so forth on the mission. So we really appreciate that opportunity as well. Courtney, please stay well because it's getting busy.
Getting real busy, but we love it, and we can't thank Radio Nemo enough.
You're looking for the best cetane-based additive for your truck. You need Flashpoint from Pittsburgh Power. This premium formula boosts cetane numbers up to 7 points, optimizing your fuel for peak engine performance. Flashpoint protects critical fuel system components, improves power, and enhances fuel economy. Plus, it efficiently disperses water to prevent corrosion and system failures, ensuring your diesel runs smoothly. Combine Flashpoint with Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst for ultimate performance and emissions protection. Visit PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. So they got you at ShadyRays.com.
Well, this is Road Gang Radio, and you're riding shotgun once again with Jimmy Mac and me occasionally. Take it away, my friend.
Phone Master Dre is on the ones and twos, as Lindsay Lawler, who will be joining us in short order, likes to say. You can go to RadioNemo.com and hit that 365 play button. You're in the action. Go to the tube of you. Hit subscribe. Oh, many of you are already doing that, including our good friend Chowda. Showtime is over there. I want to give a big shout out, by the way, on the Book of Face to our dear friend Jody, who actually gave us, he gave us 200 or something. Appreciate you on that one, my friend. And the Ritters are listening as well. Big fans of Rees Across America. Big fans of this particular show, and we're big fans of theirs as well. They got a chance to meet Dave at the Driver's Lounge in recent time. And you can also go to iHeartRadio and find us at Radio Nemo. We're everywhere you need us to be, and that reach is going to keep on expanding as we have added OOIDA to the mix. We are so thrilled to have Trucking with OOIDA, which will be immediately after Road Gang Radio on this platform. There is a lot of rumbling, bumbling, and stumbling going around, but there's also often, even when people trip, they find themselves in the end zone. Touchdown. Well done, Dre. This is the first edition of Highway to Health, where we'll get the chance to talk to Dr. Ben Kligler. Of course, he is the Executive Director for the Patient-Centered Care and Cultural Transformation at the Veterans Health Administration. The U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs is where he joins us. Good morning to you. It's a chance to get to talk to a guy who I've admired from listening to for quite some time. Good morning and welcome back to the new edition of Highway to Health.
Good morning. Yes, thanks for having me. Good to be here again.
I'm really excited about this, too, because it's something, Dre and I care deeply about fitness and staying in shape. We care deeply about taking care of ourselves. And I think one of the missing components in that is the number of people who don't understand about, actually recharging your battery. And I know you want to kind of dig into that today because there are a lot of people who go and do everything right, except for the fact that they're doing it on 3.5 to 5 hours of fitful sleep. Is that fair?
Yes, that is fair. And I think people think, that terrible expression, I'll sleep when I'm dead, and I think the fact is sleep is a huge part of just overall well-being, overall health, overall mental health, and I think it can be hard. I think that, society doesn't value it much. We don't make time for it. And so I think bringing it up into people's sort of front and center, into people's awareness is really worthwhile for sure.
Let me tell you this on a personal anecdotal level. I have been, and so has this entire team, as you know, on this new platform, have been basically doing 6 months of work in 6 weeks. And for the past year, it's been a lot of stressful work around the studios. I haven't been sleeping well. My friend Dre will back me up here. I have, for the last week and a half, been getting good sleep for the first time in, I would say, 2 years. The difference between when I come in the mornings now, and Dre can tell you, and my attitude, not just my work productivity, but the amount of times I smile during the course of the day, the amount of times where I feel the day is just going by as opposed to grinding on. Time changes when you change your relationship with sleep. Is that fair?
Yeah, absolutely. And I wonder, not to get too personal, but I wonder what changed 2 weeks ago that you started getting better sleep. Was it just you decided to, or things started to calm down at work, or what happened?
Well, I mean, basically, what also happened was with the burden of kind of making the decision. We made, of course, a big lifestyle and platform change, but in making that change, I kind of resolved that I'm here, I'm in this, I might as well do this, and I think changing my attitude, also the idea that I'm now no longer working in rooms alone, but actually that Dre is here, that I have human interaction, that I know somebody is holding me accountable, I'm holding them. It was like in literally the snap of a finger, I got to see all my friends in one room put this studio together. And then, Dr. Kligler, I turned around and suddenly I have these two great young people sitting across from me every day, able to kind of work with them and hold each other accountable. So I think changing circumstance is probably a good way to kind of frame it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Sometimes, we get all caught up in expecting something to be a certain way or worrying about the way it's going to be, and that can really interfere with getting rest and being able to sleep. And then just kind of saying, well, but this is how it is, that can really take a burden off, and then you can be much better set up to get what you need for sure.
So can we kind of pivot into the idea of how one kind of constructs a better sleep hygiene? I mean, the idea of how we go about the idea of building this, because there are a lot of men and women out there, who are struggling terribly, fitfully nights of sleep. And we talk about the idea of the kingdom of sleep. Is there a way we can move to understanding that it's productive, to understanding that sleep can be something that can be actually enjoyed as well, that we can look forward to?
Yeah, sure. And I just want to say, since this is our topic today, and I know, so many people that listen to the show are out there driving, and I know, sometimes people have deadlines and pressure and may not actually be able to totally control when they sleep or exactly how long they sleep. So I don't want to pretend that isn't part of sort of the environment that people have to deal with, and not only people who are truckers, but lots of different people for different reasons. I mean, there are some real basics. I think the most important thing is to convince yourself, which you kind of just said you did because of, how good you've been feeling the last 2 weeks. Convince yourself of how important it is. And I can tell you from a scientific point of view that getting adequate sleep is incredibly important to all kinds of different health conditions, blood pressure control, heart health in the long run, diabetes, mental health conditions. There's all kinds of evidence that poor sleep is associated with, worse outcomes in all kinds of diseases. Probably a lot of that is just your body is naturally set up to need the time to recharge. But that may not be the thing that convinces people. I think the thing that convinces people of the importance is probably going to be just check it out yourself. So what happens when you sleep 8+ hours? How is your day? I'll just share, my own personal anecdote. I had a vacation last week. I went hiking with my son out in California. And, you're hiking, you're tired, and then you set up your tent and there's actually nothing to do. So you get into bed at 8 o'clock. And we were sleeping 10. One night we slept 11 hours. And I just felt so great. I mean, I cannot even tell you. And so, I get into the same trap when I'm in my busy work week. I might plan to get 8, but then I go to bed too late and I get 6.5, and then I just noticed such a difference the next day. So I think the first thing is just breaking yourself out of that assumption that sleep isn't important and that just like, you know that you prioritize what you eat every day, you prioritize exercise, but prioritizing making time for sleep, I think, is really key. So that's, I think, the first level. I can keep going if you want.
I just
Can
want to
keep
say
going?
something. I want you to keep
Yeah.
going, but just one quick second. I just want to say that the most glorious summer I've had in the last 5 years is when my wife and I made a commitment to go to the gym every other day, but it wasn't the workout, is that we would swim at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon after being in the studio for the morning. We would swim, and it was so exhausting. It felt like being a kid again, in the same way when you went camping. Look, you swim for 2 or 3 hours, you get to the end of the day and you're like, I'm done. It's almost like it makes it inevitable, where sleep is inescapable, that you've worn yourself out in a positive way. I just wanted to kind of add that, but go ahead, Dr. Kligler.
No, absolutely. I think, and there's good data too that shows that exercise, especially late afternoon, early evening, definitely contributes to sleep. Some people feel like exercising later will interfere with your ability to get to sleep, because you get that kind of adrenaline going, and it can take a little while to kind of taper down afterwards. But definitely exercising during the day at some point is absolutely important contributor to sleep. So I'm going to say one other thing. I mean, I can tell you all the kind of straightforward things which I think are really important, like, for example, having a regular time when you go to sleep. That's sort of set up, and even if you're not going to fall asleep right away, still making that commitment. Okay, it's 10 o'clock, I am going to bed. And you might read for an hour, you might do this, you might do that, but making that commitment to yourself. So, but what I want to say is that isn't always possible for everybody because of work schedules or other responsibilities. And so this is going to sound silly, but don't underestimate the value of naps either. And I know that sounds like, oh, this guy must be lazy, loving his naps. But I think if you, for whatever reason, are in a situation where a given night or a given week, your nights aren't long enough, you can't get there, I think finding time for even half-hour nap during the day, and I know a lot of truckers know this because people are probably accustomed to, I'm kind of tired, I have to pull over, I'm going to take a sort of a power nap, and that kind of that lingo around a power nap, I think, says that's how much that can do for you if you happen to be in a day when you're challenged by just whatever reason your schedule didn't give you enough sleep the previous night. So I think that's another important part of it. But having a regular bedtime, I just think that's really, really, really crucial. And, there's some other obvious things that almost don't need saying, but people don't always think about them. Caffeine in the afternoon or evening. And it's not just caffeine like a cup of coffee. It's the caffeine that's in sodas. It's obviously things like Red Bull and other kind of energy drinks. Those things, you may not think they're interfering with your sleep, but if you're having trouble, you really want to keep those things to the morning, early morning, and not step into those in the afternoon or evening for sure. And I know that's obvious, but sometimes we don't actually think about which things we're putting in our bodies do have caffeine, sodas in particular. So that's another, I think, really basic strategy for getting into a rhythm with healthy sleeping.
I'll tell you this. I have anecdotal evidence of what you speak. So my father is now 82. At 80 years old, he was morbidly obese. He is not anymore. He made a commitment over the last year and a half to 2 years to simply, got rid of the salt, got rid of the sugar. The biggest thing that he actually claims that helped him most of all was he only drinks decaf coffee now, except for the first cup in the morning. And to almost prove the point by reverse, his granddaughter had her engagement party, which 2 years ago he couldn't have attended because he couldn't have walked in. He can now walk without even the help of a cane. He called me up and he said, "Hey, can I have one of your coffees?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure. Why?" I said, "It's kind of late." He goes, "Well, I really want to be up for what's going to happen tonight and don't want to be dozing off in a chair." He told me later on that since he has stopped drinking coffee after, essentially 8 o'clock in the morning that has any caffeine in it, what has happened is that cup of coffee actually helped as opposed to just maintained him. And he said, I'm not going back to it because he couldn't go to sleep that night. but he said he never realized the power of what caffeine was doing to him until he stopped and then had a cup of coffee late in the afternoon, a good year later. And it you often have to remind yourself by getting off of it, you'll feel the difference, but you won't realize how different it is because it's so gradual, the change, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you're on a 3 cups of coffee a day regimen, you feel like you need that afternoon coffee, and you do need it, but it doesn't even really get you that much energy. It just kind of keeps you from crashing, right? So, and then along the same lines, I think it's important how you handle your eating in the evening. So, again, this is obvious. Many people may already know this, but having a lot of sugar in the evening is going to disrupt your sleep. Having a lot of alcohol, especially in the evening, is another real problem. I know a lot of people will be like, oh, I need a couple of drinks to get to sleep. But the thing with alcohol is it might help you get to sleep because it is what you call a central nervous system depressant. So it does help you get to sleep in a lot of cases, but then it wears off a few hours later after your body's burned it up. And then you're going to wake up kind of more discombobulated and kind of potentially anxious or restless than you would have otherwise. So I think keeping alcohol consumption moderate, especially in the evening, is another ticket to really getting kind of regular, healthy, restful sleep, right? Because even if you have those couple beers or you have those couple of drinks and you do get to sleep, it's not going to get you all the way through the night with the kind of rest that you need.
Let me ask you something in regards to food and beverage consumption in the evening. And this is a question from a healthy standpoint in regards to the kind of intermittent fasting that takes place between where people eat between like 10 and 6. Does intermittent fasting done properly actually help regulate your sleep?
I don't know that I've seen any real studies about that. It sure makes sense to me though, because everybody's had the experience. You eat a big meal or a heavy meal in the evening and you feel tired, but then it doesn't necessarily lead to a restful sleep. And I don't know that I've seen that studied in particular, but I think that intermittent fasting there's a lot of evidence now about how healthy that is overall. Even if it's just, 10 to 6 or 9 to 6, even if it's a relatively, I know people, I've been actually myself striving to go 8:30 till I wake up in the morning, which I find kind of hard because I know I'm watching basketball game on TV. I want a snack, right? So, but the nights when I do it, I do feel like I actually rest better. I feel better in the morning. And then, of course, overall, it really helps you with weight control, too. So, I definitely think, not a heavy meal before bed is another good strategy.
Dr. Kligler, I got to tell you, somebody made me laugh once. Somebody said, you call it intermittent fasting. I call it my mom telling me the kitchen was closed at 6 o'clock in the evening after dinner.
Right.
It's so funny.
If only we still had our moms telling us how to have a healthy approach to things, for sure.
Yeah, there's a real balance there. Okay, so like I said, that's a lot of the stuff with the food and the caffeine and the consumption, and we talked about the idea. At the center of all of this, and you take this where you want to go with it, but I'm also so interested because you do, as a physician, put a great deal of mind on mindfulness, don't you, as well? And so much of this really is about, you can begin to track your sleep as well, can't you? You can begin to say, you know what, I didn't get 8 hours last night. I don't need to give up in despair. I'll give another shot at it. I'll take another run at it. It's a matter of, it's one of those things that doesn't change overnight. It changes incrementally, right?
Right. Yeah, definitely. And well, all of these, self-care approaches that are part of the circle of health, that we talk about with whole health, none of them is all or nothing. They're all, you can always do better. If you do not so well one day, there's always a next day when you pick it up and you try again. So I think sleep is no different. What I do want to bring up a little bit is just, what if you're a person who has trouble falling asleep? Because, some people may be listening and they're like, well, that's great. Give me a regular bedtime. I won't have alcohol. I'll do this. I'll do that. But I just can't stop my mind from racing. I'm thinking about the day. I'm worrying about tomorrow. I'm worrying about what my boss said to me this morning that I didn't like, or what I said to him. And so I think another thing that can be really helpful is developing sort of I don't want to call it relaxation practice because that's like sort of an overused term, but sort of a slowing down practice maybe that you do towards the end of the day, and when you're getting into bed. I mean, it's good if you do it towards the end of the day, but I'm really talking about when you're ready to go to sleep. And there are so many different options out there for how to do that. I personally think one of the best options is listening to a tape. And, there are, I can't even imagine how many different downloadable brief tapes there
it's
are
endless.
that will help
It's
you
endless.
quiet your mind. Yeah, and I don't want to mention, I think partly just because I work for the government and I'm not supposed to, I don't want to mention any specific products.
Mm-hmm.
What I will say, though, because I am allowed to say this, is my office has put together a great resource for this, and it's called Live Whole Health. And so it's a website where basically there are, I think now we're over 200 different brief recorded, some of them are just audio, some of them are audio and video, recorded little mini sessions. They've all been done by mostly by VA physicians or psychologists, and you can pick which one you want, but there are a whole lot of kind of relaxation, guided imagery, help you get to sleep, brief. I'm talking 3 minutes, 5 minutes. And so I would encourage people to even start there with looking for something that might really suit you. And it's easy to find. You just Google #LiveWholeHealth. We started it during the pandemic when it's hard for veterans to get into the medical centers, and we wanted them to still have a way to access some of these things we offer, like whether it's meditation or Tai Chi or yoga. So we started putting stuff up online, and then it turns out people love it. People use it all the time. So that's one really easy sort of next step, is if you're a person who has trouble falling asleep, then take a look at that website and try out a couple of the guided imagery / relaxation mini sessions, and you might find one that really suits you. Or, like I say, there are so many apps that you don't even you will never run out of options there.
If you have, and by the way, if you have a streaming service, and we won't mention any, that way we won't put anybody on the hook. If you have a streaming service, you can simply type in sleep aid, and there will be something that you can pull up and will basically talk you into the land and the kingdom of sleep, right? I mean,
right.
it's out there. It's all for the taking.
Yeah, I think it's very easy to access. And so I think that's a really good first step to try. Another couple of things that I've used over the years in my practice that I think are really helpful, and this not everybody may have this option. But when my kids were little and they couldn't fall asleep, I used to rub their feet and just press a few sort of, gentle massage points on their feet. And that used to work like magic. And I think part of why that works is, you're in your head all day. We spend our whole day in our head, even if we're walking around or we're driving or whatever. I mean, where is your attention? It's in your thoughts, it's your worries, it's your plans, whatever it is you're thinking about. And when you have that experience, when it just keeps going and going and going during this period when you're trying to fall asleep, that can be really frustrating. And if you can get focused down in your feet, I know it sounds a little silly, but if you can get your mind to kind of just go down there and remember that you got feet, you got a body, a lot of times that will help your mind quiet down. And so one way to do that is if you've got somebody friendly around who can rub your feet for a couple of minutes, that's always great. We don't always have that. But you can also do this mentally for yourself.
By the way, Dr. Kligler, my wife gets the gold medal of all time. Last Christmas, they got me foot massaging boots. These soft boots that you can wear that put you to sleep, that actually squeeze your feet, and you can set them on different settings. There's ways that it constricts and unconstricts. It is one of the greatest things ever to happen to me. It's a game changer.
I love that idea. And it makes sense that it would just put you right to sleep, because like I say, it just is like, it takes you out of that crazy spinning mind pattern that we're all in all the time. So I think that's a great tactic. I'm really glad I hadn't heard of that. I know about different kinds of self-massagers, but I hadn't heard about a foot massage one. And, another place we've used this a lot over the years is, because physicians, you work in the hospital, you get patients in the hospital for various things. And when I have had patients in the hospital, especially older people, and, nobody can sleep in the hospital, I've made a habit, or sometimes because I work with, residents and medical students, I've asked them to do it. If you just hold on, somebody's in their hospital bed, they're not feeling well, you just tell them, I want to just give this a try. And you just hold both their feet for a minute or two. You'd be amazed how that can calm people down. Sometimes they fall asleep right away. Sometimes they just feel better. You don't have to worry about hurting them because usually nothing's going on around the feet.
Right.
And so that's another example of a place where, paying attention to, sort of bringing your attention to your feet and that part of your body can really be relaxing and helpful.
It's so funny, by the way, of course, you sent us this beautiful kind of circular chart about having a holistic life. And I'm not going to go through all of them because I know you want to do that eventually with us. But I was laughing, not like in the comedy of it, but in the truth of it, that all of these things contribute to all the other things as well, too. I mean, you could actually make a case that everything outside of the circle of sleep, all the other circles, in fact, contribute to sleep. And the other thing about somebody touching your foot, I hate to say this, it means somebody cares about you. And that alone can often put you in a really terrific place to find your way to the kingdom, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. And yeah, they are all interconnected. And then, truthfully, getting better sleep, it's kind of like you said, getting better sleep makes it easy not to eat a lot of junk food the next day and not to, maybe forget to exercise because you're feeling a little more centered and solid in yourself. You're much more likely to be able to follow through with some of the other things that are going to, keep you healthy in the long run. So, I had one other thing I wanted to mention, which is a really useful sleep aid that I've had good luck with, and a lot of people know about this already. But this is essential oils, or some people will call it aromatherapy. Oh, yeah. And there are a number of essential oils which all come from plants, and they distill out the oils so they really capture the smell. And some of them can be super, super helpful for sleep. So the best known one is lavender, and you can use it in a whole bunch of different ways. I mean, you can buy it in any health food store. You can probably buy it. There are a lot of cheap copies of lavender, so to be honest, you want to get one that's, 18 or 20 bucks for a little bottle and not $5 because the $5 probably doesn't have the right kind of chemical, actual, real from the plant material in there. It's probably a knockoff, but you can put it a little bit on your pillow. You can get what's called a diffuser, which is a little thing that you drop a couple drops into, and it just spreads it into the air right around where you're sleeping. And there are other essential oils you can try too. Lavender's probably the most common one, but there are all kinds, and different people might be suited to different ones. So that's another thing I've had a lot of luck with helping people sleep better.
Unbelievably, we are out of time, but I'm not surprised. It is a topic that is near and dear to my heart and so well spoken about by Dr. Ben Kligler, who joins us this morning, the Executive Director for Patient-Centered Care and Cultural Transformation with the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. We love having you on. Thank you so much for being a part of this show and on Highway to Health, as always. We hope to continue this relationship. Where can people go to get more information and get more of the good news?
We have a great website. It's va.gov/whole health, WHOLE health. And it's open to everybody, not just veterans. It has tons of great resources and information on there for all kinds of aspects of your health, but definitely for sleep and recharge, you'll find some great things on there. So it's va.gov/whole health.
Thank you, Dr. Kligler, so much from the bottom of our hearts for joining us. And welcome, by the way, to Road Gang Radio.
Yeah, I'm excited, and thank you for having me, and I'll look forward to coming back next month.
Thank you, sir.
Right.
Guys, don't forget, by the way, when we have healthy veterans in this country, we have a healthy country. Straight up. That's the absolute truth of the matter. When veterans aren't sleeping under bridges, when veterans actually are getting the care that they need, it's not just a good thing for the veterans and their families and the people that care about them. It's a good thing for all of us. Guys, by the way, go to truckdown.com. You want to check them out if you are in need of service and needing to find a provider. They serve all 50 states and the 8 provinces. Go to truckdown.com. They've been doing it since 1997. Hit that music, Dre, because our good friend Lindsay Lawler is coming up. We'll talk to her, get her into the groove here on Road Gang Radio, and then get our friend Scott Shea. An origin story is always something Lindsay and I love.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
I'm a long-haul trucker. I don't have time for nonsense. So when I fuel up, I need to get in and get going with a fuel card that takes me there. Founded in 1978 by a trucker for truckers, Multi-Service Fuel Card is run by real, honest people who are there to help us road warriors keep our freight moving. And with nationwide acceptance, fuel discounts, and dedicated customer service, no matter where I'm going with Multi-Service Fuel Card, I never roll alone. Learn more at neverrollalone.com.
Oh, it's that time. Live from Fastport Studios in New Orleans, this is Road Gang Radio with good old Jimmy. And yes, Lindsay Lawler. Lindsay Lawler's here.
Oh, Double L is in the house.
That's me.
Oh,
my friend.
That's me.
A pink smiley face at the top of your head. I got a smiley face below and I got a smiley face on top.
Well, I'm wearing a pink beanie, and you know what that means? That means I haven't washed my hair. So, but I know it's just radio, but you guys still have to see me. So, it's so greasy that you could maybe cook an egg on there or something. I don't know, but that's what the beanie's for this morning, guys.
I love the beanie, by the way.
Thanks.
I'm a big fan of beanies. Beanies is where it's at, guys. Welcome to RGR, hashtag RGR. Really quickly, Lindsay, before you and I jump into a little bit of a conversation, we got a good friend coming up here in just a moment. You and I love an origin story, and this is one of the most complicated ones. But our origin story over here at the Fastport Studios begins with Fastport. They're solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people, which is what Lindsay and I really love. From registered apprenticeships to veterans readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. How was your Father's Day weekend?
It was good. It was really good. We were at the lake with some friends, and it was kind of half work, half play. A songwriter that I work with and love, an artist that I love, Steffi Schmidt, who you've met. We were out at their lake house, so we got to have a little fun and celebrate Seamus and Steffi as well. They're both fathers, but we also got to write some music and sing some songs, which was great. We started working on a song I'm really excited about. And I'm going to tell you, Jim, here's the lyric that it started out with. What if we're living in a painting hanging somewhere in someone's house and don't even know it? That's the beginning of the song.
That's a nice start. That's a groovy little love thing going on right there.
It's groovy. So that was Father's Day weekend, and then yesterday was my anniversary and 18 years married. And here's how romantic 18 years married is, Jim. It goes like this: we went to a swim meet with our daughter. That was a lot of fun, and a bunch of other kids that I don't care about. A whole bunch of kids that I don't care about that I had to clap for. Woo. So that was cool. Then we dropped my daughter at my parents' house for a couple hours while we went and grabbed a bite, and then we went to Home Depot and Costco, free of a child. That was my 18-year anniversary. So, it's great. You know what that says, though, to me? I'm comfortable in my relationship, or or it's wildly depressing. However you choose to look at it.
I don't think it's wildly depressing. I think you're saving up a big one for the big 2-0, by the way.
Buddy.
And I do think it's really cool. As I called you yesterday, I had to give you a brief call. We were knee deep and wading through. And I'm like going, I'm only calling you to say happy anniversary. I'm leaving. Goodbye. And you were like, okay, goodbye.
I appreciated it.
But it was literally the day after Dave and Cheryl's anniversary.
I love that. I didn't realize that either. Are they also married just 18 years, those young bucks as well?
Absolutely. Both Amy and Claire were born out of wedlock. Fantastic.
Great.
Fantastic.
That's what this show's all about.
Born out of wedlock. By the way, this show was born out of wedlock. Hashtag RGR.
Okay.
The absolute truth, Ruth. I was so pleased to see, though, that lovely post you made about you and Seamus. And you're right. There is something to be said about comfort. And by the way, it doesn't make any difference whether you're at Costco or whether you're walking by the Seine. Well, it does. But there is something kind of lovely about just spending quality time with somebody you care about in the most unpressured way. And I love the fact that you guys have a kind of marriage where it's not about like, why aren't we doing something special? Because every day with the person you love.
I mean,
all right.
Sometimes it is. But he literally looked at me. He's like, I didn't get you anything. I was like, cool, I didn't get you anything either. So we went and bought plants. So we called it our plantiversary. We bought plants and pots for our bedroom and at Home Depot last night and we looked at each other and said, happy plantiversary.
But
that's so dumb we are.
By the way, 4-Odd says, good morning to you, Double L. Happy anniversary. But dig this. I can't read it on the air. If you guys get a chance, head on over to YouTube and read Fred Flintstone's comment. We were talking about sleep with Dr. Ben Kligler earlier. He's got a perfect solution if you're having trouble sleeping. It's kind of brilliant out there as well. I know you get a chance to listen to the shows in the morning. Last week when Kevin Lindsay came on, he actually gave us his origin story. The guest that we have coming up here, Lindsay, in just a little bit, when I read the article, I kept thinking about you because I kept thinking about the idea. I love that Scott Shea does this. He tracks people. He doesn't just tell you what happened, but like with Van Morrison, with the Mamas and the Papas and everybody else, he writes about Wolfman Jack. I love that he actually just tells you how people got where they got. Because that, I think, is the most important thing about music historians, when they can actually trace the person from their beginning point and show you how both their talent and their failings put them where they ended up being. And it becomes a great value lesson. I know why I like a good origin story, and you and I love that SNL movie about the first night of SNL. You and I love the idea. And one of the most exciting things about this show, about being here for it now, and the people that are commenting over on YouTube and Facebook. Jody gave us 200-something-somethings, and the Ritters are listening. All these people are listening. It really feels like we're at the beginning of something, doesn't it? It's the first time I've had that feeling in a long time, that we're at an origin point. And I love that feeling. And I was kind of curious if that's what you dug about origin stories.
Yeah, I mean, I think what Scott Shea, who's a brilliant author and writer, who's joining us here in just a minute or two, what he does so well that you alluded to is, yes, the origin story, but also the idea of legacy and wherever that legacy comes from. I mean, I'm excited to dive into some of the pivot moments in a lot of people's pivot. And a lot of people's stories, that moment that changed everything. I heard him talking on Instagram about the Waylon Jennings moment, which I want to talk about, where he gave his plane seat away to the Big Bopper, and we know how that story finishes. And so, I mean, talk about a pivot moment for both the Big Bopper and Waylon, of course. But that's the kind of thing. Yeah, I feel that here. We're building something, and it's not hard and it's not easy, but it's also led with the right intention and coming from a place of real inspiration. And I think that's what Scott does really well, because I want to talk to him about how he puts his stamp on someone else's story. You know, that's kind of strange to be a writer. Like, I'm telling someone else's story, so how do I tell it in my voice without just giving the facts? You know what I mean? So that's really interesting. But he does that really well from a legacy standpoint, and that's what I've been really interested. That's why I loved the BET Awards the other night and that Icon Award, and hearing people talk about, and hearing Snoop Dogg talk about, you know, legacy is what, you know, the idea of what you leave behind. And it's not even fame, because so many of Scott's stories here are the people behind the scenes, which if you're equating that to what we're building here, Jim, you know how many people we have behind the scenes here that are way more important than you and I, because without them, people can't hear you and I. So it's such a team effort and all of that. So it'll be a fun conversation.
And with that in mind, Dre, keep it down. God almighty.
Seriously, it's so hard to find good help around here. Oh, he thought it was so funny. Should we talk to Scott?
Yeah, let me set this up, by the way. He is a remarkable music historian, and by the way, slowly expanding that reach to talk about more and more great origin stories and points. You remember him first from All the Leaves Are Brown, how the mamas and papas came together and broke apart. He spent time with Dave talking about Wolfman Jack. He spent time with us talking about Brown Eyed Girl. Do you remember when we used to sing? Van Morrison would have liked to have forgotten it. But we are joined by Scott Shea this morning. How are you, sir? Welcome back as always.
Hey guys, thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. I enjoyed sitting here listening to you compliment me.
We can put you back on mute and talk about you more if you want.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah,
we're really good at ignoring the guest, and we're good at that. Well, Scott, welcome to the show. I have to mention, just since Jim alluded to your the Van Morrison Brown Eyed Girl, I have to say I sang down on Broadway here in Nashville at Tootsie's for years, and my husband hates the song Brown Eyed Girl so much. There's something in it that just irks him to his core that people of course request it when in their drunken stupor. So I had to sing it so many times, but he would I would see him, someone request, it's that song in Margaritaville for him. I will see him get up and leave a show and go to another bar.
I'll walk with him on Margaritaville. I'll walk with him. You know why I'll leave. Oh my God, good for him.
But with that, actually, it poses a question to you, Scott. What are some of the best known songs, some of the most irritating songs? I mean, I understand earworms and such, but how does something like Brown Eyed Girl, that you either love it or you hate it, or you hate to love it or you love to hate it, but why are some of those songs, such epic songs, so freaking annoying? What's your take?
It's a good question. I guess probably repetition would be one thing. I mean, you know, those are songs you hear them on classic rock stations, you hear them on oldie stations, and you hear them on light FM stations. So they're like everywhere, you know, and they get into that rotation. And yeah, I think for people who like us, who are music lovers, and when you see people who aren't, get excited about it, maybe it's something annoying to you. People, you know, it's like, why? Yeah, I don't want to see other people enjoy this song. I know better. This song isn't as good as everybody thinks it is. So maybe there's a little bit of that going on. We're all a little bit of guilt. Anybody who's a music lover is a little bit guilty of that. And you know, you can count me among them. I listen. Those are two great songs. But if I never hear them again, that's fine, because I've heard them enough. And I'll throw Aretha Franklin's "Respect" in there, and "Hey Jude" by the Beatles, and you know, a few others that they're good songs. They are you know, deep into the fabric of music culture and pop culture, and are going to be around forever. But man, they get played a lot, you know. So it's like
too much.
I'm kind of done with them.
Well,
wait, is that the? Sorry, Jim, real quick, but is that the? Jim and I talk a lot. We have a real thing about Morgan Wallen here. We make fun of him, and we think there's an evil genius behind it, whether it's the machine or Morgan himself. But are there evil geniuses behind? Was there an evil genius behind Brown Eyed Girl that was like, or was something like that more of just a lucky spin, or was it okay? We're going to make sure something happens.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Talk about it.
Yeah.
There's definitely an evil genius. It was Burt Burns. You know, he was the producer. He was mobbed up. He was, you know, he had a rough temperament, you know, but he was also a brilliant songwriter, and he knew a hit when he smelled one. So you know, he picked that song out of a lineup from Van's songs, and he went with it and ran with it. And you know, I think Van also going out on his own and having a formidable career and becoming a legend, you know, also helped that song grow, you know, because it is a catchy song. It was a big hit. It was his first hit, and it traveled with him, whether he liked it or not.
Yeah, that's kind of the same thing with Margaritaville. But you ain't seen nothing yet, baby, because that's what we're talking about today. A little bit of Bachman Turner Overdrive, a little bit of the Guess Who, but behind it all. And this is, like I said, when I read this article, and and I thought about you, Lindsay, too, because man, Chad Allen's story is exactly the kind of story that you gravitate to and say, how could you give up the keys to the kingdom? Because this is a reluctant rock star, or could have been, should have been, would have been, except at the end of the day, he could never get his feet in one part of the world or another. He was always being pulled back and forth. Set up for us who Chad Allen is.
Yeah, and not only did he give the keys to the kingdom up once, he gave it up twice. He was a Canadian kid in the late 50s who started a group called Allen and the Silvertones, who became Chad Allen and the Reflections, who became Chad Allen and the Expressions, and then became the Guess Who. So he is essentially the founder of the Guess Who, and they had a big hit under the name Guess Who and Chad Allen and the Expressions at the same time, called Shakin' All Over. It was a big rock anthem in the mid-'60s, kind of right up there with Louie Louie and Gloria and Hang On Sloopy. It was that kind of frat anthem, for lack of a better term. And, it brought them great success, but it also came with some struggles because they couldn't really follow it up. And they brought in a talented keyboardist named Burton Cummings. He was about 17 years old, and within a year or less, Chad Allen was gone. There's never been, the elephant in the room is always Burton Cummings, but there's always been other reasons given for his leaving. He wasn't feeling well. He wanted to go back to college. He hurt his throat singing, not from his diaphragm, But for me, I think it had to be Burton Cummings because, fast forward a few years later, when Randy Bachman is out of the Guess Who, they reunite and form a group called Brave Belt, who they morph into Bachman Turner Overdrive after they bring in Fred Turner, another strong personality, another strong vocalist, and Chad just kind of, with less than a year after they formed the band and midway through their second album sessions, leaves again, and then they struggle a little bit, and then within a year they find their mojo and become Bachman Turner Overdrive.
I'm so Chad Allen, he steps aside each time his bands are about to really hit. So, in Nashville, of course, we talk a lot about song doctors or whatever you want to call them, folks who, shape careers but stay behind the scenes. This is different because he wasn't necessarily behind the scenes. He's in the band. He just leaves. Call it, I don't know, is that guts or maybe survival instinct? I don't know which it is, but I'm curious if there's a chance. Okay, here, stay with me. Is there a chance Chad was even real? Was Chad is Chad a figment of our imagination because he's like this rock and roll angel who floats in, he kind of helps shapes groups, right, and then he flies onto the next. So how much of history is there's so much history where it's really, rooted in these invisible hands, but is Chad really real? What was he doing? Why I don't know if you did a psychological profile of him or not, but perhaps you should have.
Well, I have seen pictures of him, so I think
good.
He's real.
Okay, good.
But no, that's a good question. And yeah, he's like a rock and roll guardian angel,
Yeah.
And I did, I didn't do too much of a personality dive because I'm not an expert at that, but I did say he seemed to be about lifting others up. Like when for instance when Randy Bachman left the Guess Who, he didn't really leave willingly. He had gotten into he had a different lifestyle than his bandmates. They were young guys, they were single, they were into the party scene and the groupies and the drinking and the drugs and
the good stuff.
He had converted to Mormonism, was married, and stayed sober in mind and body, and it caused caused a lot of tension within the group, and eventually, he wanted to kind of pull back and be Brian Wilson, and just kind of maybe not travel with them as much and just kind of stay home and write the songs, and they were having none of that. So it eventually forced his departure, and when he went back to Winnipeg, he couldn't find a soul to play for him. He kind of been blacklisted. And the one guy he ran into at the CBC was Chad Allen, who was who had done some television work. and they decided to record some songs together. So, here he is again. This time, he brings Randy in for the second time because he recruited him to be part of the Guess Who, 10 years earlier. So, at least I would say, at least in the case of Randy Bachman, he was his guardian angel for sure.
Okay.
Really quickly, Lindsay, just wanted to tell you on our new platform, Beach Bum, who's just joining us for the first time, says hello to you, and of course hello to Scott Shea, joining us here on the platform for the first time. You brought the name up, you opened the door, and you actually do it in the article as well, too. I wanted to take a moment here, just as kind of a side mission. You join us less than a week after Brian Wilson has passed away, and given your love of all things rock and roll and the history of rock and roll and origin stories and tracing people, can you kind of talk really briefly before getting back to Chad Allen? Always taking second fiddle to somebody else. Poor Chad.
Aw, Chad.
Can you talk for a minute about Wilson's contribution and why he's so important to American rock?
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of like the Gershwin of rock and roll. He created his own musical genre, basically American summer music. And whenever we go to the beach, or whenever there's a movie or a television show that does a beach scene, there's always a Beach Boys sounding song, or if not a Beach Boys song in there. It's the sound of summer, and it's uniquely his own. It's the chord progressions he used, the instrumentation, it was a mixture of his own style and Phil Spector's wall of sound, and pre-psychedelia pop art that just manifested into the Brian Wilson sound. And there aren't too many people out there. You could probably put Elvis in that category, and you could probably put Johnny Mercer and, like I said, Gershwin and people like that. He for sure was a musical genius. And I don't throw that term around lightly, because a lot of people use that for just about anybody. But he certainly was, because he had an ear for great sounds. And, forever we're going to think of Brian Wilson and the Beach Boys when it comes to summer.
I'm just going to really quickly tell Lindsay, if you ever get a chance, you can listen to what he had intended. The opening of Smile gives you a sense of what could have been had things not go so badly awry. The opening of Smile, those harmonies at the beginning, it's a different way of looking at psychedelic culture, a very inherently American way that is just kind of beautiful.
Had that album been released, in its time, we would be talking about that as well, as the incredible follow-up to Pet Sounds.
Yeah, just unbelievable. Okay, I'm sorry, Lindsay. You had a question.
No, you're fine. No, we're going to talk more about in country and Western music news coming up at 10:30. I'm actually going to talk more about Brian Wilson and this album called "Cows in the Pasture." That's kind of he will dive into it. What's going to be released post his passing, but we'll dive into that more. But you mentioned, just to stay on that tip a little bit, and it can parlay into back to Chad Allen, but the idea of, just talking about Brian Wilson creating a genre. And I think, I don't know, I'm curious your take, Scott, but I think today, especially today's artists, we've gotten so consumed with what genre is it? What kind of music do you sing? What do you perform? And less about what did you just get in the studio and create today? And I don't know if you think even back in if I just think about it off the top of my head right now, back in the 60s or 70s or whenever, I don't know if we were really talking and I don't know, I wasn't alive, but were we talking so much about genre, and maybe the psychedelics helped because we didn't know what room we were in and what genre we were, but it didn't seem so much about genre then. It seemed more about the creative piece, whereas now it's gotten so we got to put everyone in a box. Did you feel that, especially leaning back on a lot of people, perhaps with the Guess Who and some of these other bands, where they were just making music as opposed to being like, let's write a country record or whatever?
Yeah, I think that's probably the era when it started. It was in the 60s, especially when folk rock started. That was just a brand given, bestowed on rock music made by former folk musicians, and then we had the British invasion. So, but there's good. It's nice to classify certain things, I guess, to suit our tastes, to suit our playlists. But we definitely get bogged down by that, and it's kind of become ridiculous. But that's just the human experience. We always seem to micromanage things like that and boil everything down to a label. So, but it even and the Guess Who really kind of transcended that a little bit in the '60s, because they not only were they getting played on AM top 40 stations, but they were also getting played on FM progressive stations. They kind of fit both molds, if you will, and which was pretty remarkable, because there weren't too many that did that. I mean, the Beatles, Bob Dylan, a few others, and the Guess Who were just kind of were one of the few groups who just kind of came out of nowhere at that time, and kind of pleased both crowds.
I wanted to ask you this question because you got a chance to immerse yourself both in the Guess Who and in Bachman Turner Overdrive. And, the connective tissue is Bachman, and of course it's also Chet Allen. Is there a distinctive sound, a kind of thing, a signatory sound that either one of those men where you actually begin to hear, wait a minute, this is actually the product of the same creatives? Because often you'll get people where even if they try to do something different stylistically, we can't escape their voice, we can't escape their licks. There's something about it where you can hear their signature in the music. Did you have that experience?
Well, I think when Randy formed Brave Belt, he definitely went out of his way to not sound like the Guess Who. So he went like pure country rock, which was the sound that was kind of big at the time. The Flying Burrito Brothers and even the Byrds, and so many Graham Parsons and so many others from that time. A lot of people were getting caught up in that. But by the time he got to Bachman Turner Overdrive, he just kind of went pure hard rock, and it really seemed like the Guess Who 2.0, if you will. But there's definitely some similarities, but there are differences, and obviously Burton Cummings and Fred Turner were two just extraordinarily powerful vocalists, but they were both very different. But I think had like Burton Cummings been the singer of Bachman Turner Overdrive, it probably would have sounded a lot like the Guess Who. But it's interesting because as BTO was rising, the Guess Who were falling, and he even outshined his own band there in the glory days of BTO. So, but it does have. I don't possess the keenest ear for guitar sounds and bass and rhythm sections and stuff like that when it comes to bands, but I would imagine people who excel at that would probably tell you there's a lot of similarities between the rhythm sections and the guitar sounds of BTO and the Guess Who.
There's a certain thrum. That they both have. A kind of a really
thrum.
Yeah, I mean, it's really
That's a word.
It really is kind of, and everybody who knows what I'm talking about, which includes, of course, Lindsay Lawler and Scott Shea.
Of course.
By the way, the article is called "How Chet Allen Quietly Sparked a Canadian Rock Revolution." It can be found at Strange Brew, where Scott is a regular contributor. Has written some terrific pieces for those guys over there.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool. If you go to thestrangebrew.co.uk, there's a search bar on there. Just put in Scott Shea's name, and you can see all the articles. He's written a great overview of what he has. Scott, I mean, we haven't even, I don't know, Jim, and if I'm going to put Scott on the spot and everybody on the spot here, we have to take a quick break here in about a minute. Would you come back for maybe 5 minutes with us, Scott, after this? I mean, the break is super short, because I want to talk to you about Waylon and Willie in Nashville, if you'd be okay with that. Jim, is that cool?
Oh my God, that's groovy fun. We're going to have a new segment called Scott on the Spot. That's what we're going to do it.
I like that. And it's also, hey, Scott, can you stay? If you say no, everyone's listening and they'll think you're a jerk. Just kidding.
Don't be a jerk.
Yeah, I can stay for sure.
Let me take care of some business here. Go to RadioNemo.com, hit that 365 play button, go to the tube of you, hit subscribe, go to iHeartRadio, you can listen to us at Radio Nemo, and of course, big welcome to our friends from OOIDA. Guys, by the way, check out ShadyRays.com. They got your back with lost and broken protection programs. Dre, hit that music. Let's take a break, come back, and keep Scott on the spot. Thank you, Lou.
Are you on the hunt for the perfect place to recharge after a long day or week on the road? Look no further. Hotels for Truckers, designed by truckers for truckers, provides free membership that unlocks access to deep discounts and spacious tractor-trailer parking at thousands of popular hotel chains nationwide. Enjoy incredible discounts, earn valuable points, and enjoy a great night's rest. Download the Hotels for Truckers app today and make your long hauls more restful and affordable.
Your Weekend 34 is interviewing two batteries for truckers who are weekend warriors. Odyssey Battery and Some Other Battery. You all right there? Some Other Battery?
I've been in storage for months. I'm kind of run down. Could we do this later?
Weekend will be over later.
Tell us about it, Odyssey.
I've been in the garage just as long, all winter. I'm ready to start anything. Motorcycles, ATVs, personal watercrafts, boats, even RVs.
Impressive.
You're charged because I'm charged.
Any advice to finish?
I'm finished.
Finished? Told you. I'm just getting started. Strong starting power and long shelf life. Check me out at odysseybattery.com.
Odyssey Battery. Your weekend is just getting started.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Well, that music means that we're back live from the Crescent City at the Fastport Studios with Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler.
Hey guys, go to #RGR. Make sure you do that. Welcome back. And by the way, head over to truckdown.com. If you, in fact, break down, they can hook you up with a maintenance provider. They do all 50 states, 8 of the provinces. Well, go to Truckdown, truck up, and get down. Welcome back, Lindsay Lou, no more than 2, child at heart.
Is that a fat joke?
It is. Continue.
Whatever.
Go
Whatever.
on.
Welcome back. We're talking with one of our Scott on the spot, as we call it, Scott Shea, who's a brilliant music historian and a great writer. And we've had him on to talk about All the Leaves Are Brown, about the mamas and the papas in the past, and then all his mini articles. But so, Scott, welcome back. Not that you had a choice, but thank you.
Thank you.
No, we're glad to have you. And I was listening on your Instagram about the Waylon moment, and I knew some of that story with Buddy Holly and the Big Papa, and the flight that goes down, but I didn't realize the full backstory about how Waylon gave up his spot to the Big Papa, to the Big Bopper. I'm sorry, and someone else gave up their spot on that plane. Who was that? I forget now.
Tommy Alsop, he was also playing with Buddy Holly. He was the guitarist and the band leader, and he gave it up to Richie Valens.
Yes, right. So that, obviously that's a horrible tragedy and loss. However, two things can be true at once. As horrible as a tragedy that was, and we lost so many music icons, it also set the stage for other music icons, which is a crazy sliding doors moment and shift. Yeah. And I mean that, that's Waylon giving up his seat, not dying that day, is a whole big catalyst for outlaw country, and Waylon being one of the biggest men who shaped outlaw country. So I guess I want to talk about that a little bit, but these moments in history that I'm sure you've written about so much, are there any other pivot moments like that come to mind where it was like this happened and therefore everything changed. That's got to be an ongoing theme, I would think, in music.
Oh yeah, I mean, gosh, off the top of my head, I can't think of any, but I know there have been many. You know, you can even look at Buddy Holly. You know, Buddy Holly was signed to Decca Records in 1956 and went to Nashville to record and had a horrible experience, you know, and it led to him going to New Mexico to record with Norman Petty. So, you know, those things happen. And then, you know, Waylon comes into his life, and then, you know, fast forward, you know, 7-8 years later, and Waylon goes to Nashville and experiences the same things that Buddy Holly had told him about, you know. So yeah. It's interesting just the way things fall like that. Or, you know, Willie Nelson, stay with the outlaw theme, you know, being a DJ in the state of Washington, Vancouver, and running into Mae Boren Axton in the studio and playing his songs for her. She was the mother of Hoyt Axton and the co-writer of Heartbreak Hotel. And, you know, she really encouraged him to, you know, you need to get out of here and go to where the music is, you know, because these songs are too good, and don't sell them, you know. So there's so many. I think every great group has that story. You know, with the Beatles playing in Hamburg, and you know the Rolling Stones, Mick Jagger and Keith Richards meeting each other on a train after they hadn't seen each other. They were schoolmates. You know, and it was a bus or a train in London, and I think Keith had been carrying a stack of blues records, and it just sparked the conversation. So, you know, there's just so many great stories out there of just being in the right place at the right time. And I think that, you know, I think we know with everybody who's been successful, there's luck plays a big part, and that goes from, you know, corporate CEOs to music stars to radio hosts. You know, yeah. Everybody has a little bit of luck that helps them out. The national championship winners, you know, there's Super Bowl winners. There's always a game that they won that they should have lost. You know?
Yeah.
So, there's always something that helps people along the way.
And I mean, call it luck, call it fate, or the intention behind it. But I just want to say real quick, Jim, too. You know, Scott, the idea that not only did because you talk about how Waylon's that led Waylon giving up his spot, and then to Big Bopper, and the Big Bopper dying because of it. It led Waylon down a path of real depression, which, I mean, you could say his depression is what, you know, led him to maybe drugs and alcohol, which therefore led, or more of it, whatever, I don't know, but which then helped shape outlaw country, which is maybe a positive thing for all of us, but maybe not him. I don't know. It's such a crazy way to, I guess it's all perspective though, right? But it's A led to B, led to his depression shaped outlaw country, really, right?
Yeah, well, you know, he got into he became a pill popping maniac in the 60s, mm-hmm. You know, much like Johnny Cash was, you know, and those two actually became roommates for a little while. Yeah, and it did. He got into a real. He started off strong when he got to Nashville, but got into a real rut there in the late 60s. And you know, it's funny because I'm writing a biography on him right now that kind of focuses on that time period of his life. And you know, a lot of people think that Waylon was always Waylon, and he just came in and people didn't know how to record him, and the Nashville system took over. But you know, there's two sides, like you say, there's two sides to every story. And you know, the people, the Nashville studio musicians who tried to shape his sound, and you know, we're talking people like Jerry Reed and Pig Robbins and Fred Carter Jr. and Chet Atkins. I mean, we're talking some brilliant musicians. You know, so it's not like they just just tried to hijack his career and shape him in their sound. You know, they tried to help him, and the sound didn't work, but he learned from it, and you know, he was able to eventually produce himself and make all those great records that he's known for.
It's interesting because the questions that Lindsay's asked you and the answers you've given in many ways have to some degree answered my question that I was going to ask you, which is, there is a theme that is running through your work. You really like tracking people through their origin points and kind of showing us how they got there. You often don't editorialize in your writing. Rather than kind of, giving a grand summary, you simply present the facts as they kind of unfold. And the idea that, these people are lucky, but, there's also the ability to put yourself in a position to be lucky, even if it is simply not being ashamed to carry a giant stack of blues records on your lap while on a train. And there are people who would hide that stuff, who would be like, I don't want people to see what I'm doing here.
Right.
And so I was kind of curious, have you kind of examined your own love of origin points, of how like a particular song gets written? Because the one thing I notice in your writing is you're pretty darn great at not only kind of keeping the character straight, but keeping the time frame and the locations at which things happen so that we can follow the map that you spread out. Is that a deliberate strategy of yours, or has it become reflexive?
Yeah, I do try to write it in real time. Like, I want to put you in if I'm writing about 1967, I want you to be in 1967. I don't want to really refer to what came after that. Maybe sometimes for reference, if it calls for it. But I want to take, for like the Mamas and the Papas story, I really didn't reference much of what came after because, I think that takes away from the story. It's kind of like a little bit of a crystal ball, and I want to try to put you in the moment and see what these people were dealing with and things like that. And you don't really have to be an expert to do that because so many of the things that these people have experienced, we've experienced in some way or another. We've had loved ones pass away. We've had parents get divorced. We've seen friends and loved ones deal with addiction and things like that. So, we've all had the same human experience as these people. So, I just I do try to put that into my music, or my writing, I should say. And, my love for origins, really, it goes back. It's always been with music. I've always been fascinated where things came from. I remember my dad had a bunch of Willie Nelson records when I was a kid, and they, when I was a kid in the 80s, Willie had a big beard and he had pigtails and, he dressed, like he was going to a flea market, and he had these records of Willie in like a suit and these slick back hair and clean shaven, and I was just fascinated with that, and I loved the music. It's like, this is his versions of Funny How Time Slips Away and Crazy and Hello Walls and stuff like that, and it really got to me, and that's kind of how I got into Waylon, because I was into Buddy Holly, and I bought this big box set, and here's this song by Waylon Jennings from 1959 that Buddy had produced. It was his first single, Jolie Blonde, and I'm sitting there thinking, well, wait a minute, 1959 is a long way from the mid 70s when Waylon got big. What happened between then? So that's when I started investigating and collecting and taking in the music.
And I want to kind of show everybody out there who's listening how terrific this is. When you do actually put little drops in to kind of explain the world around there, there's a mention of the world going from black and white and to color from 66 to 1967. And I don't know why, Scott, but immediately I thought about the cover of Revolver, and then I thought about the cover of Sgt. Pepper's.
Yeah.
And the idea that the black and white of Revolver, as complicated and as beautiful as it is, can't contain the record anymore, and that the whole world shifts into color. And to simply drop that line in there is a great way of telling the audience, the reader, this is the engine turning over moment. This is what kind of color is what welcomes in the 60s, right?
Yeah, and I also think of like TV. I think of the Andy Griffith Show. All the great episodes are in black and white, and then all the not so great episodes are in color. But it's like it's like when it switched. When that's when most people had color TV by then. So it's that same period, the mid '66 and the '67, and Revolver and Sgt. Pepper. That's always what's in my mind too. The big bright Technicolor of Sgt. Pepper and the black and white of Revolver. It's like the line of demarcation between the British invasion Beatles and the classic rock Beatles,
We're talking with Scott Shea. You can see more if you head on over to thestrangebrew.co.uk and put his name in. You can, of course, also find everything out about Scott if you go to Scott Shea, that's SHEA, scottsheaauthor.com. Scott, I want to leave you with this legacy question because I've been reading. I loved how Snoop talked about legacy on the BET Awards last week. Speaking of legends and icons, but my question to you, because you've studied all the past, looking forward to the future, or sitting here in the current, what would you say today's art? And this sounds like a slam, and I don't mean it in that way, and maybe there won't be anything. But what do you think today's artists are missing when it comes to legacy building? Because I wonder how sometimes the legends of back in the day, so to speak, did it better, whether in craft or character. Were their lives harder? Were they not as coddled? Were they not as seen as much due to social media? I think it's a combination of those things, but we're building different kinds of legacies these days. So what's the difference in a legend from the past versus Morgan Wallen, who's trying to create himself as a legend today?
I think there was a greater sense of community back in those days. There were three or four channels, on television. There were about, and where depending on where you lived, there were probably two big stations that you could get on the radio, and you had to be really, really good to get onto those because the competition was stiff and there weren't as many platforms. So I think that it made the movers and shakers and the gatekeepers a little bit more discerning. Whereas now it's like you can just kind of make a record and throw it on YouTube, and it might, it's probably going to stink, but there are those exceptions, and, but there's, I always say there's great music to be found everywhere, any era. There's even good country music from the 90s, so,
it's
you
my favorite.
You can, prime country right there.
Yes.
But you can find great music everywhere. There's great country music. Like I love Midland. I love Zach Top. I love people like that. That just still kind of embody the traditional sound. And there's just there's great music everywhere. There's great soul music being made. There's great rock music being made. You just have to look for it a little bit harder, but you'll find it if you really try.
That's the problem, by the way. When you get so much great stuff going on, it tends to drown each other out. You just got to look a little bit harder. You can actually figure a lot of it out, by the way, as Lindsay said so nicely, if you head over to scottsheaauthor.com. You can also find him at thestrangebrew.co.uk. Scott, as always, and by the way, he's on the Instagrams and the X, formerly now known as X, formerly known as Twitter, at
now known as Prince.
Yeah, now known as Prince, at Scott Shea Author. Scott, thanks for making the time as you always do, and thanks for going into Bachman Turner overtime. Appreciate you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Scott. We should have him back when the Wayland bio comes out. That would be fun.
We should just have him back. We should have him back, period.
We should just have him back.
Scott on the spot.
We should have him back. He's got our back. You know who's got your back? That's Shady Rays. You can head on over to shadyrays.com and check them out. Lost and broken replacements, free returns and exchanges, personal and fast support. I can guarantee that's true because I've used them myself. I love my aviators, but they've got something for everybody. Men, women, kids. They've even got snow goggles. They got golf goggles. That's not what they're called. They got golf sunglasses, prescription, and more. Check them out, shadyrays.com. As Jimmy says, they got you. This is Road Gang Radio, and we got you. Don't you agree, Dre?
Oh, man.
We got your back. I want to make a T-shirt, Jim, that says on the front, it says, I got your back, and on the back it says, on all fronts.
Oh, I kind of like that.
It's good, right?
I kind of like that. I kind of like it. I kind of like it a lot.
I got your back on all fronts. But we see the back is on the front and the front is on the back.
July 23rd is your launch date, correct, for We Should Write?
I mean, as of now, I haven't heard any more about it, but I think is that...
well, it's kind of your call at the end of the day. You just got to tell me.
Well, it depends. There is one thing, it's pending. We do have a little a music curiosity question, but yes, that is the plan to launch We Should Write right? On July 23rd, live from the Fastport Studios, the good people of Fastport Studios there in New Orleans. That is the plan.
That is the plan. And by the way, we're going to have a big event here on July the 23rd, so don't be surprised if Lindsay isn't broadcasting that first We Should Write from here at the Fastport Studios. Hope you guys will come over and join us, not just on the Tube of You, not just on the Book of Face, but in fact in real time. We should be a lot bigger by that point, too, in regards to both.
Is that a fat joke?
Yes, it is. As a matter of fact, I'm headed in that direction on a regular basis. I've eaten 3 burritos. I'll be dead in a half an hour.
You've had 3 burritos just today?
Well, no, over the course of the last month.
Oh, okay.
I'll be fine. Things are going to work
You're
out for me.
fine.
It's all going to be fine. I do want to talk about the article a little bit more as a way of getting back to you, Lindsay, actually.
Oh, great.
Because, and people can give us a call about this at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO.
I do want to talk about in regards to, the idea of, do you know you're in the middle of an origin story if you're in it? Is becoming aware of being in the middle of an origin story, is that simply mindfulness, or are you killing it?
It's a combination. Because if you're aware of it, does it take you out of what's happening or kill it, like you said, or does it make, I think, I don't know, but I've been wrestling with this. So I'm glad you brought it up. Yeah. Is it when you're like, oh, am I becoming, is this becoming, is the thing becoming? But if you think about that too much, you can, I think the mindfulness piece of it is recognize it, be grateful for it, and then you've got to look away quickly. Because if not, you'll overthink, okay, it's becoming, what can it be? And you're looking 10 steps down the road as opposed to staying with the intention behind why you're doing it in the first place. If you're doing it because of what it's ultimately becoming, you're possibly doing it for the wrong reason. Versus if I'm doing it because it lights me up, it's equal parts lighting me up and others up. Now we're on to something, and then get out of the way and just keep doing it.
Yeah, I think that I think that's the right balance. I really do think that's the right balance, because whether it's starting a new business like your own over-the-road trucking company, or whether it's a rock band, or whether it's a radio show, I think it's important to say to yourself, this is important. I think what's happening right now is important, and I need to give it the attention it deserves. Is very different than playing with your hand around your throat, if that makes any sense. You don't want to choke it. You don't want to get so nervous about the reality of it. That's a line, by the way, we have all the time. We laugh about it, all my friends and I. You can't play this sport or that sport with your hand around your throat. But I keep thinking about that, though, Lindsay, the idea that the guy that won the U.S. Open on Sunday, my brother called me and he said he was so deeply moved by the guy because he played terrible. He played terrible for the first 9 holes. He shot a 40, which is a disaster, and then he shot a 31 on the back 9. But what he did was he just kind of took each hole as a one condition situation. He stopped thinking about the rest of the course. He stopped thinking about what would happen at 18 or where he was in the standings. He simply said, do the job on this particular hole, and I'll figure out what to do next. And I do think when the stakes get that big in an origin story or a championship match, it really behooves you to focus on doing the right thing in the exact moment that you're in it. So I think the awareness that you talked about is important, but I think the flip side of it is to realize you're right. You saw it, you acknowledge it, now look away and get back to work. I think that's it.
I think that's it, I guess. I don't know, because you know me, I have a really hard time. I play the why bother game a lot. And you used to. I don't think you do anymore. You used to think about it a lot, but I haven't heard you say it in a long time, which is a good thing. It makes me happy because, I mean, I went to, last week or a week or two ago, I went to go see Helene Cronin, a songwriter who we've had on our show, who I'm meeting with this week. We're going to get together and have coffee and maybe try to write a song. And I was so inspired by her, which is how I found her, which is how we booked her on our show. We had her on. I thought she was lovely. So I went and saw her when she was in town, Jim. And it was her with this other singer, Lisa Carver, who I'm also a huge fan of. Lisa moved away, left Nashville, couldn't deal with the politics and the BS here, and moved out to New Mexico. And just comes back here every once in a while. And so I went to go see him play, and I tried to get there early because I wanted to get a seat. And they were playing at this tiny bar. There was like maybe 15 people there.
Right.
And I was like, for a quick moment, I thought in my head, why do they even bother? Why are they playing? And then I was like, shame on you, Lindsay. So I sat there, I enjoyed everything they said, everything they sang. And it was great. And those 15 people that were there were so moved and were huge fans of theirs or became new fans. And I was like, why do I keep caring about because here's the thing that I do. I'm like, well, if there's not going to be a ton of people there, don't do it at all. And so therefore you do nothing. That's like the overwhelmment of so much going on, therefore I do nothing. Same thing. It's like you got to move. And that's this revolutionary intimacy thing that I've told you about that sort of had my aha moment the other night. It's not about, maybe it's a lot of people over time that you move or that you feel like you're making a difference, but it's got to start with 1, which moves 2, which moves 4. And so I'm trying to be better about, I don't know if there's 1 person or 1 million listening right now. And that's kind of the beauty of this. It doesn't matter. We're talking about things that we find important, informative, and interesting to us. And therefore it must be to somebody else. So hopefully it's a balance of uplifting us while hopefully some others, and it'll happen incrementally as it's supposed to, as long as the right intentions behind it. So there's thanks for coming to our TED Talk.
I can actually deepen the TED Talk with a little quote from Joni Mitchell. How about some song lyrics from Joni Mitchell?
Please.
And I play if you have the money, or if you're a friend to me. But the one-man band by the quick lunch stand, he was playing real good for free. I just love that song, by the way.
Give the man a ham sandwich.
Oh my God! By the way, it goes on, Lindsay, right into the heart of what you're talking about. Nobody stopped to hear him, though he played so sweet and high. They knew he had never been on their TV, so they passed his music by. I meant to go over and ask for a song, maybe put on a harmony. I heard his refrain as the signal changed. He was playing real good for free.
He was playing real good. You play real good. Jim, there's so many people, especially in Nashville, they'll come to Nashville and say, for instance, if I pop up and sing a song at Tootsie's and then hop down if I've taken people in town or whatever. People love to say, and they're saying it as a compliment, but they don't understand how backhanded it is. People are like, I can't wait to say, I knew when you make it, and I'm like, just pointing out that you have it. People like to do that, or like, why didn't you try out for American Idol? Well, first of all, I'm 10 years too old. Or more.
Is that a fat joke?
More, yeah, exactly. But it's funny how people not in entertainment think they're complimenting you while actually putting you down.
I'm going to make you feel better about that. I'm going to make you feel instantly better about that because I know exactly what you're talking about.
I know they mean it genuinely kindly.
No, I know. It's well, here's the thing. The one for me that's the killer is, oh my God, why haven't you already made it? That's a bad one too.
Oh my God, my parents say that every day. I love you, Mom and Dad.
But I got it for you though, Lindsay. I'm going to make you feel so much better about it. I can't wait to say. I can't wait to fix that one for you. I'm going to fix it right now. It's everything we have already been talking about. Because while it's great to like somebody who is famous, and that's awesome, and that's cool, man, there is something about going to the American Legion Hall with only 15 people there and going, wait a minute. I mean, I don't know if you know this, 23 people saw David Bowie play Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars at the pub that it was done at. 23 people. And every single one of them was there when it happened. And nobody else can claim it. And there are people who claim to have been there. It's not possible. David Bowie says the number of people that have claimed to have been at that club the night we did that show it's a lie, because I was looking out in the audience and counted the number of people out there. And so what I think they're really saying to you is, I want to be part of it. I want to say I was there. I want to say I was the... You might think she's cool, but I knew Lindsay Lawler when. I think it's them wanting to get a little coast off of them knowing that you're going to break through. How about that?
And that's cool. And I guess I know that you're right, and I guess that leans into the two things can be true at once. They can be, I'm saying? It's still, yes, I hear you. I'll end with, I hear you. You're right. That helps. It means that I'm so cool. They want to be a part of it.
That's right.
Awesome. I'll take it and zip it up and end with that.
But can I have the fame now, please? Can I please have that
but
now?
And I also want to be like, guys, I'm fine. I'm doing fine. I like what I'm doing. I'll get there. It just quickly, I'm like, it reminds me, I'm like, oh, am I not where I want to be? But you know what? I'm exactly where I want to be. And that's right here on Road Gang Radio here at Radio Nemo. You can find, if you're listening now, you know where you can hear us, but you can listen a lot of places. Maybe you're listening right now on YouTube and you're like, hey, but I'm going to pop in my car. How will I listen then? Well, you can listen for free on iHeart. You can listen to us on Facebook. You can listen to us on LinkedIn, YouTube, anywhere you can think of that streams, you can find us there. So check us out. All roads actually stem from RadioNemo.com, where you can find everything and find us everywhere. Coming up next, we're joined by a veterinarian.
Super vet.
Dr. Carol Osborne is joining us. And Jim, I want this to be a typical Road Gang Radio interview and not just, hi, tell us some tips and tricks to keep fleas off my dog. We're going to be more fun than that. I want to talk about what playlist is your pet listening to?
We can dig into that. Dr. Carol's a groovy lady, integrative veterinarian, by the way. All kinds of great stuff. I want you guys to go to Chagrin Fall SPET Clinic. All's Pet Clinic. I got that all right. There we go. You can find them also at Paws, PAAWS on Facebook, and Carol on Pets on the Twitter, on the X, formerly known as Twitter, and Dr. Carol DVM, by the way. You could find her there also on the gram of Insta. It's been on Fox and Friends, Fox Cleveland. Oh, you know what? I'm talking too much. We're going to take a quick break here, come back on the other side.
Stop talking.
I like Dr. Carol. I get excited about Super Vet. I'm just excited.
Super Vet. Dr. Carol, join us next.
Want to make your diesel engine cleaner and more efficient? Pittsburgh Power's Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can reduce your soot output by 60% and increase your thermal efficiency. Max Mileage keeps your engine and emission systems functioning at its best. Less soot means a longer engine and emission component life, drastically fewer regens, and better performance. Take the first step towards a cleaner, more efficient ride. Visit PittsburghPower.com and order your Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst today. Drive cleaner, drive smarter.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
That means one thing. We are live back to Road Gang Radio with your hosts, Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack.
Lindsay Lawler in the
Lindsay
house.
Lawler!
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. And who's more part of a road gang than your pets? Our truck drivers know how important their pets to them are on the road, their companions, sometimes more fun and better listeners than taking, say, a spouse or a child. What's better on the road?
What?
You heard me. Get out of the cab. Make room for my dog. So welcome back to the show, Dr. Carol Osborne. Dr. Carol Osborne, DVM. She's gained national recognition as an authority in traditional and alternative veterinary medicine. I love this. And healthcare for our pets. She's our nation's first veterinarian to be certified as a diplomat of the American Board of Anti aging medicine. This is going to be a really fun conversation. We can discuss everything on the road. We're going to keep it light and bright and fun, but natural and traditional ways to prevent and eliminate fleas in your cats and dogs, which of course will be important. You don't want fleas jumping all over your cab. Dr. Carol has been on our show many times before, but today we're going to keep it light and bright and talk about how to integrate your pets into your road life, because after all, this is Road Gang Radio. So welcome back to the show, Dr. Carol Osborne. Good morning.
Good morning, Lindsay. Thanks for having me.
Dr. Carol, we're going to begin where Lindsay kind of alluded to. In order to actually have your pet really enjoy the ride and for you to enjoy the ride with your pet, you just don't want them carrying around fleas or any other invasive things that get on them. So let's just kind of start with creating an environment both outside the cab and inside the cab to allow your pet to enjoy the ride and to allow you to get a good night's sleep without smacking your own skin.
Well, that's a very good point. And fleas, they're going to be a problem anytime it's about, 60 or 65 degrees outside with regularity. So in the home, buy yourself a box of borax and sprinkle it on the floors and pound it into the carpets. Leave it on a couple hours and vacuum it up. That'll give you 1 year of natural flea protection within the home that actually works. Different companies out there like Flea Busters, they'll come and do the same thing for $300 or $400. So that's just a good thing to keep in mind if you want to. Remember that fleas live in the environment, not on your pet. So they only jump on pets long enough to get a blood meal, go back to the ground, and lay a bunch of more eggs. So just because you don't see fleas on your pet doesn't mean your pet doesn't have fleas. As far as what you can do to prevent them, there's all kinds of products, natural as well as traditional through the veterinarian. One product called NexGard, it is a prescription through your vet, but it works very well and quite effectively for fleas and ticks. Ticks have really become a big deal in the last year or so, transmitting 10 different diseases, not only to your pet, excuse me for that, but also to people. So that's a good product to keep in mind. And if you're looking for natural remedies, there are all kinds. Products, topical products with clove, CLOVE, have shown quite a bit of effectiveness towards fleas and ticks. You just have to make sure to read the labels, and then you can make different products. If you're up to all that, with rosemary and peppermint, you can make shampoos as well as dips and even itching remedies if you want to. It just depends how much you want to roll up your sleeves and go to work.
I don't. I want to do as little as possible.
That's what I was thinking.
I'm going to talk about emotional support, because we hear emotional support animals, but I think whether you're cognizant of that being a thing and putting a vest on your pet, or you just love your pet, you don't realize that you love your pet because it probably is an emotional support to you in some way, shape, or form. It calms you, and it's a happy place. So I think we're all with our pets because they're emotional support. So I want to talk about the idea of if dogs or cats or whatever you have, say as it pertains to on the road, Dr. Carol, in the road, in your truck on the road, if your pets can, and I know the answer is yes, but I want to talk about why, they can sense when their person is stressed behind the wheel. And if so, because they're supporting you, but we also have to support them. So when a driver is stressed behind the wheel of their cab, how does that manifest in the pet? And how can that be how can they balance that relationship so that they're both feeling supportive in the cab of the truck? Does that sound weird and woo, or do you get where I'm going?
Not at all. The fact of the matter is pets are very, very connected to your sixth sense, if you will.
I will.
And that is called the vomeronasal organ, if you will. But that's how pets know you're taking a trip before you pack your suitcases They know if you're having a house party before the guests arrive. They know all these things because they're connected to your psyche. And we all get stressed for various reasons. And certainly a lot of the pet-loving listeners on your show, the job is on the road, and that's stressful in and of itself. So, other than getting a good night's sleep and all of that kind of stuff, as far as the pet goes, essential oils, specifically made for dogs, if you will. In my clinic here in Chagrin Falls, Ohio, I use a combination of chamomile and blue cypress essential oils. They smell nice. I shake a couple of drops right on the back of the pet. And for some pets, in less than 5 minutes, it's like they had a little glass of wine. I mean, it works terrific.
Yeah, don't give him too much, though.
Well, you can't overdose them. There's no adverse effect. So it doesn't work on all of them, but when it works, it works wonderfully. Over the counter or online product like a Box 5 Flowers or Rescue Remedy, those are just homeopathic combinations of flower essences. They're over the counter. You don't need a prescription. You can put a few drops in your pet's food or water. You can put a few drops directly in your pet's mouth, or you can rub a few drops into the inside hairless inner ear flap. That's a little holistic spot. And again, it'll just kind of take the edge off, if you will.
Let me bring up a point that you made. You talk about the idea of you can't overdose them on this stuff, and you also mentioned earlier about making sure you read the label, and that sets up my question of how do you make sure that your cab is pet friendly? How do you make sure that there aren't things in your cab that are going to have an adverse effect on the pet? How do you make a home?
Well, they got some pretty fancy cabs out there. And I would say that every driver probably has to use a good dose of common sense to look around and see if things appear to be fine. Need to have a nice place for the pet to sleep, and to hang out with mom or dad while you're on the road. And there's pet safety belts. There's all kinds of gear available for pets traveling with their people. In a case of a trucker, these guys are on the road all the time. So I don't think you want to have a dog go with you that's locked up in a carrier. That doesn't make a lot of sense, at least not to me. So I think it's just a healthy dose of common sense, and if it's a young dog, you might want to start with a little pet safety belt, something like that. But more than anything, I think it's going to come down to common sense, bring along some food and water. And, certainly, you have to stop every 4 hours or so to get a potty break and stretch your legs. Just really common sense kind of things. They've got all kinds of portable food and water bowls and all those things, which are fun to shop for and great to use.
Okay, so let's talk about being on the road in the midst of, sometimes we find ourselves in situations we don't have a pet store we can hop over to, or store in general. So what are some of your favorite, I'll call them MacGyver style road hacks for pet health emergencies, things that people could keep in the cab that'd be like, fill in the blank of yeah, exactly. First aid kit, or just support, whether it's food or anything across the board. Some road hacks for our drivers out there to always have handy for their pets on the road.
Yeah, just get a little first aid kit, a little pet first aid kit. You can buy them online almost anywhere, and they'll have the basics. Some bandaging supplies, a little adhesive tape, some pair of tweezers, a scissors, some alcohol, hydrogen peroxide. Maybe a little topical antiseptic type thing. Just the very basics. Maybe a styptic pencil, in case you get a little cut or break a nail.
I was going to follow up really quickly. By the way, this is from one of our listeners who just was asking about the borax situation. We're talking about indoors, right? I mean, can that be applied in any way outside in regards to the borax? Yeah, I didn't think so.
No, it's just for the inside, and it works pretty good for the inside. As far as the outside, ticks, which are much more of problem for most people right now. Ticks drop down from bushes and trees. So other than, spraying your yard, if you cut back all the brush and the shrubs, that's not a bad idea. As far as the fleas, they've got all kinds of stuff that you can buy if you have a lot of money you don't know what to do with outside of your home. But me personally, I wouldn't waste my money on any of it. Prevention, put something on your pet that you're comfortable with, whether it's topical or something from the veterinarian, and that will go a long way to keep you flea free, during the particular season, if you will.
Flea free. That's hard to say. Keep me flea free. We are joined this morning with our guest who's had on before, Dr. Carol Osborne, joining us. We talk a lot around here. Or I do, at least. I love it. The mental health aspect and the connection piece, emotional piece. And I know a lot of people roll their eyes at me, but I also believe we're whether you want to believe it or not, you're leaning into these things by just having a pet along with you, like I said at the beginning. So what would you say, Dr. Carol, what do pets give truckers or anybody, I guess, traveling companions, but nothing else on the road can? So many of our drivers love the freedom of the road, the sights and sounds of the road, the people they meet along the way. But maybe this is convincing somebody who's feeling a little lonely out there that having a pet along with them, although it is an additional responsibility, it really is a great give back. So what do you think it means for mental health to have a pet out there supporting you?
I think it's great. They give you lots of unconditional love. And everybody needs that.
I wanted to also, speaking about their mental health as well, follow up on Lindsay's thing so you're bringing out your pet for the first time, and we talk about the idea of making sure that the space is safe for them, that you in fact have a first aid kit. But how do you acclimate a pet who hasn't been out there before to the sights and sound? We're talking to drivers here, so there's a lot of loud noises. There are a lot of people in parking lots, a lot of people at rest areas, but you want to get the dog healthy and happy. You want to get him or her out there enjoying the life around them. How do you acclimate a dog to the road in the sense of once you get it out of the cab, not just in the cab, but when it's out mixing and mingling? And like I said, in some ways, I realize that moves beyond health and into the mental health of the animal, but you know a lot about that as well. Correct?
You have a leash and a collar or a harness, and you just start introducing them to the sights and sounds and smells and activity as much as you can from day one, and see how they adjust. A little bit at a time, just like a child. There's no magic. You know what I mean? Just common sense and a little bit at a time.
Because that's a really interesting point, the idea that it's like if you're treating it like a child, but you're also treating it like a companion, that's really kind of the mix there. And so, Lindsay talked about the idea of them kind of watching out for us and bringing joy into our lives. But I was curious in regards to knowing, in regards to discipline as well, and in regards to their health, how to be able to read a dog that's being a fidgety child and a dog that's actually not well. And that's hard to tell. And what about the issue of motion sickness as well? Because I can see a dog getting irritable because they're not used to it, because so many dogs, as we know, like to put their heads out the window. Can you explain why it is that dogs do that and why that's so important to make sure that there's air moving through the truck?
Yeah, well, first of all, dogs shouldn't put their head outside the window. It causes eye injuries and all kinds of things. So I know that it's fun. But it's not smart. And second of all, you know how your pet acts normally when he's healthy. They're content. They urinate. They defecate. They eat their food. They're normally not lethargic. If your pet stops eating, becomes mopey, lethargic, vomiting, diarrhea, anything like that, well, that would normally be a sign that he or she is not feeling well. And, as far as getting used to car rides or truck rides, you go up and down the driveway, take a trip around the block. You take little rides before you take big rides. If you have a pet with a lot of motion sickness, that pet probably is not going to be an ideal companion for long trips. I think in my experience, a very small percentage of pets experience motion sickness. Many of them grow out of it. Some of them don't. And there's no magic recipes there, but doping your pet out on Dramamine for your trip is, obviously not enjoyable for
Selfish.
you or the pet. So, once again, we're just talking about a healthy dose of common sense.
Do you? I'm curious. There are these. You as a vet yourself. There are these. Obviously, there's insurance plans that you can get with your local vet or wherever you use, or whether it's a national brand. But for the people on the road, there are these. I guess now I've seen there's a company I know and work with that are doing telehealth for your pets that you can call in on the road. What do you maybe recommend for drivers to use, for people out on the road to use as a check-in when they're traveling but actually need to see a vet or need some support? What are some of the best methods when you're on the road?
I think for drivers, if something's going on and you don't know what it might be, something like, these vets online, there's all kinds. I think, they're great to answer a quick question or whatever it might be, which can put you at ease, or let you know that, you need to pull off and find an emergency center, or someone to help you. So I think in those situations, that's not, insurance, if you will. That's just getting a little bit of quick advice that I think is a good option. You know what I'm saying? But I think it's always a smart idea to have, a veterinarian, wherever your main campus is, or, wherever your home is, to just, have a place that you can kind of count on when when you're not traveling, when you do come back home. But when you're on the road and you need something, being able to dial it up on your phone, I think it's very handy.
Let me just give one more follow-up. Dr. Carol Osborne joins us this morning as well, and the idea that when, and like I said, we talk about the idea of getting the animal out the car, and the idea of acclimating it to the world around it as well too. When is the moment where you should pull back? I mean, what kind of attitude does the dog have in regards to getting over its first skittishness? Should you at some point say, this animal is not for me on the road? Because it's a tough call for a lot of people, but some animals are terrific in the home and then become long-term traveling companions, and it just doesn't wash. What is the moment, I'm not talking about biting somebody, but when you begin to realize it might go in that direction? Are there any telltale signs the dog is, or any pet is having a hard time acclimating to what's going on around it?
Yeah, I mean, once again, they're either calm, content, and happy, or they're urinating and defecating all over your truck.
Me too. Me too, guys. Same.
And making a lot of noise. If you have a pet like that, that's a bad choice. You know what I'm saying? On the other hand, there's all kinds that'll just jump right in and be as happy as you are. So, yeah, you might have to try a couple out. If you get some, high-strung, purebred animal, that might not be the best choice in certain cases. But there's plenty of pets that'll be more than delighted to jump in there and sit right up on the front seat and help you navigate your trip with no problems at all.
Well, I'll leave you with this, I'll end with this, Dr. Carol. I went on I did this truck stop tour for years where we'd go do concerts at different truck stops, and there was multiple people that had monkeys along the road with them. One guy had a large monkey, one had a little pocket monkey wearing a diaper. True story. So what are some of maybe the weirdest pets you could think of, but that also work with somebody to take on the road, like a snake in your sleeper cab, or a mini goat with the trucker hat? What, outside of the obvious dog and cat, is something that maybe could actually work as a pet on the road with you?
Well, I think you bring up a very good point, and gosh, I don't know. I think that probably leaves room for the imagination. I think exotics are great. I think there's a time and a place for everything. And I also think you have to really consider the health and wellness of the pet. Because even though it might be a kick for you, and everybody makes a big fuss, at the end of the day, I would honestly have to say that the health and welfare of the animal really, in my opinion, are first and foremost. So while maybe, a little capuchin monkey might be happy doing that, I think sometimes individuals take it to the extreme, and then you have to maybe take a step back, if you will.
That's a really good.
Don't be an idiot.
That's a really good point. The idea that it's like there are
That's exactly right.
That's the
Simple
big,
as that.
That's the big takeaway from today. That's the other thing too, Lindsay. I think Dr. Carroll makes a good point. So do you. The idea that it's like there are certain animals that if you're bringing them along for your job, you better make sure they're low maintenance. If in fact it requires a lot of care and attention, it means you can't focus on the road, and you want to bring along something that's low maintenance. One last quick question: if I forced you to make a choice with a new dog to pick one breed that you would want sitting alongside of you for a long trip, is there anyone that you would gravitate towards?
Labrador Retriever.
I would too. That's where I'd go. That's where I'd
Boom,
go.
said with no pause at all. So that is the one. If you're considering the dog on the road for you, perhaps look into a Labrador Retriever.
Dr. Carol Osborne, we always love having you here, especially on our new format. Thank you for making the time. It's an absolute pleasure. Where can we expect to see you next? What's your next big project?
Well, I'd love to join Radio Nemo anytime at all, so feel free to holler at me. We can talk pets, anything you want. In the meantime, pet-loving listeners can reach us online at drdrcarol.com. And they can call us toll-free at 855-Dr. which is 855-372-2765.
855 Dr. Carol. That's fun. How you scored that is amazing. Just like us here at 615-292-NEMO. Same. Dr. Carol, thanks so much. Have the best day. Jimmy Mack, if you were going to go, you have interesting pets. You have chickens with diapers. So that's different. Would your chickens be able to travel on the road or no?
They can and they have.
They can and they have. Okay.
They can and they have, and they are really low maintenance. They
are,
well,
really?
there's only one. There was only one now because the other one
Right.
passed away after 11 years. That's the sadness of the passing of that particular pet was sad. Of course, I found her that morning. That being said, was when she was returned to us, the doctor says she's got a little more time, and rather than have her here under our care, why don't we just send her home? We know you love her. He had the best line, by the way. It made Claire feel so good. The doctor said, because Claire said, was there anything else that we could have done? And he said, the chicken lived to 11. I don't know what more else you could have done. He said, chickens
You
live.
did it, yeah.
He said, you did it. You accomplished it. You won. He said, it only makes it more sad because you have a longer attachment. But the chickens, when they did travel, were wonderful. They would just simply sit. And you would drive, and they would sit, and they wouldn't get worked up about anything, and it would be fine. And
How did you end up with chickens? Was that you or Claire,
it was
or
Claire.
a couple things?
When I got to Claire's house,
I'm sure I know the answer. But
I was living not far from where the studio is right now. I wasn't too far. I was in a place called North White Street, and Claire and I had debated about the idea of her maybe spending more time at my apartment. And then Claire just said, what the heck with it, just move in here. She and her sister and her dad and her mom are all terrific gardeners. And one of the things that Claire had incorporated into her garden was a chicken coop. And there was a whole bunch of them at the time. And then there began to be a hawk problem, and slowly but surely, as the chickens that Claire had had for years began to pass away from one reason or another, eventually Claire had done some research. So
Dora the Chicken Explorer?
Yeah, actually, it's a Dorosaurus is her actual full name.
Of course it is.
I came up with it. I said I adore her,
course you did.
and they're all dinosaurs, so we called it a Dorosaurus, which became Dora for short. And Dora acclimating inside. Claire just did some research, discovered that provided you properly take care of them, no one ever smells chickens in your house if you do it properly. And then when the last chicken died outside, there was one more. There were two chickens, and one passed away. And then Claire brought Buckbeak inside, And then Buckbeak came in and joined us inside, and then the two of them got along famously, and we were off to the races, and they just lived inside.
Did they lay eggs for you?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, what Claire did eventually, because...
Or not for you, but in general.
I don't know if you know this, but even chickens that are bred in the wild now, the breeding has gotten to the point where what is really tragic is they lay too many eggs, and they're tearing themselves up inside. So you can actually get an implant that lasts about anywhere from 6 months to 8 months that prevents them from laying eggs outside of their cycles, their genuine cycles.
Yeah.
And you do that, and they don't tear themselves up inside as much, which also increases their lifespan. But the implants would wear off, and there would be a period of like a month in there before we'd get the second implants in, where they'd lay a bunch of eggs, and we'd eat them. Or we'd give it to them to eat, which they can. They're supposed to eat them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they really are, because they're high protein. And, the idea that there's no waste inside of them. I mean, the chickens in many ways are one of the great gifts the Creator has given us in the universe. There is a thing with feathers that can't fly, that you don't have to chase to catch, that literally drops protein food on the ground inside of a shell. That means it has no waste on the actual food stuff on it. So we would make eggs occasionally from what they'd lay. We'd make scrambled eggs or upside, or sunny side up eggs and all that kind of stuff. It was really good.
And will Claire eat eggs?
Claire will eat pasture-raised eggs. Is
Gotcha.
the only eggs that Claire will eat, and we'll buy them at a farmer's market or something like that.
The thing that's been interesting living out, and we're going to take a break here, but living out, I live out in somewhat of the country, out sort of in the woods, I'll say, in Franklin, Tennessee, but there's a lot of people that, especially how expensive eggs have gotten, so people thinking, I'll get chickens because then I can have free eggs, and they don't realize it's a lot of work.
It's work.
It's a lot of work, and it's care and concern to do it right, and there's a lot of elements outside you have to deal with. So I know people in the city that have gotten eggs, gotten chickens because it's trendy, and quickly realized, oh, this is a lot of work. This is dirty. This is gross. Whatever they think it is. So do yourself a favor, as Dr. Carroll talked about. Think long and hard about why you were adding a living being to your life, to your livelihood, and why you doing. Intention is everything. Why you doing it? Make it okay for both you and the animal. This is Road Gang Radio. We celebrate all kinds of animals on the road, in the cab, at your house, wherever you may be. Road Gang Radio, #RGR. I'm Lindsay Lawler. That's Jimmy Mack. Phone Master Dre on the ones and the twos, keeping us on the air. We'll be right back. We're talking country and Western music news because we celebrate both kinds. We celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
Yeah!
ShadyRays.com.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Freight is moving at Cree Carrier and Schaefer Trucking. We are growing and our customers keep growing with us. If you want to be part of a company that appreciates what you do and rewards you for it, you should check out Cree Carrier Corporation. We're looking for safe drivers that have at least 1 year's experience and take their job seriously. Then we reward you with great pay and some real serious benefits. Freight's moving, so check out Creed and Schaefer today. Go to CreeCarrier.com and find the right job for you.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers. Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What? did you call me?
You heard her.
Welcome to the Hoedown, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself.
That's me.
Lindsay Lawler.
Woo! Yeah, everybody give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up. What's going on?
Well, let me slip into something a little more comfortable here. AKA my boots and my spurs. Welcome to country and western music news, because boys, on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
Yeah, that's right. Chickens and snakes and monkeys. All. So, okay. We mentioned earlier when talking to Scott Shea, Jim, of course, sadly, we lost the good, and the great, as you would say, Brian Wilson last week, the visionary of the Beach Boys. He died at the age of 82. So, Jim, in February last year, shortly after the death of Brian Wilson's wife and his manager, Melinda, it was announced that Brian Wilson was suffering from dementia and that his family members had applied for conservatorship for his safety. So, as it happens, this year, in late 2025, later this year, the Beach Boys founding member Brian Wilson had plans to finally release, it was supposed to come out later this year, to finally release a country project that had been gathering dust in the vault, so to speak, for over half a century, Jim. So Brian Wilson and the Beach Boys manager, Fred Vale, they started working on an album called Cows in the Pasture way back in 1970. It was going to be this kind of unusual project, not only because, A, country music was very unfamiliar. It was an unfamiliar genre for two artists associated with the Beach Boys' iconic surf pop sound. So it featured, this is funny, it featured Fred Vale, again, who was the Beach Boys manager, but he had no professional singing experience, Jim. But he was going to be on lead vocals with Brian Wilson producing it. Again, this was back in 1970, so maybe they were like, let's try on something interesting for size and see what happens. And those, Jim, these are the kind of things, and this is why I want to talk about it, because these are the kind of things when let's try this and see what comes of it, right? So you imagine Brian being like, I'll produce it. Fred being like, I'll sing on it. Let's see what happens.
I mean, it plays into the same man who actually had sand imported into his house to pour on his floor so he could compose better on the piano because he had the feel of sand under his feet. It's just it.
Is that real?
That's a real thing. Brian Wilson did that when he was making Smile. When it ended up being Smiley Smile, of course, but the album that Scott was referring to, Lindsay, if you ever get a chance, listen to the opening of the original Smile. It is a different kind of music, and he composed that song with sand under his feet in his piano room because he wanted to get the feel of the beach as he played on his piano. So,
I get it. I mean, that would be like any actor really diving into the role. What do they call it? When I'm blanking on the term, when you method acting.
Method acting.
Same idea. I mean, I know when I go in the studio, I like to set the scene based on is it lights off? Is it a candle lit? Is it what am I drinking? What am I wearing? That's the same kind of idea you want to bring on. And Mark Evetts talked about this on our show last week. Like if he's working with a rap artist, he dresses different in the studio than he would working with a country artist. We're doing an orchestration for a film. It's something that's triggering your brain to go to that place. So I get it. It's interesting. So anyway, the this year that album was due to finally see the light. So Rolling Stone reported that the album Cows in the Pasture was looking to a release date later this year. It was going to be paired with a docuseries about Fred Vale's life story and featuring a number of some pretty big guest stars on it. So putting out the project was a dream for Fred Vale, again, the Beach Boys manager. And he encouraged Brian Wilson to get enthusiastic about music again. That's what really played into it. While, Brian, who had lost his wife and been diagnosed with dementia, this was him sort of supporting that. So Brian Wilson, he's one of the guest vocalists on Cows in the Pasture. Tragically, he'll never get to see that response because he passed before it came out, or maybe he will be listening from beyond the veil. But at the time of Brian Wilson's death, many questions remained about the rollout of Cows in the Pasture. The project has yet to get a specific release date. They say it will be later this year. And the identities of most of the vocalists who've contributed their voices to the songs are still under wraps, but they say there's a bunch of big names. So the Beach Boys have occasionally, Jim, had connections to country music. music, including they performed with Glenn Campbell. Two of the members of the group, Mike Love and Bruce Johnson, made the band's Grand Ole Opry debut in 2022. We'll keep you in the loop about that project and maybe even try to have Fred Vale on the show. But a little bit quickly about Fred Vale, because, Jim, we love an origin story, and this is how you become... is it chicken before the egg? Throwback to chickens. How you become the manager of the Beach Boys, or rather, how the Beach Boys become the Beach Boys because you were their manager. You know, which is it? So Fred Vale began his career out in Sacramento, California, and he was a radio announcer and a teenage news announcer at the age of 12. And during his high school years, he spearheaded a committee that was responsible for orchestrating the arrival of bands at school dances and that kind of thing. He sort of became the booking agent for the school. Among one of those talents were the Beach Boys, who at the time they were gaining traction on the charts, but just limited. They would only play in the LA area, however. And Fred Vale successfully secured the band for an event, making the beginning of a big collaboration. And his involvement at promoting and booking the Beach Boys, he continued to play a crucial role for them over the years. But Jim, it's these kind of things. I think that's really interesting. Not saying he is why. I mean, it's lightning in a bottle. It's the magic potion that was Brian Wilson having the wherewithal, the kind of man he was, to say, I need sand under my toes to write this song, to create a new genre. And then somebody like Fred Vale, who, when you see, Jim, when you see a talent and you're like, I know that there's something so big in that person. I want to help be the catalyst for it. But it takes the combination of the two. I don't think that anybody that we know from a legendary standpoint, it didn't just happen on their own. There's a team behind it, and it takes, the Colonel behind Elvis Presley, say what you will about him, but it takes somebody believing in, I know it's a bad example, but you know what I mean? Somebody behind you saying, whether it's attaching, wanting to attach their wagon to it for negative purposes or not, there's somebody always behind it that's the driving force, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and by the way, Vale is somebody that I'm very familiar with.
Oh, yeah?
And the reason is, by the way, is because, I don't know, people ought to be careful what they wish for in regards to having their parents involved in their careers, because anybody that knows the Wilson story, and now all three Wilsons are together, God rest all three of their souls. Yeah. And that was a quote from Vale recently about this. He said, now the three brothers can finally be together. Their father was their manager, and he was not a good guy. Yeah. There is no other way to describe who his father was, other than probably was part and parcel for the reason that all of them went a little bit crazy. He was a bad guy, unequivocally.
Yeah.
If Fred Vale had not been there, Lindsay, I don't know if they escape. And that makes such a difference in his life, in Wilson's life and in the other Wilson's brother life, that Fred Vale being there and them knowing there was somebody competent and decent to turn to. By the way, there's a big Nashville connection with Vale. If I remember correctly, I think Vale actually is one of the people to create a really kind of groundbreaking studio in Nashville in the early 80s. I think, look, I'm just bringing up my memory here. I think Vale also created an all-digital studio in Nashville, and I think it's one of the first.
In 1980, he founded Treasure Isle Recorders, Inc. It was the first Nashville studio to become all digital.
Oh, wow.
And, yeah.
I got it right.
You got it right. Yeah. And it's remained busy over the years because they had these really big spacious tracking rooms, which a lot of engineers and musicians claim to be the best acoustics that they'd ever encountered. So people like Dolly Parton, Johnny Cash, the Beach Boys, and Waylon Jennings all recorded in that studio. So you were right, Jimmy Mac.
That is really groovy. I thought I remembered that because Vale is one of those guys who just loved music. He's just one of those guys that he was the 13th apostle, the one who was called but not chosen. But then he becomes like the Apostle John. He becomes the most beloved disciple of Brian Wilson himself. Really quick, before I forget, my favorite Beach Boys didn't happen thing of all time was, you've listened to Pink Floyd's The Wall, right?
Of course.
And in the beginning he says, so you thought you might like to go to the show to feel the warm confusion, that space cadet glow. And then you hear these guys in the background go, do, 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 do. Was
that the Beach Boys?
It's the Beach Boys. It's the Beach Boys.
All of them?
It's almost all of them, but they could not build them as the Beach Boys because it was not all of them. But it's definitely Brian Wilson, and Dennis Wilson is there too, and it's them going do 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 do. So what they had originally wanted, what Roger Waters and David Gilmour originally wanted, was they wanted the Beach Boys to do the entire backup for the entire album, but they couldn't work it out with all the Beach Boys. So they said, we'll come in and do the opening number for you guys, and they did. That's my favorite almost Beach Boy story. There you go.
That's cool. I love it. Well, it speaks very highly to Fred Vail as well, though, that even at Brian's, you talk about the bad managers of the days, whether it be family or whoever, the wrong intention, that Fred Vail was at that Brian Wilson wanted to release something with him back in 1970 and still wanted to release something with him in 2025 shows you that connection and that he was there for the right reasons and was a positive influence on him. So Brian Wilson, of course, will be missed, and the Beach Boys are together now going do, do, do up in heaven.
Oh, that's a great idea. I love that idea. The idea that Roger Waters will finally die, and if he manages to escape in there, they'll be there to go do, 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 do.
Yeah, they finally got their third part harmony up there. Okay, moving on. Let's skip the controversial Dixie Chicks comments. Just listen to the story, because regardless what you think of their politics, Dixie Chicks, I'm still calling them Dixie Chicks. Jim, I refuse to call them the Chicks. I understand why they changed the name, but I refuse to do it. I like chickens too much.
Go on.
So, Taylor Jenkins Reid, I don't know if you know of her. She's an author.
I know her.
You do?
I do. I know that name. I know that name.
Course.
It percolates and pops around. Yes, it does.
Okay, good. Well, I'll tell you more about her in a second. I did not know about her. Now I did. But she's teasing her upcoming project. It's a Dixie Chicks themed project, which I love. Man, I sang me some Dixie Chicks music. It's one of the things I ever sing in public was, "There's your trouble, there's your trouble." So anyway, during a recent appearance on the Kelly Clarkson Show, Taylor Jenkins Reid, the author, she's a best-selling author. She said that they're taking the story of Goodbye Earl, that Earl had to die, na, 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 and they're going to make it a jukebox musical with all the discography of the Dixie Chicks.
I love it. I love those kind of projects.
But it's it's based on that song, the song Goodbye Earl. That was the anchor for it. And then she's like, this is a whole story about why the sisters killed Earl. So it's a story all around that moment, but based off of all the Dixie Chicks catalog. Pretty cool. So Kelly Clarkson on her show, she was praising the idea to take one of the country group's most popular songs, turn it into a stage production, explaining that the Dixie Chicks, catalog, it's, of course, insane. And Taylor Jenkins Reid said that she was like, this could be its own story. And what if you use the songs of the Chicks to tell the story? She said she came up with it as she was driving along the road one day. So she has a new novel called Atmosphere, which it's set against the backdrop of a 1980s space shuttle program. That's what's out. I'd love to have her on the show to talk about that book.
By the way, if we want to get her on, by the way, the book that a lot of people know, if I remember correctly, is it? I forget the number, but it's The Husbands of Evelyn Hugo. Is it The Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo? Is that the book that she wrote? If I'm remembering her correctly.
I don't know. She's written 9 books total, including Daisy Jones and the Six. That's one she's known for, which is a hit TV show. And then Carrie Soto is Back, which is being executive produced right now by actually Serena Williams for Netflix. I don't know about that one, but you're probably right.
Yeah. And Daisy Jones and the Six was a big hot property. I didn't realize that Taylor Jenkins Reid had written that too. Taylor Jenkins Reid is a big freaking deal, dude, as a matter of fact.
I know. We need to have her on the show.
A lot of women who read a lot of books at the beach really dig Taylor Jenkins Reid. That's pretty much how I know it, because my sister's like, you should read this. And my mom read it in her book club too. So there you go. You should read this.
Oh, there you go.
We should write. We should write.
We should write, right? Yeah. We could come up, they could be suggestions for drivers to tell their wives about, perhaps. I don't know. Leave me alone. Go read a Taylor Jenkins Reid book. So
just give it to him. Be quiet. Here you go.
Just give it to him. So she explained that she reached out to one of her friends who she described as a fanatic who works in Broadway, the New York Broadway, the OG. And Kelly Clarkson asked her, so is Cowboy Take Me Away going to be in it? And she said, of course. So Cowboy Take Me Away, written by my friend for the show, Marcus Hummin. And I just want to bring that up because I will be playing at the Country Music Hall of Fame on July 1st. Woo! And I will be singing Cowboy Take Me Away at that show with Marcus Hummon, the guy who wrote it. He'll be playing guitar for me, singing the song he wrote at the Country Music Hall of Fame. He is a member of the Songwriting Hall of Fame there. So that's going to be a very Nashville cool moment for me, Jimmy Mack.
I'm trying. I am really trying. I'm looking at so many things to see if I can possibly get up there. Because I got something I got to deliver to you anyway, so I might use that as an excuse to get up there and get that thing.
We'll talk about that after the show.
We'll speak at length. Here we go. Okay, continue, please.
So anyway, that'll be cool. Basically, look for that. A Dixie Chick. I don't know. I would love callers or in the YouTube chat. You can tell us however you feel about the Chicks. I don't mind. Thank you, Mark says. He will always think of them as the Dixie Chicks. I appreciate that. Also, quick side note, 4 Out wants to know where you get chicken diapers, Jimmy Mack.
We actually, I'm working on posting
Speaking of chicks.
There's a website, by the way. Speaking of chicks, speaking of Dixie Chicks, there is a website that I'm going to have Claire Marie send over to Tara so that she can post it up on the Book of Face. We'll get you that info. I promise you, 4 Out, they exist and they're easy to put on. Even I can do it. There's the giveaway.
Where do you go to get chicken diapers? It's not a country song. Don't say that. All right. So more news coming about the Dixie Chicks, the Chicks musical. I will certainly go see it. We'd love to hear in the chat. Would you go see a Dixie Chicks, a.k.a. the Chicks musical? Let us know. Okay. So, Jimmy, another story here. So remember, of course you remember, Oliver Anthony and the big stink that was. I think there was a moment when that song came out, Jim, that we talked about him just about every single day. You remember that?
Oliver Anthony and the Big Stink. Yes, I remember that.
Oliver Anthony and the Big Stink. So a new report's come out. So Oliver Anthony's wife not only divorced him, but she also wants to take...
wife. She's not his wife then. Get your facts.
Good point. Oliver Anthony's ex-wife not only divorced him,
there you go,
but she also wants to take half of the money he's made and all of the money that he will make. We're gonna break this down here in a minute, Jim, you and I. So in response to that, the singer wrote a song called Scornful Woman, as perhaps he should. So his new song, it just came out last week. It tells a similar story. So he's not yet hopped on social media to tie the lyrics to his personal life, but he's amplified posts from Joe Rogan. He was on Joe Rogan's show talking about it. So let's talk about Oliver Anthony's wife. So first of all, Oliver Anthony's real name is Christopher Anthony Lunsford. His wife, Tiffany Lunsford, they were married for quite a while, long before he went viral for the song Rich Men North of Richmond. We all remember that. It was quite the stink. So at the time of the song's release, this was a guy, okay, first of all, this was a guy supposedly just singing with a banjo and his guitar in his backyard and went viral. As we know, thank you.
That's by the way, that's a semiotic for somebody's up to something. That's from now on. That's what that means. Somebody's up to something. Go on.
But this is a real connection. I wonder if Morgan Wallen and Oliver Anthony know each other and they live in the somebody's up to something studio together. Because there's too much going on. So at the time of the song's release, Oliver and his wife, they had 2 kids together, but then they had another son who was born at the end of 2023. So when Oliver was on Joe Rogan Experience recently, just a couple minutes into the show, Joe talks about Anthony's rise from being broke to being a millionaire. He says he starts making millions of dollars doing arenas. The wife divorces him. She wants everything. She wants more than half. She wants all the money he's going to be making in the future because she says she was with him when he broke. He's just tortured. He wants to die. And so he writes this song. Let me give you the lyrics from the song, and then you and I are going to break down this relationship, Jimmy Mack.
All right, go on.
The lyrics are, well, and he's yet to say if this is about his wife, but come on. All right. Well, she got a side to her I want to run from. She'll turn a warm afternoon into a cold, cold one.
Jesus.
Well, Eve grabbed the apple and Adam took a bite, and now all these years later, and the math still ain't right. I used to sleep so good, didn't have a nightmare. I was busy dreaming, believing she's always going to be right there. And now the middle of the day is like the middle of the night, and the court says 50-50, but the math don't seem right.
Damn!
The chorus is, she can have all the money and they can keep all the fame. I'd go back to being broke as a joke if I could just get a break from the pain.
Double damn!
What a load of
Double
horse hockey. What an absolute solipsistic load of horse hockey, by the way.
Which, her or him?
Him.
Or all of it?
Him. God almighty. It's like, I got to tell you, given the nonsense that Claire Marie has put up with, given the nonsense that Seamus has put up with.
Agreed.
Given the nonsense that Seamus has put up with.
Oh, right, fine, that too.
If for some reason things went on the air, I'm going to say this, ladies and germs, and I have no intention of ever leaving Claire. Matter of fact, she's planning to kill me because I've said that. Here's the deal, dude. The awfulness, the struggles that people go through, the nonsense of what it's like to be with somebody before they're somebody. She's entitled to every flipping nickel she can get. He doesn't go anywhere without her, even if she nagged the hell out of him. Let me tell you something.
And she's the mother of his children. There's that too.
Sweet mother of mercy. Give it up. Give it up. It's like, now that I'm big and successful, now that I've gotten through med school, you don't deserve any of my money. Screw that dude. By the way, I want you to write a song. Lindsay, I have another song for you, just like if it's cheating and my husband's watching. It's a good title. I Want Half. I think that would be a great song where you kind of lay out a real kind of passionate case of all the nonsense somebody puts up with, helping somebody build a life, and then they turn around and say, oh, now that I made it, you don't deserve any of it. I did it all on my own. Me and my pa with a hammer and a saw, and Dad's dead, so I get it all. I'm sorry.
Well, here's the thing. It's interesting, Jim, and we don't know what's going on. I mean, I'm with you. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes with Oliver and Tiffany, nor do we really care. Hope they're both happy. Great. But, speaking of talking about prenup. So I have several friends out in California.
Prenup? Oh, I thought I pivot. Prenup?
Prenup. I have several friends married to quote unquote celebrities, out in LA, and they happily. It's weird. I've been a part of these discussions with the friends, and I try to figure out how to talk about it and be a friend without prying or making it awkward, because who knows what you'd really feel like if you had to sign a prenup. But, I know people who've had to sign one basically to prove they were in it for the right reasons and to protect. It's usually agents making the husband or the wife ask the oncoming spouse to sign it. It's an awkward conversation, but let's talk about what one must think. When you're already at that, there's a difference. When you're already at a level of success and then you meet somebody, that's one thing. That's understandable. Like, hi, I'm Tom Cruise, and now I meet you, and now we're dating. I've already created all this that's taken my whole life. That's one thing. But to be with someone, there's a difference when you're married to someone before you hit or if they hit afterwards. It's two very different things. So the I Want Half song you're talking about, I think is a great idea and a great conversation. I guess it comes down to maybe the why. Why did it not work? Obviously, if there's cheating or whatever going on, that's a different thing. But it's two different conversations, right, Jim?
Well, Eddie Murphy does a great routine about Johnny Carson's second divorce, where the wife essentially wanted half, and they hadn't been married for the length of Carson's career. He actually comes out and he says, look, and Carson proves this. Carson's first wife, he handed over half the store to her. She was there when he was a weatherman, when he was a local newscaster, when he was a struggling stand-up comedian. She was there when he built the show. I mean, she was there when he kind of launched the whole thing. So when it came down to part ways, it wasn't pretty, but it was, you've earned this. You helped me build a life. Well, the second wife shows up and wants half, and it's like, oh, no, absolutely, positively not. What I'm saying is that this guy wasn't famous when he wrote The Rich Men North of Richmond. He was a big nobody in the land of nobody land. And if she had to put up with anything, I don't care, man. You're right. Basically, Lindsay, what I'm saying is you're right. It makes me really angry. It's like, the other thing is I didn't have $1 million, but now that I've got $1 million, you want half of that $1 million, I would go back to having nothing. And it goes back to Mark's point online. Half is better than none. Get over yourself.
I will take half over none any day. Hey, Jimmy Mack, did Claire come to you before you got married and say, sign this prenup? You do not get half of the Dave Nemo empire.
Well, actually, I don't get the house if anything goes sideways. We made an agreement. We actually kind of put that in place. I will not. She paid off that house on her own. I came in for the tail end of it.
Atta girl.
Yeah, I mean, that is her home, and I have no claim to it, and I have no problem relinquishing. I had no problem relinquishing claim. My idea. I had nothing to do with that house other than being a supportive husband for about 3 years. Watch that thing get paid off. Unbelievable. Yeah.
I mean, that's
her
only
work. She did that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that only makes sense. We'll take half over none any day. I like that, Mark.
I prefer to stay married.
It's an interesting conversation. I don't know. I have. Here's a quick sidebar on that. I have a friend. I have good friends. A friend who's been on the show. She and her husband have separate bank accounts. My husband and I do not. I think I see real great stuff in it. But here's where it gets awkward. That friend that has a separate bank account, I see them at dinner, and they're squabbling over who's going to pay for dinner, and it becomes a conversation. It's like, well, I got last week, you got this, I got the electric bill, you get the phone bill. I'm not asking how you and Claire do things, but I think probably, and I don't do this, but I think the best would be to have a joint account that handles things that you do jointly, and then a separate account that handles things you do separately. Because I end up putting stuff that I don't want. Is that what you guys do?
Yeah.
Yeah. I ended up putting on a credit, except that I don't want Seamus to see, like if I'm getting him a gift, and so I don't want him to see what it was or what it cost. I'll end up doing it on a credit card.
The hotel room in Reno? Yeah, I understand.
Exactly. I didn't want to say it. Thanks for you saying it. But yeah, it becomes I don't know. I don't know. It's a topic for another day. I would love to talk about how people handle their finances.
Especially truckers when they're in business with their spouse. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
By the way, Bruce Almighty wrote Jerry Reed. She got the gold mine. I got the shaft.
Yeah.
I pay
And
all.
then Mark says, I pay everything. The wife pays none. Well, I'll take none then. In that case, I'll take none over half any day.
It's the only time I'll take none over half. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Absolutely. All right. Wrapping up our country and Western music news. Born on this day, I love this, back in 1910, was Clyde Julian Foley, better known as Red Foley, who's an American singer, a radio and TV personality, became one of the biggest country music stars after World War II, selling over 25 million records. Red Foley also hosted the first popular country music series on network television, the Ozark Jubilee. It was on from 1955 to 1960. Red Foley died on September 9th of 1968. Hank Williams Jr., who had been with him the day he died, later wrote and recorded as Luke the Drifter Jr., his pseudo there. He recorded I Was With Red Foley the night he passed away, based on being with Red Foley the night he passed away. Super cool. Learn more about that story if you look up online. That has been your country and Western music news here with myself, Lindsay Lawler. Jimmy Mack, thanks for all the commentary. I love our country music news because we get to dig in. We're not just reading stories. We get to dig in. I always know people attached to the stories too, so I find it fun. Thanks for joining us. If you want to sponsor this segment, call me, Country and Western Music News. Jimmy, thanks for joining me here on Road Gang Radio.
Oh, thank you so much, and you are very, very welcome. By the way, Lindsay, I want you to give a big shout out to Ashley and Scott, who are going to be up next here. We have more content coming. We have
I love
more
it.
content.
Today's another jumping off point for another, not necessarily a flagship show, but flagship content.
Well, yeah, I mean, and that's over on our friends from OOIDA are making their contribution. Don't forget, guys, we have a trifecta of shows. We've got 2 in place already and a 3rd coming in July, and we should write. But our friends from OOIDA are actually adding content, Trucking with OOIDA, which is going to appear on our platform, and we are so excited. By the way, as they said over at RadioNemo, we're not leaving. That's right, Mark, you can hang around for OOIDA as well. I was excited about that news, Lindsay. Something really
big news.
Something big is cooking around here. Something big is going on, and a lot of people have kind of joined our cause. You can actually say you knew us when. We will accept that in this. It
works for here.
In this particular situation, you knew us when, which means you're a part of this. Every single one of you contributing over here on the Book of Face, on the Tube of You, and everywhere else that we have platforms and reality. It's going to get bigger. It's going to get better.
Be a part of it. Be a part of it tomorrow when we'll be back. And don't go anywhere. OOIDA is up next. Have the best day.
Yeah. Road Gang Radio. Why is it not playing? That's what Dre is saying. Why is it not playing? Eventually we'll have something going on here at 10:59. 10:59 in the reality. The show.
The math ain't mathin', and the radio ain't working.
And we're still here. And am I hoping for music or for them just to take over the thread? It's okay if we don't have any music, dude. I'm fine with that. I like that.
It's the first day. We're figuring it out. Everyone's here behind the scenes at rehearsal with us. It's great.
That was perfect. Hey guys, one of the glorious and groovy things about doing this show is the fact that we are on the fly and we are learning how to make the miracle happen 1 minute and 1 moment at a time. If you guys want to give us a call at 615-292-6366 and jump into the conversation while we work out some technical snafus and bugs over here at the Degas House Studios, we'd love to hear from you guys. You can jump into the conversation that way. In the meantime, just want to tell you and set up what's going on here. Our friend, oh my God, sweet mother of pearl, she jumped in and joined me. Hey, Lindsay Lawler, how you doing, man? It's all part of a learning process, ain't it? There you are.
But also, what's cool is that we can be like, "Hey, that's not working. We'll get back to it." In the meantime, we're still here. We can do whatever we want. We are grown-ass adults with our own radio station and mics. What could go wrong? So I say more of us until OOIDA pops on.
Well, the other groovy thing, too, is what could go wrong, and it means everything could go wrong. And in some ways, that's an incredibly liberating feeling. I'll tell you that right now.
It's fun.
I do want to talk, since we are here, is that on July 23rd, God willing, and the creek don't rise, we're going to have an event over here at the Degas House. And we really haven't started the planning process for that other than the fact that the Degas House knows we're going to have an event. Let me tell you part of the reason.
It's a good start.
Yeah.
It's a good start. You got a venue.
We got a venue, and we also have a truck that's going to be coming here that we're going to park on the side of the building, by the way.
Not just any truck either.
It's a glorious thing, and I want to make sure I get their official phraseology before I announce what that truck is. I want to make sure that I'm reading from their copy as we kind of finalize the deal, which, by the way, has been finalized by email as of today. We're going to get that, kind of set that up and kind of get that going on here. But you're going to be coming over here on July 23rd. Well, you'll be here before then. I hope you just don't show up that morning, because that would be really hectic, especially, if it was
definitely not. Definitely coming a day early.
Yeah. And we're going to basically do We Should Write. And that's going to be the beginning of that show. It is going to be a big party that evening. Already got a lot of invites out. So my niece got engaged, and there was a big engagement party at my uncle's house, my aunt and uncle's house. My godparents threw it for her. And the number of people who walked over and said, "This is a great party. Oh, by the way, we're coming to your thing." And I'm like, "What thing is that?" And they're like, "We're coming to your thing at the Degas House on July 23rd. So that big family I've always told you about, Lindsay.
I'm going to get to meet them finally.
You're going to finally get a chance to meet them as well. And
Will your parents be there?
My parents will be there. Now that my dad can actually move, yeah, my dad and my mom will be here, actually, because for the first time in a long time, as we've been talking about, my dad, who a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, was medically morbidly obese, does not have that diagnosis anymore.
That's huge.
And
but I say
actually,
if they're
it's
going
not.
to come.
Sorry.
I say we set him up with the throne, the king and queen throne somewhere at the Degas House. Let's have a nice love seat for them out in the courtyard where they can just be celebrated, and you come to them like have a receiving line for your parents that night.
Yeah, I think it'd be kind of really groovy, by the way. Okay, so here's the thing I wanted to tell you we didn't get a chance to talk about because we had so much content on the air this morning. So I went to this party, and there were a number of my first cousins once removed. Technically, a first cousin once removed are simply the children, not the siblings, the children of your first cousins. So when you hear stuff like once removed, that's what it means. A lot of people never know what that kind of stuff means. First cousin, once removed. Here's what's groovy about it. We actually did the math. There are 67 of us. If my grandparents were alive today, they would have 67 great-grandchildren. 67.
If your grandparents were alive today.
Yeah, they would have 67 great-grandchildren. That is
something that will never happen in my family.
And something that will never happen in a lot of families in the United States ever again. I mean, that is because it's not just about one family having a lot of kids. It's about that family's kids having a lot of kids, and then they in turn having kids. That's what's kind of remarkable about this. And what's funny, Lindsay, I was raised with a lot of my second cousins because my grandfather and his sister, my great aunt, were extraordinarily close. So all those first cousins in my mom's life were raised as essentially brothers and sisters. They all kind of grew up together. So I have a close relationship with them as well. And it got so large at one point that my uncle Jimmy literally stopped having his Christmas Eve party until he could get a bigger house. I mean, he literally said, "You know what, guys? Everybody break up and do their own thing. We're getting a new house." He said, "I can't have it at the old house anymore because the party had gotten so big with not just family members, it had gotten so big with extended family members and friends of those family members because everybody loved the party so much."
That'd be a good way to get your family to help pay for your house. Be like, if you want to come to my parties, everybody start pitching a Kickstarter for my new home.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So I want to give a couple of shout outs here. Bruce Almighty has stuck with us. Our good friend Ed has stuck with us, which, by the way, is Beach Bum. Gina, who has been hanging around, says, "Yay, you're back." Yes, Gina, we are back, and we're so thrilled to be here, to be kind of spending some time with you as we await the addition of
Murphy in the house, too.
Murphy in the house as well. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, I want to get back to this party for a second because not only are we going to do the first We Should Write, we're going to be doing that show that morning, but equally important, that evening we're going to have a party. But what's so much fun about the party and important is you're going to get your butt up there and perform, correct? Are you bringing anybody with you? Do you have any plans or thoughts about that yet? We can actually talk that out right now. We have a little bit of time, if you dig where I'm coming from.
Well, I'd love to. I mean, my thoughts on launching We Should Write there. So We Should Write, so everybody knows, it's going to be a show about the healing power of writer, but it's going to be fun. It's basically going to be a deep dive, equal parts, sarcasm and soul, in the typical nature that is myself, Lindsay Lawler. But normally it'll be eventually I'd like it to be as in studio in person, especially when we get the cameras working around here so everyone can see what's going on, whether I'm here at my studio in Nashville or at the Fastport Studios there in New Orleans, but have actually people come in. There's obviously a very different energy when you're in studio with somebody, not better, just different energy. And so, yeah, it's going to be a lot of songwriters, authors, just a lot of songwriters. That will be the core of the people we have on because that's what I know how to identify with, of course. So for We Should Write, when we launch it there, July 23rd in studio at the Fastport Studios, I'd like to have on, since I'm there, some renowned, if anybody listening has some New Orleans artists or writers that they're big fans of, please let us know and we'll start reaching out. I have a couple ideas and I've reached out to a few people who I'd like to have on, but that's basically we're going to do, and I would love to keep it open-ended so that if we don't go off the air right, if maybe it goes 2 hour, maybe it's a 2 hour show. I don't know. I'd love for Jimmy Mack to be a part of that show that day, of course, as well, helping me talk to him. But yeah, we're going to do a deep dive into the New Orleans because it really sets the stage, Jim, for Nashville to NOLA to Nashville, however you want to say it, for that kind of framework we're trying to build as well, which is really going to be a pipeline between the two cities, swapping musical genres, musical influences, etc.
Well, and the other really cool thing, by the time we get to the 23rd of July, we'll also have all 4 microphone stations set up at the table here. Right now, it's set up for Dave and I. And you talked about the idea of being live with somebody else in studio. You have been so great. I don't know if you guys know this, but Lindsay has been consistently offering text message and commentary to me, really positive stuff over the course of not only our show together when she comes in the second hour for the distinctive break. The first half we talk about how you make a living. The second half we talk about how you actually live your life. But what's really cool is you've been listening to all of Nemo Nation, the 2 Nemo Nation shows, and you can feel it even with the guests, Lindsay. When the guests join Dave and I, because we're in studio together, they can feel our connectedness and the fun that we're having with Dre and with Madison over here. And it's all kind of, you know what I'm saying, all kind of swirling together and picking up, and you can feel that. And so getting you down here is going to make a big difference. I want to shift gears because right now we're currently working, and Dre's going to put somebody on the phone here in a second. We're currently working to get our friends from OOIDA, Trucking with OOIDA, on the air. And I wanted to make a point about this as well. We're thrilled about these people because they're friends of ours, because Louis Pugh has been so good to us, and our friend Colin Long and all the boys from OOIDA, of course the gal from OOIDA, Narita Taylor, and of course our favorite swashbuckling editor, managing editor over at Landline too, Jamie Jones, have been such big contributors to the beginning of this show. Dre, what you got? You got somebody headed our way? What's happening, brother? What's happening?
We have some lovely people from OOIDA.
We got some OOIDA people on the phone here. Do I got a Scott and Ashley? Is that who I got?
100%.
Hey, guys, welcome aboard and welcome to what happens when you're actually at the beginning of something. Hey, say hi to Ashley and Scott, by the way, Lindsay.
Good morning, friends. Thanks for bearing with us. It just shows you that we really are in the midst of creating something new, and everybody's feeling a part of setting the scene here. So thanks for bearing with us. It only means that we're building to the greatness, and that is the greatness that is OOIDA. Good morning, friends.
Good morning, Jimmy and Lindsay. Thanks for having us. How's everything going over there? Going smoothly?
Oh, yeah.
No, not one bit. Smooth? What do you mean? But you know what, guys? It's a reminder that it's live. There's a lot of people out there, they're like, how's your podcast going? I'm like, nope, not a podcast. Live is very different. It's much more obviously in the moment, and it's harder to do, and now we're proving why, but it just goes to show you we actually are live.
Exactly. Yeah, Ashley and I are, we've done live TV and live radio, so we are very familiar with this problem. And you gotta be able to tap dance, and adapt to whatever happens, because things do happen. But yeah, we're super excited to be on the show. This wasn't actually the initial plan, but it is good talking with you, obviously, and we're excited about the partnership.
Well, and let me ask you something else, too, by the way. First of all, Trucking with OOIDA. And we'll start with you, Ashley, if you'd be so kind to tell us a little bit about, in fact, had we gotten it on the way we had planned to get it on, but tell us a little bit about what Trucking with OOIDA is all about, and then we'll pivot to Scott.
Well, our show, we just wanted to bring, we're very much known for bringing a lot of information, trucking news to our listeners at Landline. We're kind of switching gears to just bring more entertainment, and we've got some great guests planned. Our show for today, we have OOIDA President Todd Spencer on, and talking to Todd is just absolutely fascinating. The man can cover anything on trucking, and so I am excited for listeners to hear from him. But yeah, we're just really excited for what's to come, and we've been in the industry for a couple of years now, and like Scott said, we both come from TV and live radio and stuff, and so yeah, we're just really excited for what's to come.
You're able to roll with the punches, as we know, and that's what you're letting everybody know. So how do you? What I guess I would say. Y'all decided to make the move, come over with us and join us on this next new venture, which is very exciting. And it really is people creating their own places to share content is the wave of the future, or rather the future was yesterday, as Dave Nemo likes to say. And so why is this, I guess, collaboration and this platform for you guys important, for you two and everyone at OOIDA, to have this place where it's not monitored? There isn't a corporate entity saying what we can or cannot say. It's delivering from fact, really in the moment, what's going on. Is that a piece of why you guys think that this is an important kind of direction for OOIDA for the future?
Oh, absolutely. Several days about what you are aiming to do and what you hope to be. Dave Nemo, his name his name says it all, obviously, and has been in the industry and has been a trusted voice for so long. So us, we're looking to kind of join in with that and be a part of that. And we're very excited, and yeah, that freedom to kind of explore different things, that we're interested in, that the association is interested in, obviously, and things that are important to individual truck drivers out there and their livelihoods and their lives is very important to us as well. So that's really the aim for Ashley and me as we kind of launch this thing along with you. And again, we're very excited about that. But yeah, we're interested in exploring all of the different conversations that are out there that people are having. Some of them are going to be fun and entertaining. Some of the conversations may be a little more difficult to have as we kind of navigate all the challenges that are out there, and we all know, sitting here, how many challenges there are out there for folks that are, again, just trying to make a livelihood. So yeah, we're interested in exploring all of it, and as I said earlier, very excited about joining in this effort with you, and onward and upward as we look at this new frontier, and it's all very exciting.
Yeah, and you said that some of the conversations will be maybe the harder conversations are difficult, but that's the beauty, because we want to share that space, this open forum where. And we're not here to deliver salacious content or anything like that, but it's more just having outside of you. I mean, I'm going to, as soon as Jimmy walks away, I have so much gossip on him, you guys, you cannot wait. But the idea of being really able to have that truthful forum and let drivers come to, I mean, that's what OOIDA does so great, to be the sounding board for drivers and company as well, to share what's going on. Let's figure out how to all sit at the table together, right, and play in the sandbox together. And that's what I feel like you guys not only do well, but want to get even better at, is making sure drivers are heard and have a voice. And what better platform than for them to be able to call in on our shows, to be able to, for your show, submit questions and content. Will that be a piece that you guys want to see, letting drivers get in the action of how you're delivering your content and the topics you're talking about?
Yeah, for sure. I think one of the things I know personally I love about your guys' show is I feel like I'm in the room with you, and I very much want truck drivers to feel like they're in the room with us. Like I said, we both come from news, so we're kind of have that anchor-ish sort of sound, but we want to get away from that. We want to be more conversational, and we're just excited to kind of have more conversations, let things breathe a bit, and just be that voice in the night. I know has been said about Dave Nemo, as he has been over the years, but really just allow truck drivers to feel like, we're there for them, we're there to educate them, talk to them, and we're here for them.
By the way, everybody hold on tight for about 2 seconds here. Ashley Blackwood and Scott Thompson join us this morning to introduce their new show, which is coming up here in just about 30 seconds. Is that correct, Ray? Bellow it out. Okay, guys, everybody hold on tight. We're going to see if we can make this happen. If it does, we will let you shuffle off your radio coil. Thank you both so much, and welcome to the party, pal.
Thank
Glad
you.
to be
Thank
here.
you very much.
Thanks for jumping in, Lindsay. Love you. Here it is, guys.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Pushing back against the push for bigger trucks, battles are being won, but who's winning the war? Plus, the same could be said in the fight against EV mandates, but California isn't going down without a fight. And are diesel prices about to spike? Those stories and more, along with Todd Spencer, president of OOIDA, as an all-new Trucking with OOIDA starts now. Thanks for joining us on our maiden voyage. I'm Scott Thompson, one of your hosts.
And I'm Ashley Blackford, the other host.
We are excited to be doing this, excited to have you. We're going to be bringing you, our aim at least, is to bring you a mix of news and entertainment in the spirit of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, of course, putting the issues that are really relevant to the trucking industry, which means are relevant to you front and center each and every time we speak with you. As mentioned, Todd Spencer, president of OOIDA, will be on the show a little bit later. We're also going to be talking about bigger trucks with Steve Cass-Stevens of the Coalition Against Bigger Trucks as well. But right now, we're going to focus on some news that's out there, Ashley. And we had some big news last week that kind of is carrying over into this week as well.
Yeah, big news out of California. So last week, President Trump signed 3 resolutions that would essentially end the plan for strict vehicle emission standards for both cars and trucks. Now, this is out of California.
Yep.
The Advanced Clean Cars 2. So the plan for that was to ban sales of new internal combustion engine passenger vehicles by 2035. And for trucking, it would require 40% of Class 8 truck sales to be zero direct emission vehicles by model year 2032. So the way Trump went about this in his first term is not how he's going about it this term.
Yeah.
He's using the Congressional Review Act that would essentially permanently end this.
We think.
We think. In his press
More
conference,
on that later, yeah.
he was very set that, there's nothing they can do. There's no going back on this. It's done. It's finished. Well, California said, hold up.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
They're not going to give up without a fight.
Which I think we expected.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, they weren't going to just say, yeah, okay.
But the
we're done
governor's
with it then.
essentially saying that they're going to file lawsuits and kind of take this to the courts as well, right?
Yes.
And I think there's a question as to whether that's going to work, but they're going to try it anyways, which I don't think is a surprise here.
Something else that was interesting of note that back in July of 2023, so about 2 years ago, there was a partnership formed between several truck manufacturers, engine manufacturers, with the California Air Resources Board, or CARB, because we love an acronym here in trucking.
Yep.
And they essentially just signed something saying, you know what? We're going to do this. We're going to follow these standards no matter what happens. Legally, from the government, we've got this. So the question is now, are they going to follow through? A colleague of ours, Tyson Fisher, has reached out to all of them. We have heard back from PACCAR, who declined to comment. And so we'll wait to hear back from the others just to see what they're doing and keep you up to date.
This is one
it.
of these things, too, that I'm curious when we have Todd in here to ask him about, too, because this obviously has been a big issue for a number of years now. And it seems, at least to me, that this is a problem that the free market is eventually going to figure out, probably. But, we're kind of putting the cart before the horse a little bit here. It seems like with regard to California and these emission standards, and we'll see how these lawsuits pan out.
Yeah.
I'm no legal expert. I don't think you are either.
No, definitely not.
But it seems like it might be on shaky ground. But yeah, I will be following this, obviously, as that it kind of goes along the process. But California vowed late last week to fight this in court. So we'll keep an eye on that for sure.
Now, another story we're keeping an eye on to see what's happening between Iran and Israel. Scott, I know this could have an impact here in the United States, especially in the trucking industry.
Yeah, I don't think either one of us are going to speculate on where this might be headed. It doesn't look like it's heading anywhere good, but obviously we'll see how this kind of plays out. But we can speculate, I think, on what effect this might have on fuel prices, namely on diesel prices. I guess this kind of really depends on what Iran does, and they really do hold the cards in I guess in terms of that aspect of this, because they could, if things get really bad for them, target energy infrastructure. They could target U.S. military personnel. Those two things alone could spike prices. They could also, if they wanted to, and I think this would be kind of maybe a final straw for them, but they could, disrupt oil shipments through the Strait of Hormuz. And if they do that, I think watch out. I think you're looking at probably a pretty big spike there with diesel prices and fuel prices. Worth mentioning, this is kind of based on somewhat, I guess, recent history, obviously, with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. If you remember, I think it was about 3 years ago, this summer, actually, diesel prices spiked shortly after the invasion there. I think the prices hit like a record of $5.70, somewhere in that neighborhood in the summer of 2022. So with people out there struggling with the cost of operations, obviously already being high, this is something that could throw another monkey wrench in this recovery as we kind of wait for it to transpire here. Obviously fuel surcharges can help with some of this if those fuel prices go up. We've seen them inching up a little bit, I think, in the past couple weeks.
Yeah.
I can't remember specifically how much, not a lot, maybe a cent or two here or there. But we have seen some of these experts out there that are, very worried about what this could mean with, the price of oil and fuel prices and everything else. So worth monitoring. There is the Strategic Petroleum Reserve that, if you remember, then President Biden tapped into when all that was going on with Russia and Ukraine. That is an option for President Trump this time around. I think I saw some comment that they're ready for that event if it should happen. So there are some things out there that could help ease the situation. But for now, all eyes on Iran and Israel, which, again, are really scaling up their conflict there. And we're all just kind of watching to wait and see what happens.
Yeah. Another story we have been looking into, Texas Department of Transportation put out a release last week saying that they were hit by a cyber attack. More than 300,000 crash reports were downloaded illegally. Now, the issue here, of course, with a crash report, you have names, addresses, insurance information, license numbers. This kind of, I mean, we've heard of many of these. It kind of speaks to the issue of how much information is too much information, and just the dangers of it being online. I know over the past few months, probably over the past year, a lot of talk.
Feels like years.
It does feel like years.
Yeah.
The Beneficial Ownership Information, BOI, of course.
Another
acronym. That would require small businesses to provide information about themselves, their companies, which of course then leads to the worry that, okay, if there's an attack like this, on them, that information getting out. You would assume the government would have good virus protection software, anti-whatever. But if it can happen to them, I mean, it can happen to anybody.
Yeah.
And so, there is some worries out there.
Well, that's what I thought of when I saw this too, was the beneficial information, situation. And that was a concern that we saw in some comments too, was, how much information do you need from me? Especially if you're an owner operator, you're a small business, you're not, you're not harboring terrorists, and there's already so much information, as you pointed out, that's already out there. How much more do they need, especially when you see cyber attacks like this? China hacked the Treasury Department, I think it was late last year, and got a bunch of information. So those concerns are warranted. And again, we keep seeing these cyber attacks over and over and over again. It really is scary because there's so much information out there that they can do a lot of harm with. So we'll keep an eye on that as well, for sure. One thing, and we're going to have Todd up here in a moment to talk about a number of things. So I'm going to ask you this question, Ashley, not just out of randomness, but we're going to be asking him and talking to him about his attendance at the American Truck Historical Society. They had their show up in Madison, Wisconsin recently. So we were kind of thinking about old trucks. I was thinking about old cars. I've never owned a truck, but what was your first car? First vehicle?
First car, I got it in college. A Honda Accord that I named Stacy.
Oh, you had a name for it?
Oh, of course.
See, I didn't name mine.
Gosh, no. And the memories.
Yeah.
She's obviously long gone.
Was it a clunker or was it a?
No, I don't think it was. I mean, actually, well, my husband would probably say yes, it was a clunker. I don't think it was. It was my first car. I was very proud of it, and yeah.
Yeah, you probably have me beat. I had an '85 Plymouth Reliant that belonged to my mother before it belonged to me. But I think for the most part, people love I mean, they have fond feelings about it because I think of all the things that you are doing. With the car.
I don't think mine was that old.
Okay.
So yeah,
you have me beat.
Not in clunker territory here.
Yeah, and again, I think this is a question that we're talking about now because we're going to be talking about old trucks. We're going to be talking with Todd Spencer, who had an old truck, I would assume, at one point. So I'm kind of curious as to what he's going to say there. But we got a lot of show here, and we do want to mention if people want to reach out to us, we've got a way to do that, right?
Yeah. If you want to give us a call on our hotline, 1-800-324-6856. If you want to tell us about your first truck, if you have any story ideas, we'd love to hear from you. Or if you'd rather send an email, podcast@ooida.com.
Yeah, please do write us, call us. We'll possibly include that on the show. We're going to take a quick break right now, but Todd Spencer is up right after this break.
Welcome back to Trucking with OOIDA. We have OOIDA President Todd Spencer in studio with us. Todd, how's it going?
Hey, great. Every day's a great day.
Great to have you as well.
Now, Scott and I were just talking about our first cars, and we were curious, what was your first truck?
Going back a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to say a Rough Rider, baby. It was a 1972 white, I think it was a white 4000 cab over. And, I said a Rough Rider. It had a Hendrickson spring suspension, and it was one of those kinds of trucks that the only way to really make the ride better would be put more weight on it. It was a heavy hauler truck.
Yeah,
So,
no bells and whistles. on those?
Well, when you say bells and whistles, I mean, it predates even bells and whistles. I mean, there was no power steering.
Yeah.
None of the creature comforts that are typical today. It had an AC in it, but it only worked in the shop.
That didn't do you much good.
Once you left the repair facility where you left a few $100s short, air conditioner quit. So after a while, I just wore out on that.
Do you I mean, I know a lot of people romanticize their first car, their first truck. Do you romanticize that? Do you miss that at all?
Not in the least. Not in the least, nor about the one that replaced it. Look, the equipment that we have to work with today is just so much nicer in every way imaginable. And I think, back in my early days, obviously, I was as tough as any trucker out there, and we all thought we were pretty tough. Mm-hmm. But heat and things like that stuff it'll take it out of you.
Yeah.
So, and the simplest things, if it were hot at night, well, you got to roll the window down. You roll the window down. In lots of areas of the country, the mosquitoes are going to eat you up. And,
just the rattling, right? I mean,
well, yeah,
that too, right? It all takes a toll.
Well, sure,
yeah.
So and things like insulation in cabs and things like that. There just wasn't much of that.
Yeah, these kids today, they don't know how good they got it, right?
Well, look, it's still a challenging job.
Oh, for sure.
It's a hard job. You need to know what you're doing, and obviously, but being as comfortable as you can make it it's a pretty good investment in you.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, different time for sure.
Now, speaking of old trucks, you recently visited the American Truck Historical Society show. That was held in Madison, Wisconsin this year. Louis Pugh, the executive VP, he says it's one of his favorite shows. How do you enjoy this show?
Oh, I think it's a cool place. It's a good show to go to simply because you get to talk to lots of truckers that basically have pretty much seen and been through it all. And, have an appreciation for equipment. And the curious thing about it is we'll all face challenges in our life, but these are folks that generally remember the positive things, and that's good. Those are the things that ought to stick with you. And some of the stuff that wasn't so nice, well, forget it, leave it in the rearview mirror.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of that at the truck show. And again, if you like equipment, it's pretty cool stuff.
Yeah. Do any, I guess it kind of varies by year too, but is there a particular truck that you see at the American Truck Historical Society that makes you think, man, this one's really cool?
Well,
they're all cool.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
There are a lot of them. And for me, I think back to the things that, we would sort of fantasize about back then that probably didn't make like taking a B-61 Mac and putting a 1693 Cat in it. Well, you would have had the toughest truck that was ever made. And when I say tough, it wouldn't be tough, but it wouldn't be all that practical in lots and lots of uses. So now I never had the kind of cash that I really wanted to spend on doing something like that.
Have you done when you were out there every day? Did you customize any of your trucks very much?
For me, I would certainly be willing to invest in the equipment, but everything I invested in the equipment in would be basically either making it more efficient or less likely to break down or things like that. The investments that actually have a return on investment, that's going to be money well spent in most instances.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, we should mention you were honored at this year's event with the ATHS Golden Achievement Award given to people involved in trucking for 50 or more consecutive years. Now, this can't be true. 50 years at your age, that doesn't, the numbers don't math there, do they?
It goes by fast.
There are a lot of numbers that don't map out real well. But having said that, basically, that's a recognition for having stuck around.
Yeah.
And, when it comes to advocacy like OOIDA has done through all of these years, it really is an achievement because, when OOIDA was formed in 1973, it wasn't the only organization. There were like 250 others started at the same time, and there have been hundreds since then that have formed, and by guys that well-meaning that thought they had better ideas and better approaches and would be better at doing everything. And after a while, if they do much of anything, they realize some of these things are really, really. There's a lot more to it than I thought.
Yeah.
And if we're actually going to be able to pull this off, we're going to have to be committed for a long time and make an investment, monetary and in time and resources and things like that. And it ain't easy. So, they're gone.
I hear you talking, and I think, OOIDA's staying power obviously is a it's a big thing. It's important. And the association's done a lot of important things over the years. And I know, being someone that doesn't like to toot their own horn, you kind of deflected what Ashley asked you there. But I'm wondering, if you've had a chance over all these years to kind of sit back and reflect on everything that you've contributed to the industry, right? Because the association obviously has been instrumental in a number of things, but at the helm we had Jim Johnston and you, and between the two of you, you've done a lot of things. Have you had a chance to kind of sit back and think, this has been pretty cool. I've done some things.
Well, that's true, and of course, I should point out that among the most important things is perseverance. You got to stick with it. The message has got to be consistent. It's got to be truthful, and you have to recognize realities and be willing to work within those realities. And for me as a trucker, way back in the 70s, I recognized the need for advocacy or professionalism on the part of truckers. This is a group of people that are basically generally underrepresented, and there needs to be more for them. OOIDA is an opportunity for them for all the hundreds of thousands. We've got a couple of million drivers.
Yeah.
Basically to make a small investment in their own future, because most of the things that we're doing on behalf of truckers, no one else is going to do.
Yeah.
So, and we're not going to be able to get this done next week, but there will be a time when there will be an opportunity to get it done, but only if if people have bought in, that are basically recognize the need for positive changes to be made and to be able to invest in those.
Yeah, got to stick with it.
Take pride in what you're doing.
Yeah, he deflected again, Ashley.
We'll let it go this time.
All right, fine.
I do want to talk about the connection, with Dave Nemo back in March at the Mid-America Trucking Show. I know you sat down with Dave and Scott. I know you recorded that kind of just a chit chat of you guys. We didn't know then that we were going to have this partnership. Yeah. But you guys, go way back. Talk to me about the connection with Dave and, him being the voice of trucking radio.
Well, listen, I became, I won't say acquainted, but certainly aware of Dave Nemo when I was in the Army. And I was stationed at Fort Gordon, Georgia. And, in the Army, your hours can be kind of unpredictable. And I'd be listening to the radio at night, and I hear this program, and they're plugging the Oak Grove truck stop.
You thought, hey.
And I thought, I'll be darned.
Yeah.
I know where that is.
Yeah. It's not far from where you grew up, right?
Well, yeah. Actually, I grew up a quarter of a mile from that truck stop.
Yeah.
And I don't live but about 2 miles from it right now. So,
yeah.
But at any rate, he's plugging this, and I think, well, that's from right back at home. And then, I like the programming. I like the conversation. I started paying more attention, and he's on every night. And I thought, well, that's kind of like a voice from home. And if you listen to Dave, he has a following. He has an audience, and he's great with people. He identified well with drivers, and there's lots of similarities between drivers and veterans. And again, it's kind of like having a friend in the night.
Sure.
So no matter where you are.
And we were talking about staying power earlier, and you were talking about the importance of OOIDA sticking, grasping onto an issue and not letting go, right? And having that staying power over the past several decades. I mean, the same could be said of Nemo. He's not where he is now by accident, right? I mean, he's very good at what he does.
Sure.
And he, as you said, is a voice for a lot of truckers out there.
Well, a friend in the night.
Yeah.
So
now a friend in the morning.
Yeah.
And the day.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, sure.
Yeah.
Whenever.
Yeah. Whenever.
And the other thing that's always interesting about trucking, and maybe more things now, but I mean, you can have friendships from all over.
Yeah.
Friendships from all over. I mean, maybe folks that you see or hear from, maybe there's a year or two before it happens, but they're friends.
That's a great point and a great way to look at it.
All over.
We now, with all the technology, we have these, Zoom calls with people that we quote unquote work with from all over the United States, or we don't really necessarily know them, but with truck drivers, especially then, right? And especially now too, I guess, right?
Well,
you're doing the same thing. And
yeah, but I mean, it was actually even better then, because I mean, you would have, through the decades now, truckers would have friends from all over the country that they actually would interact with periodically.
Yeah.
And not like through Zoom.
Right, exactly. That's my point. And now the reunions, it really still has kind of the same feel as it did back then, right? Because you're still, meeting people and shows.
At shows and stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. It's really cool.
I want to touch on some recent news. President Trump last week signed off on resolutions that essentially end California's vehicle emission regulations, including the one for heavy-duty trucks. Talk to me about OOIDA's stance on this. I know this is something that we've discussed in the past.
Well, listen, regardless of where you may be on the emissions topic and things like that, now, I have enough experience dealing with in California. I can remember what the air was like in California in the late 60s.
Not great.
Absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
Truckers have been significant contributors to cleaning up that air through these decades. And, we're not opposed, nor I don't think anybody driving a truck is opposed to improvements in technology, and certainly EVs are certainly an improvement in technology, but are in instances where they make sense. And the frustration that we've had with basically arbitrary timelines is the timelines and the technology haven't really meshed very well at all. Certainly thousands and thousands and thousands of truckers have basically had their lives, had their futures ended with emission regulations, with the DEF stuff and things like that. Well, I should say even prior to that,
right.
Emission systems that just simply wouldn't hold up. And, because they were basically put out there before they really made sense.
Yeah.
And we don't want regulations to be the determining factor whether or not you survive as a small business. People will eagerly embrace what makes sense. So let's find the applications that make sense and move in those directions without arbitrary decisions that say this applies to everything.
Yeah. And today's diesel engines, are far cleaner than they used to be.
Oh, sure.
And they're going to be around for a while.
Well, yeah. And again, that doesn't mean that that's the only technology that we need or that we can rely on. But as other technologies improve, it only makes sense that they're going to play a bigger role. And that's something that, again, for anybody that does transportation for a living, whatever will do the job that makes the most sense for the right amount of money, hey, let's go that way.
And the free market's going to figure this out. That's usually the way these things go, right?
As
you said,
with incentives and things like that. And And there really isn't any way to address a lot of issues other than through incentives.
Right.
And that's the way we ought to be going.
Yeah. We've seen the carrot, the stick approach. California's trying the stick approach here. We'll see how it plays out in the courts, but it's one of these things that putting the cart before the horse doesn't usually work for you. And that's what California's trying to do here, it looks like. But yeah. Todd, can you hang out for a moment here? Because we got to go to a quick break here. But when we come back, speaking about trucks and maybe putting the cart before the horse, we've seen this push for bigger trucks for quite a while now. We've seen some new movement on this. The fight continues there. We spoke with Steve Cass-Stevens of the Coalition Against Bigger Trucks. We're going to listen to him here in a moment, and I want to get your feedback as well. But we'll be right back right after this.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Welcome back to Trucking with OOIDA. I'm Scott Thompson, joined by Ashley Blackford and Todd Spencer, President and CEO of OOIDA. Todd, we are going to talk here in just a moment with Steve Cass-Stevens. He is a board member on the Coalition Against Bigger Trucks. He recently went to Washington, D.C. with some colleagues to talk about that issue. Before we get into it, how long has the issue, and again, we're kind of going back in time here, but the issue of bigger trucks and that push for bigger trucks, how long has this been going on? Or can you even count?
Well,
a while.
I'm going to say since before I got into trucking, that was a long time ago. So, and generally, or quite often, the push for bigger always comes at the shipper, the manufacturer, that level, as opposed to necessarily people in trucking. But there have been people in trucking that have advocated for as well. Now, I can tell you where prior to 1982, states had sole discretion about what their weight limits would be. And generally, from a state's perspective, that makes perfect sense to them because one state will say, well, look, this is we do it the perfect way and everybody else should emulate us.
Sure, of course,
so,
yeah.
Do the same as we do.
But what that creates is a patchwork of
but
confusion, right?
States don't do it. They do it, they take their own way. And my original entry into trucking was at a time when many states had 80,000-pound weight limits for a 5-axle truck. And there was a strip of states right through the center of the country from Minnesota, Iowa, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, right through the center of the country, and had 73,280 weight limits, while all the others had 80. And
it creates a few problems, doesn't it?
Well, it certainly challenges because shippers like to load maximum permissible weight limits for the state that they're in. And if it goes through one of these other states, they may or may not be terribly concerned about that. So it was always a challenge for truckers. And of course, in those days, and that's only part of it. I mentioned weight limits, but also in those days, states put length limits on how long trucks could be. That's overall length limit. Now, if we mentioned earlier the antique truck show.
Yeah.
Well, if you go to the antique truck show, you'll see plenty of cab over tractors.
Yep.
And there was a time when most of the trucks that were built were cab overs with fairly short wheelbases, and that's because states like Missouri and Illinois and Arkansas had 55-foot overall length limits. 55 foot, that's from the front of the bumper to the back of the trailer, you couldn't be longer than that.
Yep.
So because of those limitations, what would happen was that trailers would keep inching longer and longer and longer, and cabs would keep getting inching shorter.
It's like the walls are closing in on you.
Oh, yeah. So, the example we used to give back a million years ago now is that it was kind of like a trailer going down the road with a postage stamp on the front of it. That was a truck.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, we don't have that problem anymore. But there is a new push in Congress to start a pilot program that would allow bigger, heavier trucks on interstates. OOIDA is among a coalition against bigger trucks, that is fighting back against that. And they recently sent a team to Capitol Hill to talk to lawmakers about this issue. And we talked to Steve Cass-Stevens. Let's have a listen. Some things in life have a way of popping back up despite your best efforts. Mostly they're unpleasant things: cockroaches, dandelions, zombies in the movies. And for the past couple decades or so, one of the hardest pursuits to knock down in Congress, with regard to trucking at least, has been the push to allow bigger trucks on America's roadways. Seriously, it's got staying power. Do a quick search online and dozens of articles pop up dating back several years. And it's usually a similar request to the one frequently made by Congressman Dusty Johnson of South Dakota, who has made it clear he wants to increase the weight limit for commercial trucks to 91,000 pounds, up from the current level of 80,000 pounds. The congressman thinks it's a good idea for reasons we'll get into here in just a moment, but not everyone agrees.
I think this is a bad idea for a number of reasons.
Meet Steve Cass-Stevens. He's opposed to letting bigger trucks on roadways, which means his fit on the board of directors for the Coalition Against Bigger Trucks, or CABT, is a good one. Cass-Stevens spent more than 4 decades in law enforcement, is a retired police chief from Illinois, and past president of the International Association of Chiefs of Police. He and 8 of his colleagues from CABT made the trip to Capitol Hill recently, where they visited 77 congressional offices. The reason? Something called the Heavier Truck Pilot Project, an idea in Congress that would allow any state to increase truck weights up to 91,000 pounds for up to 10 years on its interstates. And when it comes to trucks that big, Cass-Stevens has some very big concerns.
I'll start with the roadway safety issue reasons. Number one, common sense will tell you the more weight you add to a truck, the longer of a distance it takes to stop. That's number one. Now, the argument from the other side is, well, the proposal for 91,000 pounds would also require a 6th axle, and, gee, that'll be great because that'll help stop the truck. Okay, you're still overtaxing the braking system, the suspension system, and I've seen a lot of these aged trucks that are already out there, and what a lot of them have done is they've added a drop axle to their trailer so they can say, well, now I have 6 axles instead of 5. Anybody will tell you that that additional drop axle that's added to a truck that never had it to begin with doesn't carry as much weight, doesn't have the same stopping ability of the other axles. So that's part of it. But the other part is that this proposal to raise weights to 91,000 pounds is what they call a 10-year pilot project. Now, I don't know about you, but 10 years is not a pilot. 1 year is a pilot project, 10 years is permanent, because 5 years down the road, they're going to forget it was even a 10-year pilot project. So that's number one. But number two, they are essentially admitting that we don't have the studies to know if 91,000 pounds will be more dangerous. So let's just do it for 10 years and collect the data and see what happens. So what that's telling me from a highway safety perspective is we don't know how many more crashes we're going to cause. We don't know how many more people will get injured or killed. So let's just check those numbers for 10 years and really see how bad it is. That's a bad idea. That's using the motoring public as guinea pigs, and that's dangerous.
And it's also not entirely accurate. As Cass-Stevens points out, there have been studies done to gauge the safety level of bigger trucks.
Correct. And even the U.S. DOT study that was, I think it was 2016 was the last one, concluded that their study concluded that an increase in truck weight would mean 47% increase in traffic crashes with these trucks with heavier weight. Well, there's a red flag right away. But also, what's glaringly missing is in the 20-plus years that I've been studying this, I have yet to see a single study that says heavier trucks are safer. Nobody will say that because it's not true. They are not safer. But nobody will come out and say it because there's never been a study to prove it. So why are we going to try to have a 10-year pilot project to gather numbers that we already know are going to be bad?
Safety concerns? Check. That's a big one for Cass Stevens and others like him, including OOIDA, the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, and the Truckload Carriers Association, all of which are strongly opposed to the idea. But safety isn't the only concern.
The other part of that argument is what people seem to be talking and dancing around is the infrastructure issue. Now, the National Association of County Engineers, this was a 2023 study, that said essentially if you increase truck weights to 91,000 pounds, there are over 72,000 bridges across the U.S. that will be affected, local bridges, at a cost of over $60 billion. Who is going to pay for that infrastructure damage, repair, and placement of these bridges? I'll tell you who it is. It's going to be your typical mom and pop motorist with higher fuel taxes. And the argument that I get from a lot of legislators, members of Congress, is they'll say, well, hang on, I've read this and I've talked to the trucking industry that are proposing this increase, and they're saying this increase is only for federal highways. So why do you care about local bridges on county, state, municipal roads? And my answer is, when's the last time you've seen a semi-tractor trailer load or unload on the side of a federal highway? They don't. They have to exit. They all have to exit, and they'll go down that exit ramp, and they'll get on state highways and county highways and local highways to go make their deliveries. And every state, like my state in Illinois, has a law that says that these long-haul truckers can leave the federal highways for up to 5 miles in any direction for food, fuel, rest, repair, delivery, and pickup. Well, so they are going to be on local roads. They're going to be damaging local roads. They're going to be damaging local bridges. And again, these are local municipalities that are going to be paying for this damage.
The facts back up the feelings here, too. Earlier this year, the Coalition Against Bigger Trucks released a study indicating that increasing the maximum truck weight to 91,000 pounds would place up to 82,000 local bridges at risk, and the cost of replacing those bridges, at least $70 billion and as much as $98 billion. If you need more evidence that our roads aren't ready for the jump, we could turn to the American Society of Civil Engineers 2025 report card, which gave America's roads a D+ and its bridges a C. That hardly inspires confidence. So we've got valid concerns about safety and infrastructure backed by studies and, quite frankly, common sense. And yet, like the zombie in your chosen monster movie, the issue keeps coming back from the dead.
Why do you believe that increasing truck weights would make our roads more dangerous?
Bigger, heavier trucks.
Proposals to increase truck size.
The danger of heavier trucks.
Increasing truck weights.
Truck size and weight.
Increasing the size and weight of large trucks.
Increasing truck weight is making our workplaces less safe.
One question among many is why, if the research tells us this is a bad idea, does it keep coming back and in many cases picking up support?
Well, based on my research, bills like this, you tend to just follow the money. And it's typically pushed by, Shippers Coalition or the large companies like, FedEx, UPS, Amazon, et cetera. And, it stands to reason that if I own a truck or a trucking company and I have 50 trucks, if all those 50 trucks went out every day with 91,000 pounds instead of 80,000 pounds, of course I'm making more money. I'm sending out another 5.5 ton of product on every single truck that goes out. So of course that means more money. And the argument that I typically get from some of the members of Congress, because maybe somebody from the trucking industry has visited them before I got there, and they tell me things like, well, hang on, wouldn't it be a great idea if each truck could haul more weight because that would mean fewer trucks on the road? And wouldn't that be safer? To which I say, I've been in the business over 46 years, and I remember about 40 years ago when the law changed from 73,000 pounds to 80,000 pounds, and that was the argument then. If you let us carry 80,000 pounds, there'll be fewer trucks on the road because each truck can haul more product. If you check FMCSA's data every year for the past 25 years, total million miles traveled by heavy trucks has increased every year for 25 years. So that argument did not hold water 40 years ago. It doesn't hold water now. The other argument is, and this is the one I continue to hear, well, there's a massive truck driver shortage. We have to increase the weight on trucks so these companies can get their product delivered because there's a truck driver shortage. I've been hearing truck driver shortage for 40 years. And again, like you say, if you Google truck driver shortage, you're going to get both sides of the story. Is there really a shortage or is there not a shortage? You know, ATA says, oh, there's a shortage of 50, 60,000 truck drivers. But you can also Google the data that says there are over 400,000 new CDLs issued every year. Where are those drivers going? If there's 400,000 CDLs a year, every year, those drivers have to be going somewhere. So is it really the issue that you don't have enough drivers? Or is it the different issue that the drivers don't like the job for the variety of reasons? And again, I've talked to a lot of truck drivers. I know the issues involved. I know that this is not a typical 40-hour-a-week job. Truck drivers don't get overtime. They get paid by the mile, which means if they're sitting a day and a half somewhere waiting for a load, they are not making any money. And so I think it's a recruitment and retention issue, not a driver shortage issue.
And while knocking down the driver shortage myth is as difficult, if not more so, than the weight limit increase issue, Cass Stevens says it's very much worth the effort.
Most of the reaction we got were positive. There are some that, you know, and a lot of them we talked to were freshman members of Congress, and so they're not familiar with previous bills of this nature. Some of the members who've been around a while are more familiar with it, and, you know, every once in a while you'll get a situation where you're speaking with a member of Congress staffer, and you can tell they're looking at their watch and they're bored with what you have to say, and you're like, okay, well, this visit might be a lost cause, but the other 9 out of 10 were very positive.
As for how he foresees the near future on this effort?
You know, just because I struggle with the pessimist and the optimist in me, we've been able to hold off on increase in truck size and weights for a long time, but every year it seems to be more and more difficult to convince members of Congress to vote against it. I know Dusty Johnson is the one pushing this for the last couple of years, and he's got a powerful voice. I think it's interesting when he calls it a modest increase in truck weight. That's his quote I've seen a couple of times. Moving from 80 to 91,000 pounds is a modest increase. I don't think 5.5 ton is modest. I think that word doesn't connect. But I'm hoping that when it comes down to, is this a who makes more money issue or is this a roadway safety issue, I'm hoping the roadway safety issue carries the day, because that's really what concerns me.
Our thanks to Steve Cass Stevens of the Coalition Against Bigger Trucks there. Todd, a lot to unpack there, really, from what Steve talked about. But, with OOIDA stance, this really does come down to a safety issue above all else, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, it sort of flies in the face of any kind of common sense and understanding that you make something bigger, you make it heavier, you make it more challenging to handle, maneuver, to operate on our roads that aren't getting bigger. They're not getting wider. They're plenty skinny, and most of the places where trucks have to go now, they're not getting bigger either. So truckers are still finding ways to deliver cargo in places where where the facilities were built in the 40s and the 50s and the 60s. These are challenging. And again, if you're talking about just the core, bigger, heavier, harder to operate in every kind of in the best weather, and trucks have to operate in every kind of weather.
Yeah.
It really makes no sense.
And to that point, you talk about common sense. I asked Steve there too, what does he think the motive is for this continued push? It keeps getting struck down. It keeps popping back up. What do you see as the motive for why this keeps returning?
Well, shippers.
Yeah.
Shippers are looking for be able to move more cargo for less money, and they always will. And the difference is that these folks, they're not concerned about the issues this creates for truckers, but they're not concerned about highway safety. They're not concerned about highway life, not concerned about bridge life or anything like that. They have one motive, and they're acting on that one motive, and we think that's pretty short-sighted.
Steve did mention OOIDA in our talk, and he gave a shout-out to the association, Louis in particular. And I want to play that, Todd, and after we come back, I want your reaction to what he said.
Okay.
Yeah, and what I think members of Congress find interesting, because they usually ask me if I don't volunteer, and they say, well, how do the truck drivers feel about this? And it always makes me smile when I say, why don't you call the VP of OOIDA, because they'll tell you that the majority of the owner-operator independent drivers agree with us. It's a bad idea. They know it's unsafe, and the majority of them do not want to drive 91,000 pounds. And I think that kind of surprises them.
We don't have to call up the VP of OOIDA because we've got the president of OOIDA here. Yeah. What do truck drivers say about this?
It's a pretty dumb idea. Again, you're talking about making equipment bigger, heavier, more challenging in all of the times that you don't want it to be bigger and heavier and more challenging to operate. We have these yardbirds talking about this chronic driver shortage, and the problem is driver retention. And retention means people come to the job and then they leave. Well, part of the reason they leave is because basically it's not a good job in too many instances, and folks are doing their best to make it even more challenging, and that makes no sense.
Yeah. Why are we going to make it harder on them? And again, I think what you said earlier, too, going back to the reason, the motive being the almighty dollar, they're not thinking about individual truck drivers when they're
and there's more to it than that. If you're talking about the need to replace equipment, for the equipment to cost more money, and again, truckers have learned through the years is that there isn't any payback.
Yeah.
There isn't any payback.
Yeah.
So more and more and more say, wait a minute, we're big enough.
Why put our neck out there when you don't necessarily care about our neck, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Well, Todd, we want to say thank you and congrats on the well-deserved honors, the least of which, of course, is being the first guest on Trucking with OOIDA. So thank you so much for your time and all your hard work over the years.
Okay, well, glad to be part of this show and many more, hopefully.
Absolutely. Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with Trucking with OOIDA coming right up.
And welcome back to Trucking with OOIDA. Ashley, great talk with Todd, per usual. It's nice to have a wealth of information and knowledge and wisdom about the trucking industry, almost at arm's length.
One thing I noticed about Todd, though, he will never say, I did this, I did that. He fully gives, props to the association, our members.
Yep.
He definitely, gives them what they deserve. But yeah, he's a very humble guy.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how many deflections he had. If we were playing a sport or something, 2 or 3.
Many.
Yeah. Too many. Yeah. But I get that. And he really is. He's so dedicated to the association, dedicated to the trucking industry. And it comes through obviously in those conversations with him, but
it really is.
It's really, it's really a takeaway. And again, it's one of these things too, where, you can talk to him about old trucks. You can talk to him about emission
Really anything.
standards,
Yeah.
autonomous. I mean, he's obviously such a wealth of information. It's always good to talk to him for sure.
Yeah. We had a couple of stories that popped up recently that kind of caught our eye. This first one, if I saw the picture of it, out of Arizona, a brake shoe came loose from a semi-truck, went through the windshield of a car.
Nobody hurt.
Nobody hurt,
Good.
thankfully, yeah.
Yep.
Driver wasn't hurt. Probably terrified, though.
Oh, for sure.
Covered in glass, but was okay otherwise. But yeah, Arizona Highway Patrol had posted a picture on Facebook. The car was on I-17. The brake shoe struck the windshield, went through the windshield. It kind of looks like a hook. I've never seen a brake shoe.
You have now.
I have now.
Yeah.
Through a windshield.
And no, they're not sure how it happened, I think, right?
I don't think so, no.
Yeah.
But yeah, they just said nobody was hurt. Of course, this is immediate, and I saw a comment, Final Destination.
Right.
At its finest, that movie.
Was it the first one with the logging truck?
The logging
right?
truck, yeah. And
yeah.
I see, myself, if there's one movie from, the 90s, early 2000s that
Probably
really
early 2000s, yeah.
stuck with people,
so.
It's do not drive behind a logging truck. And I'm curious if any logging truck drivers have noticed that cars slow down or switch lanes because of that.
Because of that movie.
Because of that movie.
Well, it had an effect on you,
It
apparently.
did, yeah. No, if I see a logging truck, I'm
You're
slowing way down.
It's probably great news for them. They don't have to worry about these
Exactly.
little passenger
People,
cars
yeah,
buzzing by
tailing them. Exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
What else? We had one of the carriers celebrated a birthday, I think, recently, right? Or
90 years, Schneider started with a single truck back in 1935. They just recently celebrated that really big birthday.
Yeah.
90 years,
Yeah. Well, we can celebrate that birthday by going to see the new Final Destination movie. I think there's
there's a new one coming out.
Either
I
it's
don't
come
know
out
when,
or
though.
it's coming out. I'm not sure if there's any, brake shoes or logs or I have seen one of the commercials and it did make me wince.
I feel like the logging truck was iconic. So I wonder if they'll, I don't know, throw another one
and that
of
was
those
like the
in?
opening scene, I think, for that.
Actually, yeah, I think
it was the opening
yeah.
scene. Like the very first scene for Final Destination was that movie. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how that's going to. Yeah, and I'm really curious too to hear what happened there, and it really does speak to pre-trip inspections. Although, would that be involved in a pre-trip inspection? Maybe that's a question for Todd.
I think it does happen.
Well, yeah, I guess it does happen. But yeah, fortunately, everybody's okay there in Arizona, and we'll find out what happens there and try to keep an eye on that, and we'll see what happens. Ashley, we've got one show in the books.
We're good.
We're good? Are we done?
We're done.
No, we've got more. We've got more coming. This is, kind of what we're going to hope to do, I think, over the course of this show is to kind of have a mix of, conversations, entertainment, obviously keep you informed here as we do everything. So there you go. Thanks for tuning in on the maiden voyage, Ashley.
I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to see what happens.
Well, stay tuned, and we'll have more Trucking with OOIDA next time. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025, while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Want to make your diesel engine cleaner and more efficient? Pittsburgh Power's Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can reduce your soot output by 60% and increase your thermal efficiency. Max Mileage keeps your engine and emission systems functioning at its best. Less soot means a longer engine and emission component life, drastically fewer regens, and better performance. Take the first step towards a cleaner, more efficient ride. Visit PittsburghPower.com and order your Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst today. today. Drive cleaner, drive smarter.
I'm a long-haul trucker. I don't have time for nonsense. So when I fuel up, I need to get in and get going with a fuel card that takes me there. Founded in 1978 by a trucker for truckers, Multi-Service Fuel Card is run by real, honest people who are there to help us road warriors keep our freight moving. And with nationwide acceptance, fuel discounts, and dedicated customer service, no matter where I'm going with Multi-Service Fuel Card, I never roll alone. Learn more at neverrollalone.com.
Wait a minute. Are you running all of your rig's accessories?
All of them. You like that?
No, why would I? Your engine's turned off.
That means I ain't violating no idling laws. You like that?
No, why would I? That means you're running off your battery.
I'm running on an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, wait, did you say an Odyssey battery?
Odyssey battery. Rugged, maintenance-free, thin plate pure lead technology, and massive deep cycling capability. Plenty of reserve power to run onboard accessories. Engine on or off. Twice the power, 3 times the life of conventional batteries. That's an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, I don't like that. I love that. Wait a minute. The crickets stopped.
Odyssey hasn't.
Get yourself an Odyssey battery. Performance you can count on.